Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. Better give you a fucking Chelsea green, you donkey. Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Hasan. Our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day, and I'm glowing on this beautiful day. And I'm going to tell you why I'm glowing. You might have already known, because I already talked about it. I got a facial. That's right, I got a facial. That's why I'm late. And this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. It's Friday, April 25th, 2025. You already know before we get started with anything, it's a day of celebration because it's freaking Friday.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday,
Let's go.
what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Friday, Sunday.
Hey, yo, free Palestine, free George Santos. It's Friday. It's Friday. Time to have some fun. That's right, Mufasa is correct. Free George Santos. Free George Santos till it's spelled backwards. Bro, you're confusing Kaya? No, I'm not. She's chill. She's chilling. She didn't give a shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, personal news-wise, what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker? Well, let me tell you. Ended the broadcast last night. Watched a little bit of Freer End. Hung out with the fam. I'm supposed to not. You did not talk about Kashmir yesterday. Will you do it today? I did. I did talk about Kashmir yesterday. I talked about it for an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. Shut the fuck up. Is this a Jeff haircut? No. This is... Well, I have to keep my hair up. I didn't really do my hair after working out, as a matter of fact, because I can't put any water on my face because I got a facial. I got facialized. Anyway, I watched Freer End last night. Hung out with the family. Had dinner. And that's it. That's all I did. Went to bed, woke up early. Taps is supposed to be out today. I don't know if it is already. My Adam Friedland show. Is supposed to come out today, and I have no idea what it's going to look like. But anyway, yeah. The word / industry is totally ruined. Can't have shit anymore. That word / industry is totally ruined. He said 60 ST. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. The one from last year. Yeah, I look so fat in it. It's pretty crazy. But I'll get into that in a second. Personal news wise, I worked out this morning. Not the best workout, I'll admit. I did a deadlift. I did deadlifts and it was all right. I ripped the 455s like it's nobody's business. But I unfortunately couldn't hit 500. I tried 500 and I failed. But in any case, after that I got facialized. Free George Santos high school walkout. But yeah, this is it. And here are the results. Okay, let me tell you, it was a long and arduous process. It took an entire hour. Okay, it took an entire hour. It took an entire hour. You can probably still, I mean, you can see, look, do you see this? Do you see this side, the red spots? I got lanced. I got, apparently it's all scar tissue. Okay, I got lanced. Scar tissue was tweaked around with. Extractions of different like bacteria potentially. I'm glowing a little bit because, like, you know, I also got a bunch of work done, right? But yeah, I don't know. It was a lot. Looks like you just came. What do you mean? What spot did you go to? I'm trying to find a spot near Hollywood. It's a friend. But wait, you got plastic? No. Wait, is that what that means when you say you got work done? No, I didn't get. It was just a lot, dude. It was so much stuff. It was so much stuff. There's like cleansing, then there's like a sound thing that like hits your face with sound waves, and then you scrape the whiteheads. No, I didn't get Botox. Dude, look at me. Do I look like I got Botox? Look at this. Sounds awesome. Facials are great. Yeah, I'm a little worried though, because like I'm worried that all this work is gonna lead to purging. That's what it's called when you never get any work done. Like when you never get a facial, and then you get a facial for the first time ever. Like kind of how it was in Japan. Like this restarted on my face after Japan, because they used the close Shrey razor and all that, and it like tweaked my skin a little bit. So I'm a little worried that it's gonna cause me to break out like crazy style, but there was a electric probe thing. There was oxygen, pure oxygen, cryotherapy. There was just so much happening, dude. It's just so much happening on my face. Just read the draft of your New York Times piece. It's a banger. Excited for your chat to read it. Hell yeah. Does it sound good? I'm a little worried that they're gonna be cooking me. I'm a little worried that they're gonna end up like the editorial team is gonna chop it up and make it into a negative, spin it in a negative way. I'm actually worried about that. Yeah, that's right. New York Times style coming out Sunday. Get excited. So yeah. Retinol. Nice buccal fat removal, King. You look great. Oh, thank you for thinking I got buccal fat removal. Yeah, we'll talk about how Xi Jinping did not call Trump, but Trump is lying about how he called him. All this stuff and more. Let me blast off. Let's get started. You know, there's a lot to talk about, and I'm late already, so let's freaking do it. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. You have to stay out of trouble until then, so then have some controversy or something to shoehorn in as the focus. Well, yeah, it's coming out on Sunday, so that's not gonna be an issue. All right. Freaky Friday. The elusive Tafts episode is finally released. Trump lies about talking to Xi like a scorned ex. Did you go to the barber and just ask him to fuck my shit up? Yeah, that's what I did. I went to the barber and I said, fuck my shit up, fam. Yo, you wish you had hair like this, big dog. The Elusive Taps episode finally releases today. Okay. Trump lies about talking to G like a scorned ex. Judge, hold on, we got that. Wisconsin judge. Hold on. Shift T. Wisconsin judge arrested by FBI for sheltering migrant. And so much more. Get in now. Twitch.tv. Oh, I watched a little bit of Love on the Spectrum. Trump admin reversing all visa cancellation too. That's a other thing that they're doing. Dude, it's a crazy time. It's a crazy time to be alive. Okay? If that judge got arrested by the FBI, surely they should arrest the Governor Evers next. I'm being facetious, obviously just sharing your rights, but holy fuck. I do want hair like that, and thanks to you, I know to go to Turkey to get it. I wouldn't worry. Style stories are not something they go in hard on anyone in. Headline is cringe, but it's actually really well done and very charitable and fun to read. I think you will like it, and I love the pics they chose. Okay. Did you feel seen? What do you mean? Free George Santos. Kneecap visa got revoked. I only saw a Twitter post about it, so I don't know if it's real or not. DOJ accidentally files document outlining flaws with Trump administration's plan to kill New York City congestion pricing. God, they're so incompetent. It quite literally is the only saving grace of this admin is that they have the willpower to follow through, but they don't have the conviction necessarily to follow through on a white supremacist, full tilt fascist control agenda, right? They have the interest in doing so. They're silly enough to do so. They're corrupt enough to do so, but they don't have the organizational capacity, and they are utterly incompetent, which is precisely the reason why they're still flailing. And that's the only saving grace here. This is not because like the Democrats are putting on an expert front and you know, it is certainly not because the Democrats are doing a fantastic job like combating fascism or anything like that. It's almost entirely because the administration is just way too stupid to get this nefarious fascist agenda across. They are having a very difficult time with this. So thank God for that, I guess. I guess that is the one saving grace. It's like, it's an admin filled to the brim with Pete Hegseth style individuals. So luckily they're all too drunk and too invested in doing rapes, I guess, to actually continue money molestation or you know, filing the necessary cases to undermine. What the fuck? Your face looks like Hollywood? What does that mean? Dems are following the China way. Do nothing win? No. There is no do nothing win in this situation, because if they were more competent, it would not be a do nothing win situation. If the Republicans were more competent, we'd be cooked. Anyway, here. We'll start off with this, even though I know every single person is going to be incredibly annoying today and constantly post this in the chat. And I'm very excited for it because I haven't seen it either. I have no idea what this looks like. I have no idea what the Adam Friedland Show episode is going to look like. Literally have no idea. So I'm very stoked to watch it as well. It's been years and years at this point. I think we filmed this like, what, 2 years ago? But it's finally here. It's finally here at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. But here is a little sneak preview. Here's a teaser.
So Hasan, you're somewhat of a fashion icon.
Okay.
So I'm gonna show some of your best looks.
Oh, here we go.
So here's the famous one. Here's the famous one.
Oh no!
Here's the famous one. Okay, so here we go. This is the famous one. You know the jeans don't get enough love.
So that was I gotta stop wearing my friend's merchandise. That was a dude who was doing graphic design at the Young Turks at the time.
Bro,
he's an anarchist.
He's an anarchist?
Yeah.
He's like the Joker? This one, you got killed on this one.
Okay, let's see.
You know, this one you got killed on.
Oh, yeah. That's another.
Yeah.
So
it looks almost like you're being like a little bit.
So that lady was like, can I have that? Like, can I have that sweater?
I
And
hope you gave it to her.
I did. No,
Yeah.
I didn't. I was like, no, I need to take more photos.
I'm calling the police. This is my favorite look of yours.
Which one? Okay.
Let's see it right here.
What the fuck is that?
That's you with
Who is that guy?
It's you, no?
Yeah. Are you going to Global Day of Action for Gaza in LA today at 4? No. I didn't know that it was happening. So probably not. Chris Angel Magician. If they ask who comes next POTUS, would you want to work as part of the U.S. government? Probably not. You don't know Mind Freak? I don't exactly know what he looks like. Speaking of merch, the new Trump merch is pure fire. Time to update your fit. Is it the Trump 2028 thing? Gotta stop wearing my friend's merch. Dang, foreshadow much. Yeah, so this is for those of you who don't know, this is the premier center left podcast out there. Obviously, I partook in this a long time ago. I don't even know exactly when I participated in this, but it's crazy because you can see how fat I am here. Or maybe I can, but maybe you guys can't. But it is kind of wild seeing how pasty and how fat I am in this. At least the way I see it. I think it was last summer, right around the Trump shooting. Was it? No, it must have been before then even. I mean, the pastiness looks back as a bad color grading. I mean, there's definitely light camera and angles that are playing a role in this, but bro, I'm not gonna watch the SWAT standoff, dude. Please stop posting it in the chat, okay? That's crazy. You want me to watch like some dude get fucking shot? Do you want me to just get banned this early in the day instead of covering the news? Please stop linking it. Chat's like, hey, Chatter's like, hey, I need you to know that there is like something that is happening right now that will definitely get you banned. It's just, there's no payoff. There's no payoff on that. Took the RADS R test today and got 130. Don't tell RFK. Oh no, you're going to the camps. You're going to the camps, baby. Hey, Central Committee, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Mike Raid. Why do you think Pedro Pascal is like the most employed actor despite him being openly pro-Palestine, trans rights, etc.? Because he's goated. I gotta shout you out, dog. I started running again thanks to you. I only made it half a mile before I keeled over yesterday, but I'm getting on track to run 6 miles again after doing it for years. I mean, watch out for those knees, though. I'm not trying to bait or anything, but did you talk to anyone about talking to E yet? No, dude. What the fuck? No, it's not up to me. The ball is not in my court, okay? I have been asking to do this for fucking 3 months. Why are you guys asking me? Ask him when it's going to happen. Demand it from him. Don't demand it from me. I have said that I'm willing to do this since I made a fucking video that said, debate me, Ethan, literally on February 3rd, okay? I am so confused as to how people even in this community will constantly ask me this question. I don't have anything, I can't say anything more about it other than what you know. I know what you know. I am not on the inside. I am on the outside. If he says yes when you're both live, will you do it immediately? Yes! 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 Shut the fuck up! Oh my god! You guys are so fucking annoying! Holy shit! Why? Why would... Why? Why in the ever-living fuck do you think I wouldn't say yes to that? Oh my god! I've been live for fucking 27 minutes! Shut up! God damn. I think honestly, I do think we have a real crisis of mental ineptitude in this community, I think. Especially born out of people who just want fucking drama. Like, they're like, yeah, I care about the news, but I really, really care about the fucking drama. Can we just, and chatters who really fucking care about the drama also demonstrate their like diminished mental qualities on a regular basis in the chat by fucking asking the dumbest questions, dude. Stop. You need to have a document with sources and full context clips ready to go. Don't fucking worry about it. I can deal with it. All right. I don't have to prep it all. All right. There you go. I'm that confident. Please stop trying to fucking backseat this process. Our chatter's dead. What the fuck is going on? You've said yes to the question 1,000 times already. What's so hard to get? I don't know. 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 I don't know what it is. Anyway, what is this?
Mr. Piker, the American people deserve to know. Was your cock fluffed in the armpit thirst trap photo that went viral on Twitter, or I mean X, whatever you want to call it?
Bakunin lover crash out. Dude, you can't know what Bakunin is and then also simultaneously be like, this is a crash out. Like, you just can't do that. That's unacceptable. Okay? You at least present yourself as far more well-read to be entertaining such frivolous, childish things.
Mr. Piker, the American people.
I was not fluffed. People say I'm fluffed on that. I wasn't. I should, though. Okay? I should fluff it. I'll fluff it next time. Maybe. Why are people getting too liberal with the word crash out? Why do you give the haters so much energy? Please just ignore them. Oh my god. These aren't haters. These are dummy fans who are just behaving in ways that piss me off more than the fucking haters do. I can deal with the haters. I can deal with like stupid reactionary people. I can try to talk to them, talk some sense into them. But when it's a chatter, it's just like so disappointing. That's the problem. Anyway, I am not allowed to wash my face for the next 24 hours, pretty much. I'm not even allowed to touch my face for the next 24 hours, so it's going to be quite difficult, but we are here. We're going to get started on a lot of the news. Like I said, there's so much happening. Larry David wrote an op-ed, My Dinner with Adolf, talking about Bill Maher's dinner with Gadolf. And obviously Bill Maher has some choice words for Larry David. And a lot of people have actually gotten mad at Larry David in the process. Like E. Fatlo has been talking about how Larry himself, how Larold himself is actually... Oh my god, everyone's gonna fucking like the Taft's clip today. E. Fatlo and other Israel defenders have been kind of losing their minds over Larry David. Because they're like, he is not sufficiently pro-Israel, which I think is really funny. because I'm gonna be honest with you, there is very little chance that Larry David isn't even like a little bit pro-Israel. Like, I'm gonna be honest, this man, I love Larry. I love Larry David. I think he's amazing. I think he is a incredible comedic mind. I've talked about this quite a bit in terms of like who has played a major role in my understanding of the world. But if you think Larry David isn't like pro-Israel to at least a pretty decent degree, come on. He's definitely, he's not anti-Israel. He's not an anti-Zionist. But Larold, on the other hand, okay, he is a, one, brilliant room reader, and two, gets annoyed easily. Okay? So what that means is he probably fucking hates how annoying the pro-Israeli crowd is. Like, that is my assessment. That's my assessment as someone who is incredibly parasocially invested in Larry David and all of the things that he's done, and has felt kind of disappointed by him donating money to, fuck, who was it? Who was the campaign that he donated to? I think it was like Pete Buttigieg or something that like killed me. I was like, come on, Larry, you should know better than that. But yeah, I remember when I saw that, I was like, oh yeah. But yeah, Larold is I would, if I were to parasocially make an assessment on this, like I would most likely categorize him as someone who is, of course, pro-Israel, but like knows better than to just like constantly chirp about it. What is this clip?
So, you know, a lot of sexual harassment stuff in the news of late, and I couldn't help but notice a very disturbing pattern emerging, which is that many of the predators, not all, but many of them, are Jews.
He's a very funny dude, okay? What is this? If you want evidence that Larry David is a self-hating Jew, just watch him commit a hate crime against another Jewish man, then be applauded by Hamas terrorists, just awful. Yeah, this was the one. All of this happened, by the way, all of this happened because Larry David wrote this article, which is correct, about Bill Maher's bitch ass going and having a dinner with Donald Trump, who is a fascist, okay? So Larry David fucking writes this New York Times op-ed, and then Bill Maher loses his mind. If you want to understand the timeline here, Bill Maher, incredibly annoying guy, as you know, one of the arch villains of this broadcast. Doesn't know who I am, doesn't matter, I just despise this person. He is basically everything that I hate about liberalism wrapped up into one annoying, smug, entitled asshole package with a shit ton of alcohol that is like basically on an IV drip on his fucking arm. Now, that douchebag has always been an anti-Trump douchebag. Bill Maher is the type of person, the prototype of annoying, arrogant, entitled douchebag liberal who thinks he's more intelligent than the average dumb hog, but demonstrates the exact same qualities of the average dumb hog and basically believes in almost all of the things that the average dumb hog believes, but still has to be a fucking annoying douchebag about it, where he's like, I don't like trans people, but I intellectualize my hatred for trans people. You don't like trans people because you're stupid and uneducated. I hate trans people because I'm educated about the matters. Like that type of guy. And he hated Donald Trump for his entire fucking career, right? Like The first 4 years, he said a bunch of annoying shit about it. People would yell at Bill Maher all the fucking time, whatever, right? Now, this time around, he went to Papa, okay? He kissed the ring. He went to the White House. He dropped the pretense. He dropped the whole, like, I'm anti-Trump shit. And he basically said, like, yeah, I've been sued by Trump a bunch of times, but honestly, he's actually pretty smart behind the scenes. He was so nice to me. A 100 millionaire who also is a fucking douchebag racist. I wonder why he was so nice to me. And of course, you know, people are annoyed by it. People in Hollywood are annoyed by it. Larry David is one of those people that is annoyed by it. So he wrote this article, Larry David, My Dinner with Adolf, at New York Times, which, for the record, is correct. Is a correct assessment to make. Okay? He wrote this article, and Bill Maher got really fucking pissed off at him and did the classic. Again, these guys are all free speech defenders, right? Bill Maher loves free speech, right? Immediately was like, it's actually Holocaust revisionism to compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler, and you basically are, you know, disrespectful to the 6 million Jews that were slaughtered by Adolf Hitler. That's what he hit. He hit the fucking, he hit the, this is disrespectful to the victims of the Holocaust line so fast in a conversation that he was having with, I forget who he was talking to. I think it, was it some right-wing guy that he was talking to? Bill Maher, a guy with no personal lineage connection to the Holocaust, from what I understand, is tone policing a literal fucking Holocaust survivor descendant. Yeah, Bill Maher didn't even know he was Jewish until later in his life. Like, he fucking grew up Catholic, dude. He is the most Catholic coded motherfucker out there. For the record. Just so you know, he's Mr. Religulous. I hate all religion. I'm an atheist, by the way. And I like to smoke weed. Have I told you I like to smoke weed? Oh, it was him talking to fucking... Yeah, I didn't even know he was Jewish until like a couple years ago. Yeah, he grew up fucking... He grew up he grew up thinking he was Catholic, at least his whole fucking life, and then like found out that he had Jewish lineage like later, I think. I'm pretty sure. Seriously, I always thought he was Jewish. Bro, he has, first of all, that's anti-Semitic. Okay? No, if you look at his energy and his vibes, he has the most annoying douchebag Christian pompous know-it-all attitude. Okay? No. There's a very different vibe to, I literally did not know that he was Jewish until recently, or at least has like Jewish lineage, and I was shocked when I found out. He just has the most waspy attitude. I don't know how to describe it, even though he's not a wasp, he's fucking Catholic, but like he has the waspiest attitude. That's it. That's like, he sounds and behaves exactly like an annoying, entitled, arrogant, northeastern wasp know-it-all who thinks he knows better than you about everything, even though he is a fucking moron. Okay? So pompous, so arrogant. Also, if he was Jewish, he'd be funnier, okay? Automatically. That's it. That's just the other side of the equation. Like, he's just so unfunny that I think it's fucked up and disrespectful to American Jews to say Bill Maher is an American Jew. Okay? You can't make that joke? Well, I just did. Okay? Shut up. So, of course, Bill Maher himself has compared Trump's children to Nazis, obviously, because that's, you know, classic, right? Classic. I mean, this was back in 2016. But now he's saying it's disrespectful to the Holocaust victims to compare his situation to his dinner to having dinner with Adolf. Okay. Where does anyone have the clip where he talks to Piers Morgan? Do you guys have that clip? I want to pull it up. I want to pull up the Bill Maher clip, like him complaining about the article. Or I guess like we can start off by reading this article. It's only 4 minutes long. Larry David says, imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939, a letter arrived at my house inviting me to dinner at the old chancellery with the world's most reviled man, Adolf Hitler. I'd been a vocal critic of his on the radio from the beginning, pretty much predicting everything he was going to do on the road to dictatorship. No one I knew encouraged me to go. He's Hitler. He's a monster. But eventually I concluded that hate gets us nowhere. I knew I couldn't change his views, but we needed to talk to the other side, even if it has invaded and annexed other countries and committed unspeakable crimes against humanity. 2 weeks later, I found myself on the front of the steps of the old chancellery, and I was led into an opulent living room where a few of the Fuhrer's most vocal supporters had gathered. Himmler, Goering, Leni Riefenstahl, and the Duke of Windsor, formerly King Edward VIII. We talked about some beautiful art on the walls that had been taken from the homes of Jews. But our conversation abruptly ended when we heard loud footsteps coming down the hallway. Everyone stiffened as Hitler entered the room. He was wearing a tan suit with a swastika armband and gave me an enthusiastic greeting that caught me off guard. Frankly, it was a warmer greeting than I normally get from my parents, and it was accompanied by a slap on my back. I found the whole thing quite disarming. I joked that I was surprised to see him in a tan suit because if he wore that out, it would be perceived as un-Fuhrer-like. That amused him to no end, and I realized I'd never seen him laugh before. Suddenly, he seemed so human. Here I was prepared to meet Hitler, the one I'd seen and heard, the public Hitler. But this private Hitler was a completely different animal. And oddly enough, this one seemed more authentic. Like this was a real Hitler. The whole thing had my head spinning. You know what's really funny about this? It is verbatim the Bill Maher monologue, and he just changed out the names of the people and the way that Bill Maher reflected on his meeting with Donald Trump, with Adolf Hitler and his cadre of freaks. That's it. This entire op-ed is just literally bar for bar what Bill Maher said about meeting Donald Trump.
Let me read that.
Yeah, and he had a combo with Piers Morgan here. We'll take a look at that, of course. Bill Maher talking about his dinner with Trump at 8:30. And then afterwards, we'll get to the Larry David piece that he was upset about at 11:30 in that video. But he said he was starving and led us into the dining room where he gestured me to sit next to him. Goering immediately grabbed a slice of pumpernickel, whereupon Hitler turned to me, gave me an eye roll, and then whispered, "Watch. He'll be done with his entire meal before you've taken 2 bites." That one really got me. Goering, with his mouth full, asked what was so funny, and Hitler said, "I was just telling him about the time my dog had diarrhea in the Reichstag." Goering remembered. How could he forget? He loved that story, especially the part where Hitler shot the dog before it got back into the car. Then a beaming Hitler said, "Hey, if I could kill Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals, I could certainly kill a dog." That certainly got the biggest laugh of the night, and believe me, there were plenty. But it wasn't just a one-way street. With the Fuhrer dominating the conversation, he was quite inquisitive and asked me a lot of questions about myself. I told him I'd just gone through a brutal breakup with my girlfriend because every time I went someplace without her, she was always insistent that I tell her everything I talked about. I can't stand having to remember every detail of every conversation. Hitler said he could relate. He hated that too. What am I, a secretary? He advised me. It was best not to behave anymore. It was best not to have any more contact with her, or else I'd be right back where I started, and eventually I'd have to go through the whole thing all over again. I said it must be easy. It must be easy for a dictator to go through a breakup. He said, "You'd be surprised. There are still feelings." There are still feelings. That really resonated with me. We're not that different after all. I thought that if only the world could see this side of him, people might have a completely different opinion. 2 hours later, the dinner was over, and the Fuhrer escorted me to the door. "I am so glad to have met you. I hope I'm no longer the monster you thought I was. I must say, mein Fuhrer, I'm so thankful I came. Although we disagree on many issues, it doesn't mean that we have to hate each other." And with that, I gave him a Nazi salute and walked out into the night. So he basically just said, he basically just wrote this article. It's a satirical op-ed talking about, comparing Bill Maher's experience normalizing and like defending Donald Trump to Bill Maher doing this for Adolf Hitler, right? And that's an understandable comparison to make. It's one that Bill Maher has made time and time again, and especially in his second term. If you guys remember, if you were in here in the first Trump tenure, I said over and over again that he was a proto-fascist, that he wasn't a full-blown fascist, that he did not have the ideological He did not have the ideological motivation to implement fascist policies, even though there was a lot of white nativist policies that he implemented. But he wasn't like trying to, he wasn't coherent enough in his worldview where he was trying to implement some sort of like administrative control in the same way, right? And I was right. In the first term, he was a proto-fascist. He had the instincts for it, fine. That's narcissism. That works really well. But this time, it's a little different. Why? Because all of that narcissism and vengeance is allowing him to perfectly align with the interests of the Republican Party in perpetuity that wanted to do unitary executive theory that is now giving Trump, or rather, Trump is a perfect vessel for these sorts of actions. And they have been taking steps to implement this agenda. We are here already, right? We're here. They arrested a judge yesterday. They arrested a judge, claiming that the judge was actually obstructing justice, right? So TMR played this clip today from 2018 at 6:27 of Bill saying the exact same thing to Geraldo. Where is it? At 6:27?
Oh, they're both. You know, Trump is my friend. I've known Trump for 40 years. I don't have.
I
to,
knew
I don't
OJ.
have. To, I don't have.
He didn't.
So did Trump.
He didn't.
So did Trump. I interviewed Trump.
He
about
didn't
OJ during
remain
the
my
trial.
friend when I felt he had a certain moral lapse.
Well, in my family, my wife agrees with you. She doesn't like his policies on so many things that I've already listed. So she just can't stand the guy. I'm different. I can separate the man who's always been gracious to me, always been nice to my family. You know, we were on Celebrity Apprentice together every day for 6 weeks. I've known him really through every
gives a shit. He's running the world now. What does that matter that he was nice to you at Thanksgiving? I'm not trying to be an asshole to you. You're a smart guy. This befuddles me. I looked up to you.
You know, if you don't look up to me because I'm still friends with the President of the United States, then shame on you.
I don't look up to you because the President of the United States is doing the things that he's doing.
Who liberated the developmentally disabled? I mean, seriously, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the GIs in all of those places?
Yeah, so he's a hypocrite. We know that already because Bill Maher got access this time around. This is from 7 years ago. Remember, April 6, 2018. Now Bill Maher is doing the Geraldo Rivera take, ironically enough. And it's actually really interesting that he's doing it right now because Trump is even worse than he was the last term. Trump is worse than he was the last time around. This isn't to say that he was fine the last time around. I think the comparisons of Trump being a fascist or comparisons to Adolf Hitler were perfectly apt even back then. But it is hilarious to me. It is hilarious to me that he is now he's now watched this administration become even more competent. Okay? As his popularity is cratering due to a multitude of different fucking reasons, and Bill Maher's like, now is my time. Now is my time to shine. I will defend him from the reasonable center. It is insane to me. Do you have the Zaid thread? I want to see the Zaid Jilani thread of Bill Maher calling Trump Hitler over and over again. I think part of the reason why, Bill Maher complained about Larry David's satirical op-ed saying that making jokes invoking Hitler is insulting the Jews. Now, there are a million different instances where the human version of fucking Brian Griffin, Bill Maher, actually that's an insult to Brian Griffin, I'm not gonna lie, but Brian Griffin's human version, I guess, but a significantly worse version of Brian Griffin, has made these comparisons, okay? He's made these comparisons and a lot more. And yet here he is, crying to Piers Morgan about Larry David making this apt comparison.
Have been in the news that entire time. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Bill Maher. So my first question is,
Do you like being the story rather than talking about the stories?
You know,
Yeah, the fascist was nice to me, therefore he's forgiven. The white supremacist was nice to me, a white person, therefore he's forgiven. Yeah, it's like when people who are pro-Israel will be like, "Oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I went to Israel and it was awesome." It's like, yeah, dude, you defend Israel. Like, of course, especially if you're Jewish or Christian and you're a prominent defender of Israel. If you're Douglas Murray and you're there to do a propaganda tour, yeah, they're not gonna, they're not gonna treat you poorly. Okay? Yeah, no shit. You fucking moron. It's so dumb. Of course Trump is nice to you. You're also a very wealthy, rich Hollywood douchebag. Trump fucking loves those guys. Yeah, if you're Jewish but have never stepped foot in Israel, they will literally give you land. Like, what are we talking about? It's like, dude, it's awesome. I don't understand what you're talking about, dude. I fucking grew up here, and they want to give me a free house in the West Bank. The fuck do you mean? It's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome to you. That's kind of the problem. That's the whole point that we're making here. It's awesome to some and really bad for others. You know, others who used to be in the fucking house that is now being offered to you for free. Thank you for the gifties. Open Up TV. Thank you for the 10 gifted.
What comes with the territory, I never try to do that. You know, it's a little more going on in the week, but I've been through it enough that, it's like, it's actually flattering that people really think that I have.
Oh, he's been through so much. Dude, he is such a victim, dude. He is such a victim, dude. He is, God, society will never live down the shame of harming this beautiful man over and over again. Oh, it's flattering. Everyone's shitting on me for being an annoying little douchebag. And also being one of the most prominent annoying liberals who actively hated on Donald Trump, which was valid to do, by the way, only to turn around and be like, well, he extended an open hand to me, so now I'm actually going to tell you he's fine. He's great. Good dude. Real good guy, actually. Real smart guy behind the scenes. That's what he said. That was what was so crazy. The fact that his take was, well, I thought Trump was an idiot and that's why I hated him, but it turns out he just presents himself as an idiot on television. That makes it worse, man. That makes it worse. That makes the situation worse. That means he's like deliberately. I don't even believe Bill Maher on that, by the way. I do think Trump. Hey, Fiona! Hey! Stop barking. Oh my God. Get out. 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 Okay. I'll let him. No, Fiona, leave. Go over there. Okay. She's getting old. It's gonna be like that. Yeah, she barks at my dad all the time, and now she's like wagging her tail. Well, but yeah, grab Fiona. Fiona, go. Why are you so mean to Fiona? You should see the way Marat handles it. We don't want her barking at my dad all the time. I don't know why. Yeah, Trump did sue him. Sudden barking out of nowhere pisses me off so much because it gets my heart going. Yeah, it scares the shit out of me when she does it. Anyway, where was I before my dad came in? Well, he thinks he's so smart, of course, that he searches similarities to his president. So, look, the point I was making, glazing Bill Maher, I was not glazing Bill Maher. Bill Maher's pivot to Donald Trump. No, Fiona, no. Get away. No. Fiona, no. Go to your bed. Go to the couch. Oh. Oh gosh, she's gonna. No, Fiona. Fiona, no. She's trying to push through the gate now. She's literally trying to push through the gate. She's like, oh no, I have to come in here. Okay. Fiona, go to the couch. Baba çağırır mısın oraya? Go. Fiona, go. Go.
No. Oh.
Fiona can't be in prison. No, she wants to be in prison. She wants to be in prison. Anyway, my point that I was trying to make was this, okay? Trump being intelligent behind closed doors or being incredibly stupid behind closed doors doesn't matter. Trump's actions and the implementation of his agenda is what matters. The impact of the president's actions is what matters. George W. Bush was a moron. George W. Bush also is one of the worst presidents in American history of all time. A global destabilizer. Did he make those decisions personally? No. Dick Cheney did. We all know that. But it does not matter. The fact that Dick Cheney was the mastermind and the architect behind the war on terror does not change the reality that George W. Bush signed off on it as the president. And therefore, he is still culpable. Okay? And what's frustrating about Bill Maher is like, he's like, oh, well, you know, he made it seem as though the optics were the biggest flaw for Donald Trump. The biggest reason as to why Bill Maher does not like, the biggest reason as to why Bill Maher doesn't like Donald Trump is because he thought he was like an incompetent fool. And he said he was going to continue criticizing him, but it's like, you know, it rings hollow when you say, well, he was nice to me, and I was shocked by how nice to me he was. We know Donald Trump likes Hollywood, okay? We know that. We know that's a major motivator, and you are the manifestation of liberal Hollywood. Donald Trump has always had deep resentment towards the liberal elite, not because the liberal elite have destroyed the country, but because the liberal elite always refused to entertain Donald Trump as one of them. That was the major point of contention for Donald Trump. That's why he hates the liberal elite so much. No, Fiona. Oh my God. But it doesn't end there. It does not end there, okay? Your hair looks amazing today. Thank you.
Somehow this important, which I plainly don't. It's ridiculous. You know, I mean, I was offered a chance to actually sit down for an extended period of time in a private setting with the one person who has dominated all of our lives, whether you like him or not, for the last 10 years. That's just not deniable. I took it. I can't imagine why anybody wouldn't take it. Just can I see the Trumpodopolis up close? I'm going to get to see it, and then, you know, the only thing that bugs me about it is they don't give me proper credit for it. And then I went back to my day job, tearing him a new asshole, and never stopped before the dinner, never stopped after the dinner, and during. Because I said lots of things to him that you would think liberals would love that a guy said right to his face. You didn't win the election, and birtherism was vile, and you know what? You know, I said to him, you're scaring people. Why do you want to scare people so much? So, like, I haven't changed at all, and the fact that it made so many people hysterical, not most people, by the way. I mean, I've certainly heard from zillions, and yeah, it's mostly very positive. But yeah, there are some people, sometimes surprising people.
From tariffs to market turmoil, things are looking pretty rough out there. Well, our sponsor, American Hartford Gold, has an answer.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Piers. The second part of the conversation starts at 11:45. Larry David's criticisms of Bill's Trump dinner. We read the article already. We read the satirical New York Times article already. Okay.
You know, look, I don't want to get in too much into that, but I think The minute you play the Hitler card,
That's what I think.
you've lost the argument.
Yes.
Oh, the minute you've played the Hitler card, you've lost the argument. I would never. Are you saying you lost the fucking argument then? How is he that blind? He's falling into the article. He's like, yeah, he's like Hitler, but he's been super popular for the past 10 years. Exactly. Everything I don't like is Adolf Hitler. Dude. What is the point? What is the point when you can make a Hitler comparison? Where do we get to make this comparison? What is the reason for learning about Adolf Hitler? What is the reason for learning about the Holocaust? What is the reason for learning about any genocide whatsoever? Why is there even a international organ of justice that prosecutes such things if you can never make this comparison? This is incredibly stupid. It is an incredibly stupid argument to make. The entire purpose of learning about the Holocaust and learning about Adolf Hitler is so you can make this comparison when that comparison is valid. Okay? For Donald Trump, especially in the second term, what more do you need to see? This is a country that at least had a crumb of liberalism in terms of protecting First Amendment rights, allowing people to have freedom of speech, free association, free expression, free press. And, you know, America certainly hasn't been the best on that throughout its entire history, especially when it comes to prosecuting radical leftists, anarchists, trade unionists, and the like, communists in general. But having said that, like, in the last 20, 30 years, there's this notion that America is supposed to still maintain some semblance of defending free speech, right? That's what America is about. There's nothing else that you can point to as far as like the last bastion of liberalism. Okay? Free speech and due process. Those are the two good things. It comes down, maybe not even free speech, but like due process especially comes all the way down from like the Magna Carta tradition. Okay, this is like 1,000 fucking years basically of trying to get this thing right. Donald Trump taking that away is the most Hitlerian thing he could do. It's insane that more people are not angry about this all the goddamn time, partially because they are so invested, so incredibly invested in managing the unpopularity of the apartheid state doing a live streamed child holocaust. As I tweeted about last night, I said, actively trying to manage the unfavorability of an apartheid state that's doing a live streamed child holocaust has collapsed the already limited credibility the West had about defending liberal democratic values. This is what happened in Germany. A pro-Palestine activist was convicted in Berlin for incitement to racial hatred for asking, have we learned nothing from the Holocaust? You have the FBI busting down the doors of pro-Palestinian American activists, American citizens who are pro-Palestinian student activists. FBI's breaking in their houses. You have the State Department revoking people's visas left and right, trying to kickstart a deportation process for them for the crime of writing a student newspaper article about Israel. Not even about America, just Israel. This is the last bastion. This is the last battle for preserving any semblance of liberalism and liberal protections in the West. Okay, once all of this falls apart, it's done. It's over. The whole Western world is entirely fascist. The most indefensible version of fascism and the most indestructible version of fascism is upon us. This is why I say this is a scary time to be alive. Because there is no anti-fascist counterbalance here. There's no like allied coalition. And it's here. And of course, people will say this was happening for quite a while, and I understand that. I am an anti-capitalist in the United States of America. This accelerated post 9/11, but it existed before 9/11 as well. But it scales upwards, okay? It is an unstoppable force unless someone just says, we're done with this. We have to go back. We have to return to the tradition of liberal democracy, at least theoretical liberal democracy. Do you understand? Because throughout time, we've had the McCarthyist trials, we've had purges, we've had internment camps for the Japanese during World War II. We've had dark moments in recent U.S. history as well, right? That's true. But all of those dark moments have marginally moved the needle in this direction to finally get to a position where someone who has the motivation, and the Trump administration certainly has that motivation, to just completely rewrite this fundamental principle. And once it's rewritten, once that precedent is set, it doesn't matter how you open that door. It can be over Israel, it can be over anti-Semitism, it can be over whatever you want to have that conversation over. But once that precedent is gone, once that legal protection is gone, once due process is gone, it is impossible. It is impossible to return to a system where those values will be preserved without some kind of violent revolution or some kind of military coup. Okay? So the fact that you know, people are sleepwalking towards this, the very fact that people are sleepwalking through this entire process, where, like, you know, this administration is taking some severe actions against the First Amendment in broad daylight over and over again, and couching this under immigration enforcement, or national security concerns, and the Democrats are not making a bigger fuss out of this is psychotic to me. The fact that you have assholes like Bill Maher also running around and talking about how great Donald Trump is and how nice of a guy he actually was to him is doubly insane. This isn't fear-mongering. This is telling you what is going on. It's not fear-mongering at all. Fear-mongering would be if I was a right-wing person and I was talking about how they're going to black bag us and put us in FEMA facilities for saying that Barack Obama is actually a Muslim agent. That was fear-mongering. This is real. Every single time right-wingers have talked about First Amendment violations because, I don't know, they said the N-word and got banned off Facebook, that was fear-mongering. That's not a real violation of the First Amendment. A real violation of the First Amendment is when the government interferes in free speech, when the government offers penalties for free speech, for exercising your free speech. Fear-mongering is when right-wingers say they're coming after your guns. Fear-mongering is when people say they're coming after Christianity. That's fear-mongering. There is no real threat to any of these things. This is real. This is happening right now. This is just me explaining what is happening at this very moment. So if you feel fear when you understand the things that I'm saying, my warnings, if you heed my warnings and you feel fear, that means you recognize the damage and you recognize the potential long-term impacts. Okay? When someone says, they'll throw you in the slammer for saying Merry Christmas, brother, that's fear-mongering. That's not real. Do you understand? That's not a real thing. That's not happening. You're just making that up. But when you say what is currently taking place, someone got black bagged in the middle of the street by plainclothes ICE officers for the crime, in air quotes, of writing an article that criticized a foreign nation. That's not me fear-mongering. That's what literally took place with Rumeysa Öztürk. That is precisely what happened. She's a Fulbright scholar at Tufts University. And the reason why they fucking put her in a detainment facility was because she wrote an article criticizing a foreign state. And it's on video. It's not like this is speculation. It is straight up on video. Yeah, you can't say we are crying wolf if there is a wolf in front of you, okay? And the wolf is howling, and you see the wolf on tape, on video. Then there is literally a wolf there. You're not just crying wolf, there's a fucking wolf. I'm pointing to the wolf.
And also, I must say, you know, come on, man. Hitler, Nazis, nobody has been harder about and more prescient, I must say, about Donald Trump than me. I don't need to be lectured on who Donald Trump is. Just the fact that I met him in person.
Well, it seems like you do need that. It seems like you need that, considering the commentary that you engaged in.
Didn't change that. And the fact that I reported honestly is not a sin either. But, you know, to use the Hitler thing, first of all, I just think it's kind of insulting to 6 million dead Jews, you know, like that should kind of be in its own place in history.
Oh my God, Holocaust exceptionalist Bill Maher talking to a person who is a direct descendant of Holocaust survivors. Shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, here are all the moments where Bill Maher's fucking brought up Hitler.
New rule, the manager at the grocery store has to stop acting like he's some big shit because he's the one who has the key. Admit it, despite appearing frustrated because Janelle on Register 3 pressed the wrong button, you love it. You love it, don't you, Rick? Because, ooh, that gives you a chance to make your big entrance and save the day. Because only you have the precious key. You know, like it's the ring from The Hobbit. You're pathetic, Rick. I can't believe we dated.
Bill Maher, Trump a little Hitler adjacent.
Right.
2022, Bill Maher compared Trudeau to Hitler. Justin Trudeau.
Said, but they take up space. And with that, we have to make a choice in terms of a leader as a country. Do we tolerate these people? It's like, tolerate these? Now you do sound like Hitler.
That was...
And recently...
Same year, he said J.D. Vance and Elisa Stefanik were talking like Nazis. He cracked the joke saying Melania is Mrs. Hitler. 2016, Bill Maher did a segment comparing Trump's speeches to Hitler's. It is an apt comparison to make. And I'm not going to say it's an apt comparison for Justin Trudeau, which is pretty funny because I think Justin Trudeau was talking about like anti-vaxxers and the constant complaints from anti-vaxxers. But Bill Maher, of course, being perennially on the wrong side of every fucking argument, decided to, I guess, be on the anti-vaxxer side of that one. Yeah. The only people you can compare to the Nazis is Hamas. Only Hamas is comparable to Adolf Hitler. Okay?
And, you know, I know people can say, well, we're just comparing it in this way. Well, it's an argument you kind of lost just to start it. It's just, look, maybe it's not...
I mean, hilarious, once again, because he has done this on numerous occasions. On numerous occasions. God damn, dude. What a fucking loser this guy is. Oh my God. Hitler comparisons can be apt or can be ridiculous. Holocaust comparisons can be apt or can be ridiculous. Okay? I'll give you an example. Something that I saw from former, I think, the former ambassador to Israel, David Friedman. Okay? Hold on, where is it? We can make these assessments on our own. Okay? Served as U.S. ambassador from 2017 to 2021. David Friedman. He posted this. Comparing October 7 to the Holocaust. Insane. There is an apt comparison between October 7 and the Holocaust. It's just not one that David M. Friedman would ever entertain. And that would be the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. That would be an apt comparison. But of course, you know, that would brick his brain probably. So here's an example of a ridiculous comparison, a laughable comparison, which David M. Friedman defends by saying, "Sometimes I'm just embarrassed and mortified by the ignorance and malice of those who troll me. Seeing the Auschwitz tattoo on the left arm below, some morons think that they've discovered a rebuttal to the indisputable fact that about 1 million Jews were murdered at the Auschwitz death camp. They think it's a 5-digit number means that there can be no more than 100,000 victims. Well, folks, here's some uncomfortable history for you. The numbers were assigned only to those who were placed on work details, which is why most survivors have numbers on their arms. The vast majority of the Jewish victims were sent immediately for what they were told were disinfecting showers. Those showers sprayed deadly gas, causing their asphyxiation, and their lifeless bodies then were shoveled off to the crematoria to be reduced to ash. Sorry, morons, to pour cold water on your brilliant discovery." Here he is responding to Holocaust deniers that are clowning on him, I guess. Okay? The irony, of course, is that this mechanized death and destruction from a far more powerful fucking state apparatus is ironically closer to what Israel has been doing for the past 76 years than the organic, spontaneous militancy that has developed as a consequence of said apartheid and said genocidal settler colonial regime. But good luck. Good luck explaining that to anybody who's like, nah, I'm pro-Israel. Doesn't fucking matter to me. It's crazy. It's crazy to use the Holocaust to continue. It's crazy to use the Holocaust to continue defending an apartheid state that is doing its own version of the live stream child Holocaust in full display of the rest of the universe. Insane. So morally depraved. Having said that, however, as I have done in this process, comparisons between the Holocaust and what Israel is doing are totally apt, because it is a fucking violent, rabid ethno-state built around an exterminationist, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. That is literally what the Nazis were doing as well, constantly looking for additional land for living space. It is almost a one-to-one comparison. The only difference is they don't have concentration camps where they're murdering people, 100 people at a time. That's the only difference. Instead of that, they're bombing them. That's it.
Completely logically fair, but Hitler has really kind of got to stay in his own place. He is the goat of evil, and we're just going to have to, I think, leave it like that. So, you know, did I think that was appropriate? No, but people have the right to...
Did you know he was going to do it?
Of course not. And people
So how did you find out?
You know, my publicist said, this is going on today, and you should know it. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, I mean...
Have you had any contact with him since?
No. And that's
I'm the real victim here. I'm the real victim. How dare Larry David compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler? How dare he? I'm Mr. Free Speech, but I loved hanging out with the guy that is finally delivering the death blow to free speech as it stands in America. Remember how intellectually and morally bankrupt all of these fucking supposed free speech defenders are. Remember that. These are all free speech defenders, chatters. Remember that. From Bill Maher to Ben Shapiro to Barry Weiss to all of these right-wing commentators that were supposedly for free speech, every single one of them is an intellectual fraud. Every single one of them has demonstrated their moral depravity. Because right now, Asmongold, another great example, okay? Every single person that has been like, I love free speech, turns out the only reason why they quote-unquote love free speech was to defend people saying hate speech. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. When the moment came, and in broad daylight, the administration decided to take action against people exercising their First Amendment rights to criticize not even the United States of America, but a fucking foreign nation, calling out the atrocities, and all of these dipshits are quiet or championing it. They're either not saying anything about it on purpose because they know how hypocritical it looks, or they're championing it without even caring about how hypocritical it looks.
Okay, look, my whole reason to go into the White House, you know, I said it right at the beginning of the speech I made about it, was, you know, talking to Kid Rock right here, and we were just like, there's got to be a better way than just hurling insults from 3,000 miles away. I mean, maybe, you know, nothing will come of this, but what I know nothing will come from is pretending to ignore the person who has all the power. Democrats have no power. So to think that your method of running out of the room screaming, I'm not talking to you, maybe my thing has a 1% chance of succeeding. Yours definitely has 0.
No, 0. And the final thing I'd say about the Larry David thing is I read it. I was just like you.
I find it really strange because, like, it's not like, dude, it's not like he had that conversation and, like, convinced Donald Trump to not do some of the things that he's doing. Like, you have to look at this. You have to look at what took place here. Bill Maher going and visiting Donald Trump and having this, like, back and forth and whatever. And then the aftermath of that back and forth, like, how he accounted that or recounted that experience, right? In that process, who won? Okay, who gained more out of that? If Bill Maher seemingly cared about upholding these, like, liberal values, for example, okay, did he get anything out of that other than, you know, having direct access to Donald Trump? No, he didn't get shit out of it. It's not like he was able to convince Donald Trump to stop, I don't know, deporting people. You didn't get anything. You got a fucking Trump hat, and Trump got a lot out of it. He got a hater, a liberal, a very loud liberal hater of his who only hated him on the optics anyway. He didn't have real fucking smoke for Donald Trump in the way that, like, I do, for example. He got that guy to turn around and say nice things about him. So you got duped by a moron, is my point. Like, that's what's so crazy about it. This guy is not the most brilliant guy. You understand? Donald Trump is not the most brilliant guy at all. He's constantly getting duped. He's getting duped by people in his immediate orbit. He's getting duped by China. He has he got duped by Vladimir Putin, famously, where he thought that Vladimir Putin actually cared about him. I guess that's why he said, "Vladimir, stop! Putin, stop!" Yesterday, this happened yesterday. And Bill Maher, in all of his seemingly intellectual superiority complex, in all this time, Bill Maher thought he was intellectually superior to Donald Trump and Trump supporters. And it turns out that fucking dumbass was able to dupe him in the same way that others have duped that dumbass. What happened? How'd this happen?
The moment I saw Hitler.
Yeah, okay. And then the rest of it is just like complaining about Adolf, okay? Well, yeah. So Larry David writes this article. He fucking complains about it, even though he has time and time again made this exact same comparison. And then, of course, all of the Israel defenders have been running around chirping since then, saying Larry David hasn't once said anything about the hostages. Fatlaw's mad. Proper mad at Larry David. Proper fucking mad.
Not Larry.
I'm so mad. I've shorted my pants. I thought I was Fatlaw. Turns out it was Shatlaw. Yeah, I'm using her hate name. I'm pretty sure it started with this fucking TikTok. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, here.
This message is for Larry David, and if you're not Larry David, please keep on scrolling. Larry, the fact that you have not...
This is so funny because this, like she is a Curb Your Enthusiasm character. This is what's her name? This is literally the wife. Come on. Chat, what? Yeah, Susie, exactly. This is just a Susie archetype, okay? Larry, you haven't said a single fucking thing about the hostages, Larry. Don't you know? You have to side with your tribe. These people don't care about you, Larry. You fucking asshole. You bald fuck, Larry. You sick fuck. Oh, it's so awesome. Oh, what the fuck? How is your Susie so good? Because I am a fucking real one. I'm such a real one. I'm such a real fucking Larry David fan. HBO still sends me promotional material for Curb Your Enthusiasm. Even HBO knows I fucking love Larold.
said a word about the atrocities of October 7th. Not a word about the...
This literally is a Curb bit. I'm losing my mind. This is straightforwardly a Curb bit.
Harassment and violence against Jews all over this country. But this is what you choose to speak out on. Bill Maher's meeting with Trump at the White House? Because you have such a severe case of Trump derangement syndrome that it makes you absolutely insane. You can't imagine how Bill Maher, a human, would want to have a conversation with another human that he doesn't agree with. That just rocks your world. But slaughter, rape, and kidnapping of Jews on October 7th? Yeah, no, you're fine with that. Trump is the same as Hitler. Yeah, totally different behind the scenes, different personality, but just the same. I mean, you should be ashamed of yourself. This is exactly what is wrong with liberal Jews who put politics before existence. Okay? So if you're not Larry David and you watch this, thank you for watching and please share it. But if you are Larry David, I hope you will seriously consider your role in the demise of Jewish civilization.
It's so good. Come on, dude. Look. All I'm gonna say is this. Palestinian chicken episode aside, I think Larry David probably is not an anti-Zionist, okay? And I say this as someone who is a firm and committed defender of Larry David, as someone who is a major fan of Larry David, as someone who has talked about how Larry David is incredibly important, like a formative comic in my development, okay? But Larry David also fucking probably is super annoyed. probably is super annoyed with this type of commentary, okay? So I feel like the more he has most likely encountered this sort of commentary in his personal life, and I'm being very parasocial when I say this, the less likely it is that he will say anything that is even remotely fucking pro-Israel, because he is a diehard liberal at his heart. This is some of the same exact motivations that I think, maybe not to the same degree, but like it's the Bernie Sanders phenomena. You know what I mean? He says liberals out of shit from the main stage where people are like, dude, what are you saying? What do you mean Israel has a right to defend itself? But you never see him take action against the pro-Palestinian side of the conversation, and he doesn't spend any time on that. And as a matter of fact, he highlights the pro-Palestinian side of the conversation. But you know, his own personal contradictions are still obviously there. Okay? It's because Larry David most likely, you know, understands that this is an indefensible position. What is this? Top political commentator on Twitch, by the way. Society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10 most R-worded kids out of school and put them in the coal mines instead. Almost all Western cultural problems are derived from adherence to the false god of equality. I do like that Asmongold thinks that he wouldn't be in the 5 to 10% most R-worded kids in school. Like he... like this is like this is when Nicolas Fuentes, who is a Hispanic man, is talking about white supremacy and his fucking last name is Fuentes. Yeah, dude, you definitely wouldn't be in the fucking coal mines, brother. But then you'd have no viewers. Exactly. Stunting our bright kids for the sake of the bottom quintile is going to ruin this country, says Reddit lies. Such a scheme were to be implemented. Did you read the Atlantic article on you and Asmon? Wait, the Atlantic wrote an article about me and Asmongold? What the fuck? There was an Asmon feature in the Atlantic? Streamers such as Zach Asmongold Hoyt have more influence than ever. What are they really saying? All we wanted to do was play video games. What the fuck? That's crazy. Okay, we'll look at this article in a second. Once I'm done tweeting. It's so funny to always imagine that you wouldn't be in the mines if such a scheme were to be implemented. JD Vance has started following Curtis Yarvin. Great. I mean, he's already gross as fuck. Oh, one more Larry David moment here. There are two more Larry David moments from Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Hey,
Larry David on E. Fatlow's best friend, Barry Davis.
Larry, come for Shabbos dinner one of these weekends.
Or Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss?
Hey, Larry, come for Shabbos dinner one of these weekends. We had Barry Weiss last Friday night. She's fantastic.
It's funny because, like, I mean, that right there is also yet another not so subtle way that Larry David acknowledges some of the most annoying pro-Israel, some of the more annoying pro-Israel people out there. Okay. relationship with her, with a Palestinian woman, but like Palestinian humanity is not predicated upon like their how sexually desirable they are, or how good the chicken is. Okay, that's the reason why it's like somewhat tone deaf, is what I'm saying. Not to be the friend who's too woke.
And Yasmin, the three of us. All right, that's enough. Just get the fuck over here. Just get the fuck over here. Stop being an idiot. Larry, come over. Larry,
don't be
get over here. Just listen to them, Larry.
Get over
You're
here.
embarrassing. Anything you want, Larry. Anything you want.
Anyway, woke of the day for you, my friend. I mean, come on. I'm saying this as like, listen, I'm saying this as someone who loves Larry David. Okay, calm down. What do you mean, friend who's too woke? Even my mom would see how tone deaf this is. Yeah, there is that aspect of it for sure. But you know, it's from 2011. I'm pretty sure there's a part of the episode where Larry says about Palestinians that their entire identity is based on anti-Semitism. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember all of it. Anyway. There's apparently an Asmongold piece on this as well, but that was the little Larry David part that we were going to talk about. Now we're going to get to some real Hitlerian initiatives that are taking place in the United States of America. A judge was arrested for allegedly helping undocumented immigrant evade arrest. Let's take a look at what took place. The FBI has arrested Judge Hannah Dugan over allegedly helping an undocumented immigrant evade arrest.
King News, the FBI has just arrested a Milwaukee judge accused of trying to help a man evade immigration authorities. In a now deleted post on X, the FBI director writes that Judge Hannah Dugan intentionally misdirected agents. ABC News Justice reporter Alex Mallon has the details. Alex, what do we know so far?
Well, we don't know why the FBI director deleted that post, but we do know from our affiliate in Wisconsin that Judge Hannah Dugan did make her initial appearance this morning. She was charged with 2 federal crimes. That includes concealing a person from discovery and arrest, and the second count is obstruction of federal proceedings. She appeared, her attorney in that court proceeding said that, quote, Judge Dugan wholeheartedly protests the arrest, and the judge ended up actually ordering her released after that hearing. We expect that she will plead not guilty to those charges. But this is a dramatic escalation, obviously, of the Trump administration's, war with the judiciary. They have been previewing the possibility that they would seek charges against any judge or federal officer or even state officers who they say obstruct lawful deportation efforts by this administration. But obviously, this is a dramatic escalation of that. And they detail this. We just got these court charges that were unsealed. Basically, on April 18th, they say that Judge Dugan had an undocumented immigrant set to appear before her in court, and they allege that she helped facilitate him evading ICE officers who were present and ready to arrest him at that court. They say that they were actually able to later arrest him on the street, that he fled them. But now they are bringing those charges, saying that they're formally accusing this judge of trying to help this undocumented immigrant who was charged facing state charges of assault and battery and was appearing before her at that time on April 18th. So obviously, we're going to watch the developments. This is going to be a very contentious and closely watched case as we see this administration really take head on this idea that they say that state officials are seeking to obstruct their federal efforts to crack down on illegal immigration.
But first, a Wisconsin judge under arrest and facing charges accused of flouting federal law to help an illegal immigrant. Federal prosecutors say
states' rights, by the way. Yep. Nope. The Guardian reported the Trump administration reinstated family detention policy in March 2025 with at least 100 migrant families being detained at the Carnes and Dilley detention centers in Texas, including children as young as 1 year old. This is yet another. By the way, she was literally protecting them from a warrantless arrest, detention, and deportation without due process, as a judge should do. This is yet another instance where the Trump administration is directly putting the crosshairs on the judiciary, on the power that judges have. And also, once again, I told you so's are important to maintain here. This is why you should pay close attention when I speak about certain things like this in terms of how the public's attitude will move. Generic ballot, Democrats 47, Republicans 44, hardly into wave territory yet, but suggestive that an environment is beginning to change. A D+3 a year is already a 5-point shift from 2024's congressional result, and immigration is one of his worst issues. Okay? Do you approve or disapprove of the way that Donald Trump is handling immigration? At 51%, immigration is now unpopular. What the fuck happened? It was so popular before. Well, what happened is Kilmar Abrego Garcia happened. Kilmar Abrego Garcia happened, and it's a minus 21% net approval rating, which means this is his least popular issue. Why is this his least popular issue? Because it's the one that the Americans have been fucking screaming about, that got enough Democrats to actually do something about it, that got the media to cover it, and now more Americans are becoming aware of this this unjustifiable immigrant deportation agenda. This is what I kept saying over and fucking over again. The more you put the bead on certain issues, the more Democrats actually go out and fucking protest these things. The more you protest, the more Democrats will actually be asked to do anything about it. And the more Democrats actually do something about it, the more the public will be knowledgeable on this process, because the media will finally cover it. And here we are. That's why I always say just looking at approval ratings simply will tell you what Americans are paying attention to and what they're not paying attention to. Do you understand? It doesn't say anything else. Americans don't know the impact of the policies that they push for. Why is genocide not a part of the questions? I mean, it's foreign conflicts. And the reason why Israel is not a part of the question is because this is a New York Times poll. Let's be real, the New York Times is probably the worst newspaper on Israel. It's probably one of the worst legacy publishers on the issue of Israel. Having said that, however, there's additional polls on Israel. Here it is, data for progress poll from 4/9 till 4/14. Which approach to the Israel-Palestine conflict do you prefer, even if neither is exactly right? Among Democrats, the U.S. should restrict military aid to Israel until it stops attacking on civilians in Gaza, supports Palestinian rights, and commits to a long-term peace process. The U.S. should continue military aid to Israel and support its right to defend itself, while encouraging efforts to reduce civilian harm and promote long-term peace. Literally 71% say they should restrict military aid to Israel. Under the age of 45, 80% say this. Even among moderates, 62% say that they should restrict military aid. This is as close you can get to a non-issue, okay? Why is this attitude not reflected among them leaders? They love the polls, I thought, because they don't love the polls. They don't. They turn a blind eye to those polls because they are too afraid of coming out against Israel. That's just the reality of it, okay? This is one of the most undemocratic positions within either party, because I'm willing to bet that even amongst the Republican base, these numbers are obviously not going to be as slanted in one direction, but there's majority support. It says net 51 plus, but in what world was the Palestinian support side 21 plus? Wait, what? 21%? No, what are you talking about? It's a net 51 approval rating. That is an insanely popular position to take. They're saying 71% want this and only 20% want the other side. I've been saying this for months, by the way, because these polls are not new. This attitude is not new. And this attitude, in terms of a complete arms embargo to Israel, has been a prominent fixture of American politics for the past year and a half. And yet, while the election was happening, everyone was aware that this was a very popular position, and yet the Democrats did nothing about it because they wanted the baby murder to continue, okay? And they were willing to throw away the election to a fascist, incompetent monster to allow Israel to continue doing its unlimited baby murder. Make no mistake. This is something that is completely unforgivable, okay? Completely and utterly unforgivable. So whenever you see the Trump administration taking action such as this one against judges, for example, and someone tries to tell you like, whoa, what about Kamala Harris? She wouldn't do this. It's like, yeah, except Kamala Harris is more responsible for this than fucking you are, than anyone else is, because she would not look at a 70-30 issue and say, I'm in support of the 70% because she wanted the genocide to fucking continue. And she was willing to throw American democracy, or what remains of American theoretical democracy, under the bus.
Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan allegedly helped that migrant avoid arrest by ICE officers at the courthouse. It's a bizarre case and it's still unfolding. Hello, I'm John Roberts in Washington. Sandra, good to see you back again.
All right, good to be back with you as well, John. I'm Sandra Smith in New York, and this is America Reports. So today's arrest of a judge marks the second such case in the last 24 hours. A former New Mexico judge and his wife were taken into custody yesterday. Federal agents arresting them for harboring a suspected Trinidad gang member in their guest house.
For more on all of this, we are honored to have in the new U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi. It's good to talk to you, Pam.
Good to talk to you.
So let me read a little bit from the criminal complaint here. And Judge Dugan says, despite having been advised of the administrative warrant for the arrest of Flores Ruiz, Judge Dugan then escorted Flores Ruiz and his counsel out of the courtroom through the jury door, which leads to a non-public area of the courthouse. A foot chase ensued. The agents pursued Flores Ruiz for the entire length of the courthouse and ultimately apprehended him. According to this complaint, Judge Dugan was visibly angry that ICE was there to arrest Flores Ruiz, even tried to kick the deportation agents out of the courthouse.
Yeah, and to set the stage for you and Sandra, this was truly horrific. This guy was in court being prosecuted by a state prosecutor for domestic violence battery. He had beat up two people, a guy and a girl, hit the guy 30 times, knocked him to the ground, choked him, beat up a woman so badly they both had to go to the hospital. And John, you know, it's so rare for victims to want to cooperate. They wanted to cooperate. They were sitting in the courtroom with the state prosecutor. The judge learns that ICE was outside to get the guy because he had been deported in 2013, came back in our country, commits these crimes, charged with committing these crimes, victims in court. Judge finds out. She goes out in the hallway, screams at the immigration officers. She's furious, visibly shaken, upset, sends them off to talk to the chief judge. She comes back in the courtroom, you're not going to believe this, takes the defendant and the defense attorney back in her chambers, takes them out a private exit and tells them to leave. While a state prosecutor and victims of domestic violence are sitting in the courtroom.
Wow.
You know, Madam Attorney General, great to have you here, and thanks for coming back on America Reports. So we remember these.
What is insane about this story is that the current Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is complaining about due process taking place. Because if this person is convicted, okay, and deportation is seen as a necessity, then that's what's going to happen. But they don't want to wait for the court process to take place. This is, no matter how much they try to hyper focus on the details of this court case, make no mistake. This is not about the depravity of the criminal immigrant. This is about the depravity of the administrative state, the depravity of the attorney general for revoking due process. This is not an argument about domestic violence and protecting violent abusers. This is an argument about undermining due process. That's why she is currently locked up. It is psychotic. Everything Bondi said is false. The judge never hid them. Seeing claims about the judge hiding the defendant. Read the complaint, folks. Written by the DOJ, by the way. The guy was literally in the public area where agents were. I guess he got in an elevator before they could get to him. The complaint says, after letting the defendant exit, she came back to the bench. After leaving Chief Judge's vestibule and returning to the public hallway, DEA Agent A reported that Flores Ruiz and his attorney were in the public hallway. DEA Agent B was also observed Flores Ruiz and his attorney in the hallway near courtroom 615 and noted that Flores Ruiz was looking around the hallway. From different vantage points, both agents observed Flores Ruiz and his counsel walk briskly towards the elevator bank at the south end of the 6th floor. I am familiar with the layout of the 6th floor of the courthouse and know that the south elevators are not the closest elevators to courtroom 615. Therefore, it appears that Flores Ruiz and his counsel elected not to use the closest elevator bank to courtroom 615. DEA Agent A followed Flores Ruiz and his attorney towards the south elevator bank. At approximately 8:50 a.m., DEA Agent A alerted other members of the arrest team that DEA Agent A was on the elevator with Flores Ruiz. While on the elevator, Flores Ruiz and his attorney spoke to each other in Spanish. Ruiz. Here, Jason Palladino posted the relevant section of the complaint against Judge Dugan, who was alleged to have led a man into a jury exit to briefly avoid arrest by ICE, DEA, and FBI agents in the hallway. Judge Dugan learns of ICE's presence and confronts members of the arrest team. Witnesses have described Judge Dugan's response to learning of ICE's presence. For example, the courtroom deputy indicated that when Flores Ruiz arrived, Judge Dugan already was on the bench and conducting proceedings unrelated to Flores Ruiz's matter. The courtroom deputy observed Attorney A, the individual who had photographed the agents, enter and approach Judge Dugan's clerk. Attorney A stated that there appeared to be ICE agents in the hallway. Attorney A told the clerk where the agents were seated and what they were wearing. The courtroom deputy reported that the clerk then got up and talked with Judge Dugan. Judge Dugan became visibly angry, commented that the situation was absurd, left the bench, and entered chambers. At the time, Flores Ruiz was seated in the gallery of the courtroom. Another individual, Attorney B, was working as an assistant district attorney in Judge Dugan's courtroom, April 18th, 2025. According to Attorney B, there were approximately 8 criminal cases, including Flores Ruiz's case, scheduled for pretrial hearings that morning. Attorney B was aware that the victims from Flores Ruiz's criminal case were in the court. While Attorney B was busy preparing for that morning's docket, Attorney B heard someone announce ICE is here. Shortly thereafter, Attorney B heard Judge Dugan say that she was going to call the chief judge before leaving the courtroom. Members of the arrest team reported the following events after Judge Dugan learned of their presence and left the bench. Hasan, there's no trilled R in Ruiz. I don't think so either, but people were saying, say Ruiz by rolling your R's. Okay? And Judge A, who were both wearing judicial robes, approached members of the arrest team in the public hallway. Judge A's courtroom is located adjacent to Judge Dugan's courtroom. Witnesses uniformly reported that Judge Dugan was visibly upset and had a confrontational, angry demeanor. Judge Dugan addressed Deportation Officer A and asked if Deportation Officer A was present for a court appearance. When Deportation Officer A responded no, Judge Dugan stated that Deportation A would need to leave the courthouse. Deportation Officer A stated that Deportation Officer A was there to effectuate an arrest. Judge Dugan asked if he had a judicial warrant. And Deportation A officer responded, no, I have an administrative warrant. Judge Dugan stated that he needed a judicial warrant. He then told Judge Dugan that he was in a public space and had a valid immigration warrant. Judge Dugan, efendim, iki de yapmaya başlarsan yerim. Eyvallah. Judge Dugan asked to see the administrative warrant, and Deportation Officer A offered to show it to her. Judge Dugan then demanded the Deportation Officer speak with... You roll single R's when the R begins the word. Okay, whatever. Shut up. This is not the point. Just lock in, Chad. Judge Dugan then demanded that deportation officer A speak with Chief Judge. Judge Dugan then had a similar interaction with FBI agent B and CBP officer A. Customs and Border Patrol and FBI were there as well. After finding out that they were not present for a court appearance, that they were with ICE, Judge Dugan ordered them to report to the Chief Judge's office. Judge A then escorted members of the arrest team away from courtroom 615 down the hall through a set of double doors towards the reception area for the Chief Judge's office. DA Agent B, who was not recognized by Judge Dugan and Judge A was being part of the arrest team, remained behind in the courtroom. The courtroom deputy reported observing a portion of the above described events in the hallway. According to the courtroom deputy, shortly after Judge Dugan was advised of ICE's presence, the courtroom deputy left the courtroom to look for an unrelated defendant, whom the courtroom deputy was seeking to arrest for an open warrant. The courtroom deputy saw Judge Dugan in her robe in the public hallway, telling one of the federal agents that he needed to go talk to Chief Judge. I need you to understand something. A judge, especially in the process of inside of a courtroom, a judge is the god, okay? Like a judge is quite literally the judge, jury, and executioner. So when a judge says, no, you have no authority here, do you have a judicial warrant, okay? And he says, no, I don't have a judicial warrant. And then the judge says, you need to get the fuck out of my courtroom. You need to get the fuck out of that courtroom. That judge could have actually unironically arrested those people that are in that courtroom and held them in contempt of the court for not following a lawful order being made in that process. She could have arrested them if she wanted to. Okay? This is something that even the Supreme Court is most likely not going to abide by because it destroys any power that the judiciary has. Okay? It's over. The judge has no power if a random dickhead can decide to do this. They weren't in the courtroom, they were in the hallway, I think. Regardless. This is the this is an incredibly important part of the separation of power, okay? You cannot have the executive authority undermine the judiciary. It is kind of the whole reason for why the judiciary exists, okay? You are inside of a courthouse, especially. You should not be violating the lawful orders or the determinations being made by the judge outside of the courthouse either, technically, okay? Under normal circumstances, when the judge says, hey, we're going to go through due process with this person, you can't just be like, nah, I don't care. Like, there's jurisdiction here, and it is in the hands of the judge. Yeah, judiciary is literally there to prevent executive from determining what law is. That's the whole point. And I think a lot of people don't understand what the Constitution is there to do. The Constitution is not there to limit your freedoms as a regular citizen or non-citizen on U.S. soil. The Constitution is there to regulate and limit the power of the fucking government from doing shit like this. Doing literally shit like this. That is the entire reason for why this exists. It's crazy. Anyway. You're wrong on many levels. Judges can't just walk hallways involving themselves in everything they see. It is her own personal court case. It's literally due process taking place. You can't just go, nah, sorry. I've decided that there is no due process in this circumstance. He wasn't. It's not even a he, it's a she. In any case, he was talking about, my bad, he was talking about the agent. Brother, I work in a federal courthouse. Judges absolutely have full reign of the place. That chatter's insane. Yeah. By the way, judges don't just have full reign over the courthouse. They have full reign in general. Like, we're not even talking about that. That's the... Like, what do you think a judge's purpose is? To just sit there and fucking bang a gavel? Like, what are you talking about? No, I'm just saying, like, within the halls of a courthouse, in the courthouse, they are the god, okay? They're functionally the god. They're the judge, the jury, and the executioner in general, okay? But outside of the courthouse, they have a lot of powers as well. I'm not talking about in their own personal life. I'm talking like when they make a fucking decision that is supposed to limit the enforcement actions by other members of law enforcement. Like, for example, I'll give you a great example of this. Court process takes place, okay? There's a court proceeding. There's a, you know, there's a criminal, there's a court proceeding, there's a criminal trial, okay? And the judge adjudicates at the end of the process, the person, let's say the defendant, is found to be not guilty. You can't just go up to that person once he leaves the courthouse and go, I don't care. I still think you're guilty. You're going to jail anyway. Do you understand? Don't you? Can you comprehend how this would undermine everything that is? This would undermine the entire structure of the judiciary to begin with. Like, the judge says, yes, we found you not guilty, bangs the fucking gavel, you think you're walking out a free man, and then some cop is waiting outside going, no, 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 I still think you're illegal, I still think you're a criminal, boom, back to prison with you. You can't do that. The fuck do you mean? And the only way you could do that is if there is a separate criminal warrant for yourself, okay? For a totally separate case. In this circumstance, him saying he has an administrative warrant is not applicable. There is a actual active court case taking place over whether or not this person is responsible for what he was charged with. And then in the aftermath of that, then you will make a determination for deportation orders. But you can't just decide, nah, fuck due process. We're just deporting you. Sorry. We're going to deport you expeditiously. Like, this is crazy. This is not even lack of due process. It's giving due process and defying the outcome that's ridiculous. DEA Agent B, who had remained in the hallway and had not been recognized as a member of the arrest team, reported that Judge Dugan walked around the hallway and appeared to be looking for additional agents before she returned to the courtroom. Once inside the office of the Chief Judge, the Deportation Officer A showed Judge A his credentials and the administrative warrant. Judge A asked the Chief Judge's clerk to make a copy of the warrant and asked whether the Chief Judge was available. The clerk advised that the Chief Judge was not in the building, but later advised that he was on the phone. At that point, Judge A left, and Deportation Officer A went inside a more private area of the Chief Judge's office to speak with him on the phone. During that conversation, Chief Judge stated he was working on a policy which would dictate locations within the courthouse where ICE could safely conduct enforcement operations. The Chief Judge emphasized that such actions should not take place in courtrooms or other private locations within the building. Deportation Officer A asked about whether enforcement actions could take place in the hallway. Chief Judge indicated that hallways are public areas. When the Chief Judge expressed interest in talking to ICE ERO management about this policy, Deportation Officer A provided him with the contact information. While Deportation Officer A was speaking with Chief Judge, DEA Agent A, CBP Officer A, and FBI Agents A and B waited in the vestibule area outside of the Chief Judge's office. DEA Agent A departed that area. After a short while, Judge Dugan's courtroom deputy then approached the remaining arrest team members and stated the courtroom deputy was the one who had notified Judge Dugan about their arrest plans. Courtroom deputy was also made a comment about Judge Dugan pushing Flores Ruiz's cases through, which the arrest team interpreted to mean Judge Dugan was attempting to expedite Flores Ruiz's hearing. Judge Dugan escorts Flores Ruiz through a jury door to avoid his arrest. As in, she wants to conduct the court proceedings on this person. This doesn't mean that she is going to find him not guilty. It just means she recognizes that ICE is waiting to literally grab this dude, kidnap this dude, okay, without due process taking place. So she goes, let's expedite this process. Let's expedite this process so that we can figure out if he is actually fucking guilty or not. That is crazy that they arrested her for doing this. What? You dumb? For example, the courtroom deputy recalled that upon the courtroom deputy's return to the courtroom, defense counsel for Flores Ruiz was talking to the clerk, and Flores Ruiz was seated in the jury box rather than in the gallery. The courtroom deputy believed that counsel and the clerk were having an off-the-record conversation to pick the next court date. Defense counsel and Flores Ruiz then walked towards each other and toward the public courtroom exit. The courtroom deputy then saw Judge Dugan get up and heard Judge Dugan say something like, "Wait, come with me." Despite having been advised of the administrative warrant for the arrest of Flores Ruiz, Judge Dugan then escorted Flores Ruiz and his counsel out of the courtroom through the jury door, which leads to a non-public area of the courthouse. These events were also unusual for two reasons. First, courtroom deputy had previously heard Judge Dugan direct people not to sit in the jury box because it was exclusive for the jury's use. Second, according to the courtroom deputy, only deputies, juries, court staff, and in-custody defendants being escorted by deputies used the back jury door. Defense attorneys and defendants who were not in custody never used the jury door. We all know why this took place. This took place so that the judge could actually fucking protect due process on principle. That's it. Oh. They are fucking mad. They're mad and they're claiming that this person is a violent criminal and the judge protected this violent criminal. Before the conviction comes through, technically, he is not a violent criminal. He might be. I'm not saying he's not, but it doesn't fucking matter because what this judge is doing in this process is not defending a violent criminal. It's defending due process. It's making sure that the court process goes through. And before people say, what was he accused of? It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? It does not matter. Especially considering that if he was accused of a heinous crime, for example, and there was enough threat for him to be walking out in public, then the judge would have made a separate determination to hold him instead of allowing him to walk free anyway. Basics of judicial immunity. Absolute immunity, when recognized as absolute, is absolute and means judges are not liable in civil actions for their judicial acts, even when done maliciously and corruptly. The law is clear that in general, no action can be supported against the judge or justice of the peace acting judicially and within the sphere of his jurisdiction, however erroneous his decision or malicious the motive imputed to him. Like, for example, it reminds me of that one judge that was sending little children to little children jail because he illegally had set up a pay per child scheme. And ironically enough, Joe Biden actually commuted his sentence on his way out. He pardoned that judge. Okay? Only after the court proceedings are done and a separate investigation is concluded, and then on top of that, this person is found guilty of wrongdoing, can that person be, sent to prison. You can't, in the process, decide You know, that judge, what you're doing is abhorrent, illegal, immoral. I agree, but you can't just in the process go, sorry, what you're doing is abhorrent. You're going to, we're arresting you while you're making this determination to send children to jail for no other reason than the fact that you are getting paid to do so. Judges and judicial officers have always been awarded absolute immunity for their judicial acts. Absolute immunity covers even when conduct which is corrupt, malicious, or intended to do injury. And in this process, what this judge was doing wasn't even fucking corrupt or immoral, for the record. Yeah, the Cash for Kids judge. This is what I was talking about. Biden's commutation in kids for cash scandal angers some Pennsylvania families. Anyway. Beg your finest pardon. Okay, we're not going to get into a totally separate. We're not going to get into this totally separate case. Okay. A victim witness specialist employed by the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office was present in courtroom 615. The VWS made contact with the victims in Flores Ruiz's criminal case, who were also in court. The VWS was able to identify Flores Ruiz based upon the victim's reaction to the presence in the court. Dugan's gesture towards Flores Ruiz and an unknown Hispanic woman. The VWS stated that she believed the Hispanic woman may have been an interpreter. However, based on the VWS's description of the woman and other witness statements, I believe the Hispanic woman to which the VWS referred to was Flores Ruiz's attorney. The VWS stated that Judge Dugan then exited through the jury door with Flores Ruiz and the Hispanic woman. The VWS was concerned because Flores Ruiz's case had not yet been called and the victims were waiting. Another attorney C, who was in courtroom 615 on April 18, 2025, to represent a client, also advised case agents that he observed Judge Dugan forcefully direct two individuals, a man and a woman, to leave through the jury door. Attorney C indicated that this was done with a stern tone. Ruiz makes it out of the courthouse and is arrested after a foot chase. After leaving the chief judge's vestibule and returning to the public hallway, DEA Agent A reported that Flores Ruiz and his attorney were in the public hallway. You want to know something that's so, like, sad and weird about this process, by the way? Like, technically, if he gave chase and he was able to successfully evade the authorities and then somehow made his way back to the next court date, and if found not guilty, like, he would be able to continue being on U.S. soil, ironically enough. And that's kind of what ICE is trying to stop from happening. They just don't want this to happen. They, like, because what the ICE enforcement in this process is in a legal gray area, okay? The reality of the matter is, if you can successfully stop ICE agents from following on an immigrant enforcement action, then yeah, that person is still fine to be here. Like, the difference between, like, for example, I'll give you this example, okay? ICE could not figure out, there was a Korean American legal permanent resident going to Colombia, and ICE tried to nab her while they were going after Mahmoud Khalil. They couldn't find her on campus. Okay, and she was able to make her way to a New York court, and because of that, she is not detained. Mahmoud Khalil, on the other hand, could not evade the ICE agents, and that's the reason why he is currently in a fucking Louisiana detention facility. And considering that this administration has already gone back on revoking the immigration status of thousands of students because they just had no merit. Like there's this totally meritless revocations. It's literally about abiding your time until, you know, the admin realizes that they can't get away with it. It's really fucked up. It is no different than, at least at this stage, because we haven't fully gotten to the legalization of these sorts of actions. Like, this is the pre-Nuremberg race laws moment in Weimar Germany, and not post-Nuremberg race laws moment where it has become officially illegal to be Jewish, right? That in many circumstances, if you can just like evade the law, because the law is behaving at this stage still in an illegal manner, you can get away with not being disappeared. It is a very strange time. And it's crazy to think because, like, one might say, Hasan, you're telling people how to obstruct, obstruct the justice, and you're urging people to evade the law. But the reality of the matter is, in many of these circumstances, they haven't done anything wrong. And it's actually, as it stands currently, until they change the rules, until new precedents are set, until they change the fucking rules, it is actually the government, the federal agencies that are in violation of the law. It's fucking nutty. The system is so broken. Anyway, this is the situation.
Words of Tom Homan, the borders are. This was March 17th, and his message on these judges who apparently are trying to get in the way of this administration's efforts. Listen.
I'm proud to be a part of this administration. We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
So when you see these judges trying to obstruct your efforts to make this country safer, what is your message to them?
We are going to prosecute you, and we are prosecuting you. I found out about this the day it happened. We could not believe, actually, that a judge really did that. We looked into the facts in great depth. That's her picture up on the screen, Hannah Dugan, who is now in custody. You cannot obstruct a criminal case, and really, shame on her. It was a domestic violence case of all cases, and she's protecting a criminal defendant over victims of crime.
In fact, she just had an initial appearance in court. There's also this other case coming out of New Mexico. Judge Joel Cano and his wife were arrested for harboring a TDA member at their home. The alleged TDA member had been picked up by law enforcement, and now he and his wife were picked up and arrested. And you say that you believe, as the Attorney General, that the person that they were having living at their home was a truly potentially bad individual.
Yeah, that's the judge up on the screen now who got arrested. Yeah, his name is Ortega. He was is a known TDA member, So he comes through Eagle Pass January.
Okay, this is the other part of this process, which is like, he's a known TDA member. First and foremost, just like with Israel, when I hear this administration blame someone for being a Tren de Aragua member, okay, I'm going to be a little skeptical about it. I'm sorry. You have lost the power that you should have had as an institution when you shipped off 90% innocent people to CCOT, okay? If what is happening here in terms of the determination for what constitutes a known Tren de Aragua member is simply someone having a fucking autism awareness tattoo, it's going to be very difficult for me. I'm going to need to see some real evidence. Having said that, the irony here is this determination is not up to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. This determination needs to happen in a court of law, in a courtroom. That's the whole point. Because when you say someone is a fucking violent gang member and we've made a determination that this gang is not even a gang, but it's actually a terror cell, we're going to disappear that person, there is no more room for a due process. The entire argument right now is around due process. I'm not saying keep every single person inside of the American borders, inside of the American national boundaries. I'm simply saying that we have to make this determination in a fucking courtroom, because if we just destroy due process in its entirety, today it's going to be random brown guy, tomorrow it's going to be another fucking person that is an American citizen. And you can't even make this determination any longer because we've eroded the Constitution and there's no more fucking due process. This is very dangerous.
December 2023. He's living in our country. January 2025, ICE, they get a tip. Tom Homan's done a great job. Our FBI did a great job on this case, too. They get a tip that he is living with a judge and the judge's wife. So they have him arrested first on immigration charges. A Judge Damian Martinez releases him, saying that Judge Cano has a good BS meter and wouldn't let just anyone live on his property.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the associations with this violent Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, and this person that they harbored in their home, he was showing signs through clothing, we were told, tattoos. There was evidence through voice messages and text messages.
Bro, it doesn't matter. He could literally be a fucking... What? I know, I see his Modelo time. You got a tall boy. It's fucking 2 p.m., dude. Anyway. Sam Cedar said facetiously, these arrests everywhere are all terrorist gang members, right? Where's all the shootouts? Masked, ununiformed nerds approaching you as an international terrorist and they all just lay down their arms? Yeah, exactly. But even then, it doesn't fucking matter. He could be a fucking Tren de Aragua member. He could be. I'm not even saying he's not. I mean, it's very... I don't believe this administration, okay? They've already destroyed their credibility, what remained of the credibility. There was not much to begin with. But even then... there's a reason for why due process has to take place. That's my point. Because if Pam Bondi decides you're Tren de Aragua and now you're fucking disappearing to CCOT, and that's what matters, that's all it takes for someone to get fucking black bag in the middle of the street, what's stopping them from doing this to you? And if you think being white is the shield that you have, you are fucking wrong. It is nutty. This is just the way to open the door to normalizing destruction of due process. You're such a lib defending institutional norms. Dude, this is not a defense of institutional norms, okay? This is a objectively good thing. It's like saying we have to gut the EPA. Oh my God, you're such a fucking libtard for defending the Environmental Protection Agency or defending the FDA. Yes, there are some things that the goddamn government does that, you know, they could do a better job with, but at least like it should remain, okay? And this isn't even that. This is more than that, because what I'm defending is human rights in general, okay? What I'm defending is like what we have evolved to. And the irony, of course, is that once those... the irony, of course, is if tomorrow, God forbid, we set new precedents and there is no more due process, I wouldn't be sitting there and going, oh my God, well, the law is the law. I would be talking about how fucking immoral this is. I'm using the existing the existing shred of legality that remains to make a convincing argument to the fucking liberals that are oblivious to the realities here, okay? This doesn't mean that my support only extends to institutional defense here, and that once it's you know, once they just say it's whatever they say goes and there's no need for due process, I'm going to sit around and be like, well, the law's the law, based. You know? At that point, it is unjustifiable, an unjustifiable rule. At that point, we move beyond, we move to the point where the abolition of slavery is illegal and slavery is legal. That's where morality kicks in. Right now, it is both immoral and illegal for the government to do this kind of stuff. Okay? Tomorrow, God forbid, it could be legal, but still very much immoral for the government to do this stuff. I don't want that to become the norm. I don't want to have to make an argument on just morality alone, especially when this is not only immoral, but it's also illegal. Yeah. Career officials inside the Trump admin first viewed the case of Mr. Abrego Garcia like any normal case of a wrongful deportation. They began looking for ways to bring him back, as happens whenever ICE makes that mistake. Then the White House got involved and blew it up. Late last month, 3 days after Abrego Garcia's family filed this lawsuit over his deportation, government attorneys began discussing how to undo the mistake and bring him back. In their conversations, officials went so far as to float the idea of having the U.S. ambassador to El Salvador make a personal appeal to the country's president for Abrego Garcia's return. What is this? Why'd you get clapped? The guy the Milwaukee judge was charging is 30, which means he was a kid when he was deported the first time in 2013. The guy was in a court for a fight with his roommate. Oh, misdemeanor battery, domestic abuse, infliction of physical pain or injury. The above named defendant on or about did cause bodily harm to DT by an act done with intent to cause bodily harm to that person. I mean, it doesn't matter. Because this is not even the main point of contention here. The main point of contention is not to make, like, I'm not in the business of even entertaining whether or not this person is a sympathetic person. It's a misdemeanor. It's most likely under normal circumstances not supposed to warrant a deportation measure, okay? But we're not even there. There's no need to even argue on whether or not this is a sympathetic person or not, because the principle that I'm defending this judge, at the very least, is on the principle of abiding by due process. Do you understand? Like, great, sure, sympathetic figure aside, it does not matter. Because what's happening here is a severe violation of what makes the American liberal democracy, in theory, tick. It is separation of powers. It is the power that the judiciary has. Like, this is, you know, this is about more than whether or not this is a sympathetic figure, because tomorrow it could be an unsympathetic figure. It could be a figure that's like a fucking violent serial killer, and in the process of, like, it could be an undocumented migrant that is being charged with being a violent serial killer, right? Due process still needs to take place. Due process still needs to take place. Oh. Yeah. Evet. Dur gelip alacağım bir dakika. Sure. Here. All right, let's get back to Pam.
Of his association to TDA. So what charges will Cano and his wife face, if any?
So Judge Cano, soon to be former Judge Cano, got his charges were just unsealed. He's charged with obstruction. He admitted post Miranda. He took one of the TDA members' cell phones himself, took it, beat it with a hammer, destroyed it, and then walked the pieces to a city dumpster to dispose of it to protect him. The wife also is charged with destroying evidence. Sandra, not only that, this TDA member, and he had on a necklace that said kill, something about death. He had tattoos all over him. He also had on his cell phone pictures of 2 decapitated victims. 2 victims decapitated, gruesome photos. And he was sending them out, and whoever he was sending them to was sending back saying, hey, you need to be careful. You shouldn't be sending these. You shouldn't be texting these photos out. Not only that, these 2, the judge and his wife, gave him assault rifles that belonged to their daughter. That's what they're charged with. In the criminal report affidavit, he goes to a shooting range with these assault rifles, with a suppressor, with other known TDA members, and they're shooting. This is the last person that we want in our country, nor will we ever tolerate a judge or anyone else harboring them.
Let me, if I could, Madam Attorney General, come back to the Wisconsin case and Judge Hannah Dugan, because in allegedly letting the perpetrator and the attorney out through a non-public exit and allowed them to get out in front of the building, we had a situation where we've seen that I know Tom Homan was complaining about in Colorado, where there would be no transfer of a defendant from a jail to ICE custody on a detainer request in a way that was orderly and protected public safety. They would dump them off in a parking lot, and then ICE would have to chase them around with the DEA or whatever, or FBI, and pick them up. This ended up in a foot chase in public sight. It says here, a foot chase ensued. The agents, and this was a DEA agent and an FBI agent, pursued Flores Ruiz for the entire length of the courthouse, ultimately apprehended him near the intersection of West State Street and 10th Street. So the judge apparently has created a situation here where you have a public foot chase. And we all know that, well, sometimes they can come off without incident. They can also
put a finger down, shooting range, gross tattoos, decapitation pictures on the phone. First of all, I don't believe anything that Pambodi's saying. And yet again, as I've maintained this position over and over again, I will continue maintaining this position, okay? Until there is a proper court proceeding, okay, none of that matters. She is not appearing in front of a jury. She is trying to manipulate public opinion. There is a reason why all of this needs to be happening in a fucking court of law in front of a jury. And even in that process, there are still innocents that get thrown into prison. Okay? We have now destroyed, we're like, nah, fuck it. Hearsay is enough. YOLO. The top cop of the government making these claims in public is enough. Ironically enough, making these claims in public would actually would cause the fucking, like a convincing defense attorney could just as easily point to this as a way to taint the fucking actual judicial process. This is grounds for a fucking mistrial. But because we are so far removed from that reality at this point, especially as it pertains to talking about migrants and what kind of rights they have, that it doesn't even matter. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Turn into very dangerous situations.
John, that's exactly right. She put the lives of our law enforcement officers at risk. She put the lives of citizens at risk. A street chase, which is absurd that had to happen. But yes, she put a lot of people in danger. That judge did it. So did the other judge. Judge Cano is charged with, they were allegedly giving him assault rifles, AK-47s, AR-15s, with a suppressor, a known TDA member, letting him go to a shooting range to refine and perfect his shooting skills. What's happened to our judiciary is beyond me.
Yeah, so when the American public hears this and they think these were once upstanding people in their communities and their professions, and they put it all on the line for this, I mean, have you dug into their motive? Like, what inspired them to carry out these acts and harbor criminals?
They're deranged is all I can think of. I cannot believe, I think some of these judges think they are beyond and above the law, and they are not. And we're sending a very strong message today. If you are harboring a fugitive, we don't care who you are. If you are helping hide one, if you are giving a TDA member guns, anyone who is illegally in this country, we will come after you.
Bro, this is literally like, I can smell that you are harboring Jews in the floorboards type shit, okay? This is straight up Inglorious Bastards. Like, oh my God, dude. Dude, if you can't recognize the Holocaust adjacency of what the Attorney General is stating here, I don't know what to fucking tell you. You are so lost in the sauce. You are the average German citizen at this point that goes, yeah, well, you know, maybe people shouldn't hide Jews in the floorboards because they are all dangerous criminals. Like, that's what we're doing. And I know when I make this comparison, a lot of fucking rabid right-wingers are going to turn around and say, oh, dude, yeah, making an Anne Frank comparison again with a violent criminal. It's like, dude, until there is fucking due process, you can't make this assertion. And this entire fucking conversation is happening because they don't want to have due process.
And we will prosecute you. We will find you.
If I could just finish off with this idea, very significant development that you're arresting judges now. Now, it could be that the judges have engaged in terribly bad behavior and deserve to be arrested. But you know what critics will say? They'll say, "Oh, this is a government that is expanding the powers of the Article 1 of the Constitution. Now they're arresting judges." How do you respond to that?
No one is above the law, John. No one is above the law in this country. And if you are destroying evidence, if you are obstructing justice, when you have victims sitting in a courtroom of domestic violence and you're escorting a criminal defendant out a back door, it will not be tolerated, and it is a crime in the United States of America. Doesn't matter who you are, you're going to be prosecuted.
Madam Attorney General, great to see you in the studio.
Great to see you.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
your
you
time.
very much. Appreciate that.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to
Bro,
subscribe to the Fox.
We are so fucked. We have moved on. We are in the dangerous place, dude. We are in a fucked up place right now. Holy shit, dude. Understand that Pam Bondi is making these assertions specifically to avoid due process, specifically so that they get not a legal foothold that will come later, but at least like win the court of public opinion so that they can have a whatever I say goes attitude. And if you are a judge and you try to maintain due process is a way to defend the entire purpose of the courts to begin with, we will arrest you. We will arrest you, and we will defend that arrest on television, and we will try to get the public to be on board with this. So far, we have been lucky enough that the victims like Mahmoud Khalil and the victims like Mosen, victims like Rumeysa Öztürk have been perfect victims, like literally perfect victims. That makes it much easier, even devoid of Democratic Party resistance, that makes it much easier to make a convincing case in the court of public opinion. That is why I say we're fortunate that the administration that's trying to do these horrible actions is too incompetent to play this smart. They're not moving slowly in the erosion of civil liberties. They're moving in a belligerent manner. Oh.
Congressman George Santos.
Also, speaking of a erosion of justice here, Congressperson George Santos sentenced to over 7 years in federal fraud case, ladies and gentlemen.
Has been sentenced to more than 7 years in prison for fraud and identity theft. Santos arrived in a New York federal court earlier today, telling the judge he regrets defrauding voters. Now he's looking at 87 months in prison. ABC's Phil Lipoff and ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer are here with more on that. So, Phil, what's the latest?
Well, at 87 months, Diane, they say hindsight is 20/20. George Santos is now going to have a good deal of time to reflect on his behavior that led to the charges, that led to the conviction, and his behavior through the sentencing phase, which prosecutors said was the reason they were asking for the max. He eventually said, you know, I regret what I did, but in that same breath, went after the Department of Justice saying, yeah, but they want to land an anvil on my head rather than giving me the sentence that other people in my situation have gotten. Well, the judge weighed all of that, could have done the mandatory minimum of 2 years, which is what Santos and his attorneys were asking for. Prosecutors asking for those 87 months. Judge gave him every bit of those 87 months and then 2 years of supervised probation after.
And Brian, what do you make of this sentencing given Santos pled guilty? Are you surprised?
I think to Phil's point, I'm not really surprised.
Once again, another Jewish man falsely maligned, unjustly persecuted.
Surprised. I think the government said in their sentencing arguments that he was unrepentant in his actions, in part because of his insatiable appetite for likes on social media. He did himself no favors from August when he took that plea till today, going on social media and talking about selective prosecution, how the government's out to get him. And within the sentencing guidelines, Santos could have faced anywhere from 75 to 87 months. And the reason why he got the very top of that guideline is because of what he said himself throughout this case. So not surprised at all. I think for whatever reason he thought the way he was conducting himself would have helped, but no, it didn't.
And Phil, Santos spoke in court today expressing regret. Did that seem to have any impact here?
Well, apparently not, because I think at this point, you're right before sentencing. Brian's a defense attorney. I'm sure he's had more than one conversation with a client about showing remorse, expressing remorse. He said in court today, Santos did, my conduct betrayed my supporters and the institutions I swore to uphold. He was teary-eyed. I mean, but this is at the point where you are about to be sentenced. Just within the last couple of weeks, he was attacking the Department of Justice. You know, this was a witch hunt and things of that nature. So, yeah, he didn't show much remorse, and they hit him with every bit of 87 months today.
Brian, does he have any grounds for appeal?
Doors open. Sure, but that ground is shaky at best. He was given a sentence within the guidelines of 75 to 87 months. And just to go back to what he said about the DOJ is not treating him like everyone else. Yes, he was treated like everyone else. And to Phil's point also about what I tell my clients, one thing I would have told George Santos if he was my client, shut up. Don't open your mouth. Stop talking. Because it's his own words that got him into this trouble. And I've had clients do that as well. They badmouth the government in a way that they can use against them. And George Santos thought of himself as a different politician, I guess, someone who can badmouth the DOJ and the prosecutorial system and somehow get away with it. And now he's learning he's built like the rest of us. And when you do that, you get these types of prizes. You get the highest sentence within your guideline. And if he does appeal, like I said, I don't see a ground that he can win, but it's his right to do so.
All right, Phil Lipoff, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you both.
Now to President Trump and the war in Ukraine. As Russia escalates its attacks,
unjustifiably going after someone for appearing on Fortnite Fridays. Really fucked up stuff, folks.
Trump pushed back, but also embraced Russia's goals in peace talks. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is at the White House with the story. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And the president has made it clear he's not happy with Russia's aggression against Ukraine, but overnight they launched another strike as the fighting continues.
This morning in Moscow, Russian officials claiming a car bomb killed a high-ranking Russian military general. This surveillance video showing the moment a parked vehicle explodes as a person walks toward it. Ukraine has not taken credit for the attack. It comes as Russia launches another drone strike across Ukraine. just one day after targeting Kyiv.
Not gonna lie, it's kind of wild watching Ukrainians get so much better at doing clandestine operations and doing terror, and then thinking about what a potential 9/11 might look like in the future. Like we're basically watching these dudes take it to Russia first, okay? But inevitably there is going to come a time when they're, you know, when they turn the crosshairs on an administration that fucking sold them down the line. Potentially. Just saying.
One of the
I've seen this one before. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is not a movie. This is just look at American history.
Frankly, that's what we wanted last time. We almost got it, and then they backed out of that deal. But we had it to go into China and sell our product, sell our wares. In other words, it's called to open China. That would be great. That would be a big win. But I'm not even sure I'm going to ask for it because they don't want it open. They don't want it open.
I'm in here.
But because of tariffs, I could possibly get that. What do you think? Opening up China would be a big win, right? The problem is no matter how big the win is, the press will not give me credit for it. If I got the greatest win in history, they'll pay us trillions and trillions of dollars. They'll give us anything we want. The press will say, Trump, he just had a terrible defeat. He suffered a terrible defeat. The people know. No, I think we're going to have a lot of big wins. I don't know if it's going to be covered that way by the fake news, but the wins are going to be very substantial. You know, we're losing. We were losing by 5 billion a day.
So President Trump speaking to reporters there on Air Force One as he makes his way to Rome for the Pope's funeral.
Damn, they're cutting him, dude.
Covering a lot of topics. Quite hard to hear him over the roar of the engines of Air Force One. But when it
He's
came
looking
to that
rough,
meeting
yeah.
between the U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff and President Putin, he said discussions went well. It was a good meeting. He also spoke about
dude, good tariffs deal for
course,
sure.
saying we're
Yeah.
making very good.
Not sure if you saw Trump is going mask out about how much he cares about genes and what it means for greatness, and it's really awkward.
Judge, and he was asked if he was going to have any meetings on the sidelines of the funeral. He said, frankly, it's a little disrespectful to have meetings when you're at the funeral of the Pope. But he said, I'll be talking to people, I'll be seeing lots of people. One person he doesn't expect to bump into, though, is former President Joe Biden. It's not high on my list. It's really not, he said. We'll keep across those comments for you, bring you any updates throughout the evening.
Yeah, he's got a dude. This is we don't talk about the Brandonization of Trump nearly enough on this broadcast. We really don't talk about it, but there is certainly a Brandonization of Donald Trump that's taken place, especially in the second term, where his I did NATO Jack stuff is even dumber. Someone in the chat actually made a really funny comparison that I hadn't even thought of, which is everything that Brandon went through with Bibi and Israel, Donald Trump is ironically going through with Vladimir Putin, where he's like, no, Vladimir Putin, if I wag my finger at you, you will stop. I know it because you trust me and I trust you. And it's even dumber because at least with Israel, I mean, in some ways it's dumber and in some ways it's, I guess, more desperate, understandably, because you don't have the same level of control over your foreign adversary as you do over Israel, right? If you're the American government. But it is quite funny that as Biden was like, come on, Jack, don't do it. Don't stop killing these children. I'll show you Jesus. You'll have a come to Jesus moment, right? And then Benjamin Netanyahu will be like, we are killing the children tomorrow. We will keep killing the children like every day. That is what would happen. And now Donald Trump is like, oh, dude, look at this sweetheart deal we gave you. Come on. It's everything you ever wanted. Please don't fucking keep bombing Kyiv. And Vladimir Putin's like, no, we're going to do that. We're going to keep bombing Kyiv, actually. Fuck you. Suck my dick. In some ways, obviously you have way less motion with a guy like Vladimir Putin than you're supposed to have with Benjamin Netanyahu. But still dumb. Still absolutely idiotic for him to put himself out there in this way to look like a fool. Anyway, let's get back to the Ukraine peace talks now.
Deadliest attacks on the Capitol in months. President Trump posting on social media, Vladimir, stop, urging him to get the peace deal done.
Yo, I'm sorry. This was awesome. Like, in the background, horrifying events are taking place. 12 people were murdered, right, in Kyiv. But Donald Trump's response to this is to go, Vladimir, stop. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you fucking doing? God damn. He literally is going, this isn't you. Vladimir, this isn't your heart. It's like, bro, I don't know if you know this, but he invaded the country, you know? This is absolutely his heart. What the fuck do you mean? You saying that the U.S. has turned into the UK, a country with no motion, was an elite take? Oh, yeah, no. A country that still believes that they have, like, global superpower status, meanwhile, has completely lost all of its influential role in the global stage. Galil, no! Galil, no! That's what he did. Vladimir, stop!
I wasn't happy with it, and we're in the midst of talking peace, and missiles were fired, and I was not happy with it.
President Trump has repeatedly said he could end the war on day one. In an interview with Time magazine, the president now saying, quote, I said that as an exaggeration. Months into his second term, the war has not ended. In the Oval Office, when asked what concessions Russia was giving up for peace, the president says Putin is not taking the whole country.
Stopping the war, taking the whole country, pretty big concession.
Wow, what a concession. He's not nuking Germany. That's a concession too. If we're just making up stuff that Vladimir Putin may not even have the capability of doing, that's awesome. What an awesome way to talk about this deal. You have so much motion, sir. Incredible. Incredible deal maker, dude. Yeah. Well, it's okay. He's not invading Poland. So that's the concession. He's not invading Poland. That's a big deal for me, I think.
The Trump administration has put forward a peace proposal that would prohibit NATO membership for Ukraine and force Ukraine to give up land that Russia has seized since its invasion, in addition to giving up Crimea. The president telling Time, Crimea will stay with Russia, and Zelensky understands that, and everybody understands that it's been with them for a long time. But Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has rejected that idea and pushed back against the proposal, saying, we will negotiate, we will not surrender. For the White House, it's an about face. From President Trump's first term, when his administration pledged that Crimea would remain a part of Ukraine. And before becoming Secretary of State, Marco Rubio spoke out about the danger of allowing Russia to keep Crimea.
The president's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, is back in Russia, meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. But again, George, this comes as Russia continues their aggression and their attacks against Ukraine.
And Rachel, the president also in this trade war with China. China made a couple of moves overnight, but also said there's no talks.
Exactly, George. And they're really pushing back hard against the president's repeated claims.
I'm sorry. But the funniest thing that has taken place so far that I'm noticing in mainstream outlets and mainstream reporting is that due to the overwhelming incompetence of the Trump administration, even the media is forced to take a neutral stance towards China, as opposed to consistently being like, well, you can't trust the Chinese. They're Chinese. Like, normally, if this was the Brandon administration and they were trying to, enforce similar trade policies or whatever, like, the way they would go about it would be a little bit more professional, and therefore the media would, do what they normally do. They'd be like, well, you can't trust the Chinese for saying that they're not actually talking to the Biden envoys because, like, they're Chinese, they're probably lying, blah, 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 right? They would be xenophobic as fuck. But because Trump is so belligerent and in broad daylight, transparently belligerent, that the media has basically been forced into a corner where they have to recognize they have to recognize our Chinese enemies as a more responsible party in this convo. Incredible. Donald Trump, the great unifier, just not in the way that he thought it would work, has basically created a support system amongst China and Japan, okay? That is, remember, chat, when I went to Japan and I met with the Japanese Communist Party, one of the questions I asked the Japanese Communist Party, which is an opposition party that is supposed to be, fundamentally and functionally closer to China than any other Japanese party. They're the fucking Communist Party. And I asked them, like, how do you feel about China? And they were like, nah, no, fuck no. We don't fuck with those boys. All right. Now you got the LDP, you got the liberal fucking party being like, actually, we have an incredibly important trade relationship with China, and we are not going to compromise that, despite the fact that we're a fucking vassal state for U.S. empire.
That he is, in fact, engaging in talks and negotiations with China to end this trade war that he started. The president, in a new interview with Time magazine, says that he has spoken to President Xi, but China is pushing back on that, calling it fake news, saying there are no negotiations on tariff issues and no agreement has been reached, George.
Okay, Rachel, thanks very much.
They look like old friends.
How are you, Mr. President? Fine, just fine, thank you.
And sound like it too.
So good to see you.
So good to see you, Steve Witkoff told Vladimir Putin. This was his fourth meeting with the Russian president as Donald Trump continues his push for peace. But there wasn't any rush. Before the meeting, Witkoff found time to go sightseeing with Kremlin envoy Kirill Dmitriev, a visual demonstration of how Washington and Moscow appear increasingly in lockstep.
We're just re-establishing contacts. We're just trying to find the way out from this terrible crisis which was created by previous American administration.
Witkoff's visit coincided with a symbolic anniversary of Soviet-American cooperation, 80 years since their troops met in Germany before the end of World War II. So, are we poised for another historic collaboration?
It is difficult to say. History repeats itself. Let's hope that we will achieve victory. Vladimir Vladimirovich will make the right decision.
I doubt it because a lot was promised, but nothing has been done yet.
Speaking of promises, another from Donald Trump that he can end the war soon.
So I want to say 5,000 young men. They happen to be mostly Ukrainian, Russian. 5,000 young Ukrainian.
I love this universe that we exist in, where all of the Harvard, Yale graduate, like, think tank lovers that have spent years and years slaving away at the Atlantic Council have been cast aside by the administration for a fucking guy that plays golf with Donald Trump. Oh my God. Remember, Steve Witkoff, his qualification for this position as the top American diplomat is that he plays golf with Donald Trump. He's just a real estate guy before this. And in some respects, I think that calcified Atlantic Council approach, that calcified Atlantic Council approach unironically has been a setback in negotiations. So in some ways, fucking Steve Witkoff is Steve Goatkoff. It's crazy. Because let's be real. What he's doing is presenting himself as Donald Trump in every room. That's all he's doing. And Donald Trump has a lot of crazy ideas. But sometimes Donald Trump and his crazy ideas get to force a ceasefire. I mean, I think you're going to get a stalemate exchange for a slaughter. I think so too, but we'll see.
Ukrainian and Russian men, and that's a big honor if I can do it. I think we're pretty close.
The Kremlin called Witkoff's visit constructive and useful and said it brought their respective positions closer together. That's not good news for Ukraine. For them, Donald Trump's current peace plan is already far too one-sided.
I mean, it is.
Not everything's going the Kremlin's way. A senior general was killed in this car bomb outside Moscow, which Russia blamed on Ukraine. But it seems there's not much Kyiv could do right now to change the way things are heading. Ivor Bennett, Sky News, Moscow.
Today, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is meeting with Vladimir Putin again in Moscow. This follows Russia's attacks in Kyiv. They were just abhorrent yesterday, leaving at least 12 innocent people dead.
Brian is so funny. Again, I always remind people of this, but Brian Kilmeade, the person who's speaking right now, was a Ron DeSantis head. And these are the exact reasons why he was a Ron DeSantis head. Because he was worried that Donald Trump would do crazy shit and not toe the State Department agenda on Ukraine and do ridiculously irresponsible things like blow up global trade for no reason other than because he's fucking bored. Which is why every time he talks about this stuff, he'll just like slot that in where he'll be like, it's an abhorrent moment.
Steve Witkoff is meeting with Vladimir Putin again in Moscow. This follows Russia's attacks in Kyiv. They were just abhorrent yesterday, leaving at least 12 innocent people dead, with President Trump pushing for an end to the war.
I have no allegiance to anybody. I have allegiance to saving lives, and I want to save a lot of lives. A lot of young people, mostly young people. It's the war. It's the soldiers, and if we can do that. Also, as you know, I got started because the money that's been spent on this war is insane. It's a killing field. 5,000 soldiers a week on average, and we want to stop that.
So Fox News senior strategic analyst General Jack Keane, the president always makes that clear. It's his objective to stop the killing. Are they en route to stopping the killing?
It doesn't appear so, based on where we are, for a couple of reasons. One, Zelensky and his team accepted a 30-day ceasefire and, you know, removed the condition. He wanted some kind of security guarantees to be able to do that. Russia was offered the same thing, and they have rejected it. And not only that, they have continued to focus on killing civilians, targeting civilians, because they want to break the will of the Ukrainian people and put pressure on Zelensky and also on our administration to make more concessions. That's what's going on. I mean, this is full throttle on the part of Putin. He is the problem here. He has been the problem from the beginning because he obviously invaded a country illegally. and he committed genocide. He's a thug, and he's a killer, and he's a war criminal. And he certainly only wants to go to that negotiating table and probably make a deal on...
I'm not gonna lie, all these fucking guys deserve Donald Trump more than anybody else. Because now they're perma stuck in a position where they have to talk about how fucked up what Russia is doing. Because these are all... Okay, I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 with you. Okay, Brian Kilmeade, this guy, all of these fucking think tank guys, they're all full-throated support to Ukraine guys, okay? But they have to also dick ride Donald Trump. It's what they did. Like their ambition and their motivation is partly responsible for Ukraine being in the position that it's in right now. And it's not just because like Vladimir Putin invaded. I'm saying like their constant egging on of Ukraine, the false claims that Ukraine was going to join NATO when everybody knew that that was never going to fucking happen. All this stuff has played a major role, and they've quite literally lost the war. They've lost the battle. They lost the battle at the very least. Like the battle lines are not in favor of their proxy in this process, and they have to still, under normal circumstances, they would be like, Vladimir Putin, we need to kill him. Like, we need to keep doing this. We need to keep doing this. We need to urge Ukrainians to lower their age of conscription to fucking 18. You come in. But because it's Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is talking about how, you know, Vladimir, stop. They have to present this in a way where, on the one hand, Putler is evil, but also it's cool that our president is besties with him. So they're just like stuck in this weird, they're stuck in this weird bind. On the one hand, they want the war to continue. On the other hand, they have to make it seem like Donald Trump is awesome in the way that he's dealing with it. And he is demonstrably not awesome in the way that he's dealing with it.
Unless he's able to get concessions that make Ukraine very vulnerable to a future attack, because he has not given up one iota. Our intelligence services publicly have released information that demonstrates the fact that Russia fully intends to take control of Ukraine and then also other countries in Eastern Europe. That's his objective, and we have to keep that in mind when we're dealing with him.
General, you just told me something in the break I did not think was possible. The Ukrainians want to write a check to buy Patriot missiles, a defense battery, and we said no?
Yeah, we did. I'm not sure the reason why, but it opens up the door for an avenue that we really need to take advantage of. The State Department has a program called foreign military financing. That is direct loans where you can get military equipment, you pay back the loan at interest. So the government makes money here. Poland is buying tanks, helicopters, air defense system, HIMARS, etc. Over $10 billion worth of stuff. The Ukrainians can do the same because now they have collateral in the mineral, rare mineral development and other things in the country. And also they obviously have...
Oh my God. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, when I hear this kind of shit from this admin, or when I hear this kind of shit from like generals and stuff, I'm like, you are also just as stupid and awful and evil as Donald Trump is. Like, the proper way to go about this is to shit on Donald Trump and to tell Donald Trump to shut the fuck up about Zelensky, and to try to manage this, manage the situation in a way that where Ukraine doesn't get fucked over in the process, where we're not just like literally picking apart Ukraine for scraps. Except these guys literally are just like, dude, it's awesome. We can give him HIMARS. Like, who's gonna use the Patriot missiles, dude? Like, they've run out of, like, you look at a situation where Donald Trump is like, your raw earth is mine now. And this guy's saying, oh, they can use the raw earth as collateral. to purchase Patriot missiles. It's a fucking fantastic opportunity. He's just a missile salesman. Like, I know I shit on Donald Trump a lot. And he is fucking worthy of being shitted on. But it's not like this guy's alternative is more intelligent either. Like, his alternative is to farm Ukraine even fucking further. It's crazy.
Some money because people have been giving them money, and that's what they wanted to do with the Patriot systems. We can take the American taxpayer out of this. And
following Steve Witkoff's meeting in Moscow, President Trump says he believes it's time for President Zelensky and President Putin to meet. Just landed in Rome. A good day in talks and meetings with Russia and Ukraine. They are very close to a deal, and the two sides should now meet at very high levels to finish it off. Most of the major points are agreed to. Stop the bloodshed now. We will be wherever is necessary to help facilitate the end to this cruel and senseless war. Following Steve Witkoff's meeting in Moscow, President Trump suggests it's time for President Zelensky and President Putin to meet. I, for one, can't wait to see what the fuck the Russian counter proposal looks like. Reuters published a full Ukraine-Europe peace talk counter proposal to the U.S. talks in London. From talks in London. There are four main parts: ceasefire, security guarantees for Ukraine territory, and economics. On the ceasefire front, a commit to a full unconditional ceasefire in the sky, on land, and at sea. Both sides immediately enter into negotiations with the U.S. and European countries. Number 3, ceasefire monitoring led by the U.S. and supported by third countries. Number 4, Russia must unconditionally return all deported Ukrainian children, exchange prisoners of war for all, release civilian prisoners. Number 3, security guarantees for Ukraine. Number 1, Ukraine receives security guarantees, Article 5-like agreement, including from the U.S., but there is no consensus among allies on NATO membership. Number 2, no restriction on Ukrainian defense forces. Number 3, the guarantor states will be European and willing non-European countries. No restrictions on the presence, weapons, and operations of friendly foreign forces on the territory of Ukraine. Number 4, Ukraine pursues accession into the EU. As far as territory goes, yes, dude, I know the TAFs is out. I know it's supposed to be out at 3. I know. I'm not going to watch it right now in the midst of my commentary about what the fuck's going on in Ukraine. Calm down. We will watch it. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, dude. I know. It's not a losing battle. As well as Ukraine has 800,000 troops active, while Russia only has 600,000 available in Ukraine. It's not in Russia's favor. Concessions are just catering Russia. I am going to ask you this question once again, Lawrence Factor, and I asked you this question yesterday. If the situation on the battlefield is not one that is impossible to fucking win for Ukraine, given desertions, given the political instability born out of forcible drafts, why is the American government, both under the Brandonian leadership and even with Mike Waltz in a moment of fucking honesty, demanded that Ukraine lower their age of conscription to 18? I know what the Atlantic Council's position is. That's why I directly called out the Atlantic Council in this process. I'm asking you why you think the Brandonian position, looking at the writing on the wall, was to say you need to lower your age of conscription to 18. How much more can you withstand in that process? I know why the Atlantic Council would have a more militant attitude towards Ukraine. That's kind of their whole shtick. I do not know nor have an answer for that, but I do know that answer. The U.S. government's strange and slightly off hinge regardless. Okay. That's why I didn't just... That is why I didn't just ask you about Trump's position on this by way of Mike Waltz. I asked you about Brandon and his position on this. Because Brandon did NATO. He's the NATO guy. Right? He loved sticking it to Russia. That was his major thing. He was like, oh yeah, I love unlimited baby murder in Gaza, and I love sticking it to Russia. We're destroying our foreign adversaries' military without, with 5% of our military budget. That's the Brandon legacy, right? I didn't let the Finlandization of NATO, Jack. I let the NATOization of Finland, right? He did all that. He did AUKUS. He's AUKUS, Jack. He did it. So why did that guy also simultaneously say, well, given the situation on the battlefield, you're going to have to either lower your age of conscription to 18, or we're going to have to reconsider it. Don't tell us, Snowpiker, that you were trans. Oh, no. We're back. We're back with these memes. Our friend who's super into GR and has some gain unfortunate right-wing positions about immigrants. I've talked to him one-on-one, but want to offer your content as an alternative. What's a YouTube video of yours? I should send him the process of Hassan pilling him. Send him my Theo Vaughn video, my interview with Theo Vaughn.
And fund Ukraine's military buildup rather significantly. Look at, if Putin is going to reject, which I think he's going to do, the deal, what then do we do? One, crippling sanctions would be option one. And two, upgun Ukraine. Upgun Ukraine to bring Putin to the negotiating table, not so Ukraine can continue to fight, but Putin pays attention to that military equation and who has an advantage there more than anything else, actually more than sanctions.
I just hope the president knows.
These are levers that we can use these levers.
I hope the president knows that this happens. Sometimes it happens beneath his level because this is defense. Who would not want to block a rocket from going into a city? Lavrov told Face the Nation that he says the President of the United States and I think rightly so that we are moving in the right direction and they are heading towards peace. They are ready to...
Yeah, dude, Trump just hasn't seen your coverage on it. That's what it is. Bro tweeted out, Vladimir, stop. Not 24 hours ago. And this dumbass thinks like, oh, maybe I'll be able to get to him by way of a good deal. By talking about how good of a deal this is. Amazing. I feel like Trump is just cooked on this process. And even then, when I hear stuff like this, I'm like, damn, like even Trump is, in all of his idiocy, is further along a more manageable position than these fucking monsters are. Because the reality of the matter is, glazing Adolf Hitler aside, and by the way, there is no guarantee that Vladimir Putin is even going to abide by any ceasefire, let alone, sign off on a fucking ceasefire. Make no mistake. And I do think that Trump's way of managing this situation is actually working against that. Okay. But having said that, a ceasefire or some sort of treaty is inevitable. It's just you're basically moving how many people dies in the process. That's why I was in favor of the Antalya program, the 15-point ceasefire negotiation, when Ukraine had tremendously more leverage back then. Do I think that Vladimir Putin has the capacity to take over the entirety of Ukraine? I don't. But that doesn't matter. What matters is how many Ukrainians will die. Because even if they were to lower the age of conscription to 18, and then America started sending in weapons again, okay, a steady flow of weapons, there's no guarantee that they'd be able to train the military fast enough, have enough appetite to fight back, and be able to push Russia out of these territories that they've established hardened positions inside of. So there's no guarantee that this is going to work anyway. So in that regard, I think if Donald Trump was not a fucking asshole, I think him pushing for some kind of ceasefire while also trying to figure out concessions to give to Ukraine, so it doesn't come across as though they're just like discarding these people as though they're nothing. Oh shit! Got so many text messages from my family in the process. This is crazy. Anyway. What, do you think Trump cares about humanity? No. I think Trump's ambition for this is totally artificial. He thinks that the situation is lost, and he foolishly thinks that as long as he can pass this on to the previous administration as a mistake that he just closed off, then he will look like a hero. He doesn't give a fuck about Ukraine or Ukrainians. I'd go so far as to say he probably cares about being liked by Vladimir Putin more than he cares about Ukrainians in general. He's just looking for a W there, and he thinks if he sucks Vladimir Putin as hard as he has thus far, then Vladimir Putin will give him that W. Ironically enough, the very fact that he's sucking Vladimir Putin and the statements that he's made leading up to the election is the reason why Vladimir Putin has more leverage now than he did even before. Beyond the battlefield, I mean. Leverage in the diplomacy side. Art of the deal, baby.
Reach a deal. Do you believe the foreign minister of Russia? Just real quick, because I want to get to Iran too.
No, he lies through his teeth. He's been lying for 25 years, just like the guy he works for. This is all the Russians' narrative, their playbook, their propaganda. Where's the evidence of that to date? They walked away from what was reasonable. The president offered them a 30-day ceasefire, not 6 months, not a year, not permanent, 30 days. Zelensky says yes, Russians say no. That's where they really are.
By going this far, the president took political risk and giving Vladimir Putin a chance at peace. He better not embarrass the president, in my view, because he'll feel the backlash. He already got rebuked yesterday.
He already got rebuked? The president looked like a giant pussy, dude. What are you talking about? He got rebuked. Oh, you mean when he said, Vladimir, stop? That was the rebuke, dude? What an incredible rebuke that was. Didn't we all? Yeah. Everyone remembers that historical moment when the American president said, Vladimir, stop. Wow. Such tremendous backlash. This is the most Brandonized moment. This is literally CNN saying Brandon is actually having a come to Jesus moment with Benjamin Netanyahu. Incredible.
Yesterday. So now tomorrow, third straight week of nuke talks with Iran. They named Michael Anton, senior State Department official, to lead the technical team on Iran's nuclear negotiations. How do you feel about where we're at right now? What do your sources tell you? What kind of progress is being made?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, we know a couple things. One, Iran's not going to dismantle the program as we asked them to do, by a date certain with inspections and verification. Obviously, that's not happening. That's the same thing that Obama did, by the way. When they began negotiations in 2013, they told Iran to dismantle your program, give up.
Yeah, that's the other side of the story that's really funny, is that Donald Trump, who delivered the death blow to Barack Obama's signature foreign policy accomplishment, has now turned around and is trying to do Barack Obama's Iran denuclearization agreement. I fucking love that, dude. That is awesome.
Up enrichment, give up the centrifuges, give up your ballistic missiles. They balked, and then we accepted civil nuclear power enrichment. They kept their centrifuges and they kept their ballistic missiles. They eventually got real close to a nuclear weapon, as we all know, which is the concern we have today. The Iranians are masters at working these negotiations to their favor. So we have to keep an eye on this, certainly.
This guy has straightforwardly the worst positions on everything, by the way. He's like, I don't know about this Iran denuclearization agreement. Maybe we should just nuke Iran ahead of time.
The administration wants a nuclear program that cannot even come close to weaponization. But even if you take away all the enrichment and leave the centrifuges and the ballistic missiles, they can get enriched uranium from many countries. We get it from 4 or 5 different countries, to include Russia. China, Russia, and North Korea all have enriched uranium. Why? Because they all have nuclear weapons, and they're their closest allies. So clandestinely, they can still get enriched uranium, and they keep the centrifuges to spin that and get it to a weaponization grade, and they keep the ballistic missiles so they can deliver it. That's what we have to be very careful of going forward here.
It got to be Americans on the ground watching the dismantling.
Maybe people will yell at me for saying this, but I do think that the region will be way more stable if Iran had fucking nukes. This is not just my take. This is the Mersheimer protocol. He says this as well. I think Jeffrey Sachs might have said this too. It's kind of insane to think that I could get away with saying this shit. I mean, I have before, but like the Hasanabi doctrine remains true. And it's low-key part. It's the only reason why I think this is because Israel has nukes. I feel like if Israel did not have nukes, which they have, and it's too late, and they've had it for a very long time. If Israel did not have nukes, then I would not have this exact same perspective. Do you think nuclear winter will be beneficial for climate change? I mean, as it stands, you either have a fucking nuke or you don't. You know what I mean? If you don't have a nuke, you get walked over. What are nations supposed to do? Don't make me tap the sign, dude. Don't make me tap the fucking sign. There it is. The Hasanabi Doctrine, a guide for nation building. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, do not give up the nukes. You know who did rule number 2? You know who violated rule number 2? Ukraine, bitch. That's who violated rule number 2. Ukraine fucked up. And you're over here talking about, oh, dude, countries can't have nukes. What are you talking about? Okay, rule number 3. If you're accused of having nukes, drop everything and immediately find some nukes. Especially if America says you have nukes, you have to find nukes. If you don't have nukes after America says you have nukes, you're fucked. Countries that have gone through this process and did not find nukes. Leadership like Gaddafi. Gaddafi learned the problem with rule number 3. Okay? Saddam Hussein, a different version of that. Both of those guys went out in not so great ways. Okay? Ukraine is a violator of rule number 2. Gave up the fucking nukes. I'm not Mr. Nukes have actually created global stability and global peace, but as it stands, you look at countries that don't have nukes and you look at countries that do have nukes. Okay? And it kind of feels like countries that don't have nukes are getting dominated by countries that do. When did Ukraine have nukes? I mean, technically it was USSR nukes that were in Ukraine and they had no way of using them, but it doesn't matter. You should have just on principle never given up the nukes. Bro, Soviet soldier literally prevented nuclear holocaust like it's defo not a force of stability. That's right, you admit the glory of the Soviets? I've never not admitted the glory of the Soviets. What are you talking about? Technically, USSR ceased to exist and they belonged to Ukraine. Yeah, but the launching platform was still in control of Russia. In the control of Russia, so they couldn't technically use it. Yeah, the white fascist South African government denuked South Africa for this reason. They didn't want a black leftist government to have nukes. Why did they want to denuclearize Iran so bad? I'm a Zoomer, so I'm not caught up. I mean, it's because when a country has nukes, they have full-blown autonomy, full-blown sovereignty, and they can get away with being treated differently. They get treated differently than countries that are devoid of nukes. I mean, look at Ukraine. Look at Ukraine. Look at what's happening to Ukraine.
Yeah, that program in the way Libya did and South Africa did and Ukraine did. And that's just the beginning. I'm not sure the Israelis are going to sit on the side if they think it's a bad deal. General Jack Keane, there's so much going on. The Institute of Study of War helps unwind it on a daily basis, and you're chairman of that. Thanks so much, General. Have a great weekend. So, NATO chief, Amar.
Did you just say Vietnam doesn't have nukes? Yeah, dude. What happened? I mean, you're Vietnamese. You know this. What happened to your people? Exactly. America fucking genocided the Vietnamese population. That's what happens when you don't have nukes. When you don't have nukes, you get fucking genocided so hard that even currently, almost half a century later, okay, you still have disabilities in the upcoming generation, like they're still born with birth defects. Sorry, I saw XQC duking it out in my replies with Mighty Keith. Here it is. It's so funny to always imagine that you wouldn't be in the minds if such a scheme were to be implemented, I said, responding to Asmongold, saying society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10% of the most R-worded kids out of school and put them in the coal mines instead. Almost all Western cultural problems derive from an adherence to the false god of equity. To which I responded with, it's so funny to always imagine that you wouldn't be in the minds if such a scheme were to be implemented. Okay. To which Mighty Keith responded with, I find it wild. He says horrible things like this about a parent's mentally disabled children, but when people bring up his dead mom, he cries on YouTube about how the world's being mean to him. I don't get it, lol. XG said he isn't referring to mentally disabled children, but actually depicting unintelligent ones. For most people, his opinion about the topic doesn't warrant an ad hominem about his dead relative. Hope this offers some guidance on this topic, says XQC. To which, once again, Mighty Keith's point here isn't that it is appropriate to shit on Asmongold's mother, okay? He's saying, like, if you can understand how inappropriate it is to have someone shit on your mom, which I agree, by the way, it is inappropriate, right? Then, you know, why are you making these fucking broad declarative statements? Like, empathy begets empathy, right? And it's wild because then he says, he specifically said R-worded children, which by definition are mentally disabled kids. You aren't putting your own interpretation on it. I'm using reality. You are putting your own interpretation on it. I'm using reality. Saying the ad hominem on Asmon is bad, but the ad hominem on parents who have disabled kids is okay is hypocritical. Putting actually mentally disabled children in coal mines would, I assume, endanger them. Even Asmon knows this. You are misreading obvious dialogue cues. Okay, what if they're stupid kids? Like, what if they're just not, like, full-blown mentally disabled kids, but what if they're just, like, the bottom 10%? How do we make this assessment on who is the bottom 10%? The entire conversation is fucking idiotic. So don't interpret his actual words he's using as what he means. Assume he means something else. You're an idiot. I assume I mean that however you want. Surely no one still uses derogatory terms in different ways in their literal definition. Brother, what the fuck is happening? The underlying basis for this argument is eugenics, okay? A eugenicist principle that will dictate, like, this is genetic predetermination talk happening on the timeline and getting a shit ton of fucking likes, and you have XUC who under normal circumstances would absolutely fall in the fucking 5 to 10% bottom fucking intelligence quotient, okay? Talking about how, well, actually, you know, maybe this is a good idea. Maybe he put forward this strategy because he truly believes that this would be beneficial for society. It's like, what is going on? What are we doing here? What the fuck is happening? Everyone has lost their goddamn minds, it seems. All it took was for Donald Trump to come out and say some insane nonsense for half of the fucking streamers to be like, yeah, actually, we should be sending people to the fucking coal mines by force if they're too stupid to study. What the fuck? The irony, of course, is that if you don't understand how psychotic, if you take this statement seriously, if you don't understand how psychotic this policy would look like if implemented, you probably are in the fucking 5 to 10% bottom intelligence, and you would be sent to the fucking coal mines. That's the irony here. All of the people that are liking that fucking tweet would be in the coal mines. It's the same idiotic fantasy of a guy with a fucking busted down 1994 Honda Civic thinking that if there was an anarcho-capitalist dystopian future, that they would somehow magically become a factory owner and enslave the rest of the population. Brother, you are basically servile right now. Why the fuck do you think, if the systems that have kept you alive in spite of the best interest of your bosses and the people that dominate society right now, if they were left unchecked, why the fuck do you think you would magically become the factory owner? You would be a slave. Actually, you would probably not even make it to the slave class. You would just be melted for biomatter. This is something that I don't understand. Americans are so oblivious to class consciousness. They're so far removed from understanding their fucking class position that they literally fantasize about one day being the foreman of the factory in an anarcho-capitalist dystopia. Yeah, dude, it was the rules that was actually stopping you from achieving this unlimited success that you will get. Meanwhile, you're trying to Sigma grind set your way out of your shitty dead-end fucking job as you are being melted down to your fucking core. If you can't make it within the confines where these regulatory agencies have basically prevented your bosses from fucking you to death, then how the fuck do you think you're gonna make it when there's no rules? They're just going to literally force you into the salt mine. And once you are discarded like an old horse with a severe injury, you're going to be sent to the fucking glue factory. Why are you so upset? Because stupidity is not only offensive, but it's incredibly fucking frustrating. This level of stupidity and the way and the oblivious nature of Americans frustrates me to no end. That's what pisses me off. This is my point. This is the point that, I mean, it's just, how are you not mad is the question. You got an insane eugenics policy getting a shit ton of likes on Twitter, okay, by people who would be sent to the fucking mines. Like, people that are liking this are going to the mines, okay, if implemented, if this policy is implemented. I don't want this policy to be implemented. I don't even think Asmongold was being serious here. He's just fucking trying to be bold, okay? He's just trying to be bold and trying to get these fucking likes and trying to be talked about. And he succeeded, right? But like, and XUZ is joining in on the conversation because he wants to present himself as a centrist as well, okay? A center-right figure himself. Oh. New copium just dropped. What? Sorry if this is derailing. I'm not gonna fucking watch an H3 subreddit post, chatter. Come on. He will say it was a joke and Hassan crashed out about it. I mean, the irony is I also joked. But what I'm crashing out about is the stupidity of other people that know better trying to be like, well, actually, I'm going to defend this policy on its virtues alone. Like, that's what's more frustrating to me. Because, like, yeah, I saw this take from Asmongold and I was like, this is ridiculous. It's sad that there's so many people that liked it, not realizing that they would also be victim to this fucking policy, Asmongold included. I made a joke about it. I said, it's so funny to always imagine that you wouldn't be in the mines if such a scheme were to be implemented. And then Mighty Keith said, I find it wild he says horrible things like this about a parent's mentally disabled children, but when people bring up his dead mom, he cries on YouTube about how the world's being mean to him. I don't get it. Saying, like, you are so unempathetic, but you have the capacity to demonstrate empathy when someone is attacking you in an unempathetic fashion. This tweet has 46K likes in X's community. Did you see this? Yeah, I brought this up the other day. Yes, XQC's audience is also aware of his ways, you know? The silliest point of contention here is always to take, like, the silliest thing here is always whenever, you know, centrism fans and centrism understanders will take the argument at face value, okay? They will never scratch the surface, where they'll just be like, yeah, dude, this is what actually is happening here, you know? Like, remember, the conversation started with me saying, don't ever let anyone tell you your voices don't matter, right? There's real discontent towards Elon Musk. In some instances, that discontent is so vast and so insurmountable that it leads to literal vandalism, okay? Acts of vandalism. This isn't to say that acts of vandalism are good, okay? I'm not saying that. I have a platform. I can't say that, regardless of what I may actually think, okay? Having said that, like, this isn't even about the fucking cars burning on fire anyway. I'm literally talking about the ways in which the discontent towards Elon Musk has blown up. So much so that he is basically saying he's gonna fucking leave. But then people turn around and go, no, he's leaving because they're lighting Teslas on fire. As in, they're taking Elon's reaction, which he hasn't even delivered himself personally, at face value. They're imagining an alternative that Elon is actually quitting because people are lighting the cars on fire, not realizing that people are lighting the cars on fire because of how fucking little they want to do with Elon Musk due to his actions with his actions inside the federal agencies. Okay? And then the centrism defenders look to that argument and go, yeah, he's right. It is actually because the cars are being lit on fire. And Hasan is saying it's good to light the cars on fire. I never said that. Why did you use the QRT Hasan on some shit? He's objectively correct on his other 1,000 actual moronic things he's posted, bro. Defend it. Violence equals voice. Look who's doing the defending now. It's so annoying whenever people take this like unnuanced position in an effort to defend right-wing attitudes and right-wing ideology. Okay? It's so goddamn frustrating when people will just look to this and go, well, you know, he's making a good point here. Like, the conversation has shifted from the point that I was making, which is that there is very real discontent. There is very real discontent towards Elon Musk. And that discontent is so vast and so powerful that it even fucking erupts in acts of vandalism against property. It has also erupted in the way, it also has turned into people not purchasing Tesla vehicles in general. Okay? Anyway, this conversation is still continuing, by the way. This isn't an argument. You're telling me I'm supposed to just assume someone means something other than what they said. There wasn't even any context that could allude to him meaning what you're saying. You just pulled it out of your ass to defend someone who has the same ideals. I don't understand. Why is XC addressed as a relevant interlocutor? Because whether we agree to it or not, the reality of the matter is people that put forth these incredibly silly, incredibly dumb positions are actually getting a lot of prominence because other people are even dumber than they are. Okay? I don't even personally think that XQC is authentic in these authentic as to why he's arguing on these positions. Like, I don't think he's authentically arguing for this shit. I think he's doing it specifically for clout purposes. He sees Asmongold's metrics and he's like, well, I want a piece of that. Obviously, there's a lot of dumb fucks who will eat up whatever garbage I put their way. If I were to assume a centrist, enlightened centrist right-wing position, this isn't fucking new. Okay? It's not new. This is how Dave Rubin became a right-wing figure. This is how Tim Pool started off as a right-wing figure. So many right-wing commentators. Jordan Peterson did this as well. Why isn't it relevant if they actually believe it or not? They're spreading Nazi rhetoric and their audience genuinely believes it. Dog, I'm not saying this to defend XUC. I'm saying that... Why can't people comprehend? When people are grifting to the right, it doesn't matter if they're grifting or if they're genuine. What matters is their output. Okay? But the very fact that they're grifting on top of that makes it even more indecent. My point is not... Deep down inside, he has like a real opinion that is born out of empathy. I'm also saying that it's worse because it doesn't matter what he fucking truly believes. He's just doing it for clout. I always thought XU was pretty right-wing. Yeah, you were unfamiliar with his commentary then. Because only a couple years prior, before he like did the Gamba stuff, he used to be a very empathetic person. Like, he wasn't the most well-read, but he you know, his moral guidance was born out of being nice to people. If you hear him talk about, like, not saying the R word, you know, and shit like that, you can understand it. It sounds stupid and it sounds silly, but I think it's instructive about a person's point of view, about what their guiding, motivating principles are. I mean, it's been a long time at this point. He's been getting yelled at by other Twitch communities recently, so we hit the fuck Hasan button, that's all. Yeah, but it doesn't even fucking work now, because that just causes resentment from his audience that understands, to this day, at least right now, they understand who the real villain of society is. They see Donald Trump as the real villain of society. So, and they see Elon Musk as the real villain of society, because they are. So when XQC says fuck Hasan, they don't read that as like, yeah, you know what, Hasan is doing it again. He's just being a fucking moron. Oh, fuck that guy. They go, you're being a fucking moron for saying fuck Hasan in this process because we agree with him. The fuck Hasan button only works in times when the overwhelming majority of the population can't see that the institutions are causing them direct harm. Anyway. When did it become meta to hate on you? It took many, many years to get to this point. But it ultimately doesn't mean anything either. It's just the meta for, like, some communities. It's the meta for drama slop tubers. It's the meta for a lot of, like, these centrist apolitical types. But it's not necessarily the meta across the board. Obviously, if that was the case, I wouldn't have as vast an audience as I do currently. And the meta has changed anyway. For the uneducated and the young, I am seen as like a beacon of woke. You know, I'm seen as like the arbiter of all things woke. And from the liberal side, I'm seen as the arbiter of all things that demonstrate their moral depravity, because there is a different alternative out there, and they don't want to abide by that, and they want to maintain the current, the current systems, in spite of how deeply unpopular that maintenance looks like for the average person. So much so that they went and fucking voted for Donald Trump. That's it. It was around the Tate time. That's when being compared to you was a compliment to, I don't know about this Hasan guy. Yeah. Anyway. It is what it is. But the fuck Hasan meta has kind of... the fuck Hasan exoram doesn't work as it once did. I think the grace you give the right-wing men that stream stands opposed to what I've seen from the women on the left saying, just a pattern I've noticed. I know you're great at outreach, but no need to defend the lost. They yearn to wander. I don't just give grace to right-wing men that stream. I give grace to everyone. And that is precisely the reason why I've been able to create a community of like-minded individuals that have had their minds changed. This is a big part of what I believe in. What is this?
China didn't.
What the fuck? Blue-pilled my lifelong conservative mom in 2017. Now she gives history lessons to my Republican family. What the fuck is this?
The amount of land you're allowed to have is personal property because you're using
What the fuck?
it for your personal purposes. You can own the car, you cannot own the means of production of the car. And their logic is that in a communist society, you have to give to the masses, like you have to contribute something to the community, and you are allowed to work for your own personal use. What you cannot do is benefit off the labor of somebody else. So their argument is, if I'm one person, when I work, I get paid a salary, right? But what I cannot do is make 1,000 other people work, and I don't do any work, and I get paid off of all of their labor. That's what communism says is illegal. The means of production belong to the people. All of the manufacturing is government owned. Now there are all companies, all businesses are government owned. All large tracts of land are government owned. There are a few exceptions, most of them that came from when Hong Kong was returned to China. Hong Kong had been for 100 years British. There were a bunch of Chinese people that were living there that were used to a free economy. And these people are, as you know, very, very wealthy people. They built very big businesses. Well, these Hong Kong billionaires who are used to being free went to Beijing and said, one of two things is going to happen. You're either going to play games, you're either going to deal with us nicely in the sandbox, and we will stay here as a Chinese company in China, or we'll just get the fuck out. We don't have to stick around because we got billions of dollars. So what's it going to be? So there are certain companies like that were able to maintain their companies separately. There are also public companies, because you can have a public company. You can't have a company that is owned by an individual privately, okay? So BYD, the big competitor against Tesla, that is a public company. It is a Chinese company, but it is publicly owned. And the Chinese government gave a lot of money to get it going, just as our government gives a lot of incentives to get businesses going.
But now, wait a minute. If it's publicly owned, isn't that like our stock market?
Bro, what is happening? This is a meeting of the Debras and the Barbaras. I mean, this is just one video, but it does give me great confidence that perhaps people can be reasoned with. Amazing.
Market? Yes, it is traded on our stock market. It's a Chinese company that is traded on our stock market that I sold all my Tesla stock to buy into.
Oh my God.
Steal our technology. They set their rules. Our businesses knew what the rules were, and they made.
Bro, is this, wait, hold on. Does this person doesn't, this is like verbatim. This is like bar for bar shit that I have said. I love this
Decision to do business in China.
Yeah, this isn't blue pilling. This is red pilling, dude. This is straight up red pilling in the appropriate way.
China. Our business leaders gave it to them, which sounds crazy until you realize you're the CEO of Apple. You want to go sell Apple phones to 1 billion people in China. Or you want to get access to 1 billion workers who are higher skilled workers. Do you think the CEO of Apple didn't know that to go do that, China says, great, you can come here, but the price of entry is you will share your technology with us. You will teach us. We have to get something out of this too. And what we want is to learn from you. We want to learn your technology. So you have to share your technology, or nobody's forcing them to do business in China. If you don't want that, when you're Apple that your patents are not going to be respected, but you chose to go build a factory there. Well, then you can't then say, now you stole my technology. So what's happened here is you've got a CEO that either is thinking very short term. Let's say you're Tesla and you're like, okay,
A lot of Twitter poll nerds have been saying that for years. If you get the Y moms onto your issue, you'll win that issue, and holy shit. I mean, I make no mistake. This is just one wine mom, okay? I mean, it starts this way. This is what Mao said when he talked about the spiritual atom bomb, okay? Of Maoist thought. This is how it works. This is the real spiritual atom bomb.
I'm going to give them all my technology because in the short term, I'm going to have this huge burst of business. My revenues are going to go skyrocketing. You know, I'm going to have this great advantage that makes me as a CEO look great. And
not trying to be uncharitable, but the shock that it's Deborah wine mom, soccer mom, etc., as if housewives don't have intelligent conversations about the economy. No, intelligent people that have conversations about the economy can still be completely invested in intelligent people that oftentimes have conversations about the economy don't actually have this perspective. This is not about intelligence. This is about perspective. Oftentimes, the intelligent people that are having conversations about the economy or even the political economy or even politics in general are having that within the confines of Western liberal capitalist democracy. Seeing the world outside of that, no matter how intelligent you are, is actually unique. You don't have to be brilliant to see the world outside of that. Okay? It just means that your perspective has grown. It has shifted. My brother says Mao was worse than the Holocaust. What do I even say to that? I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, I'm owned. I'm owned in the marketplace of ideas. That's incredible.
the fact that I may be training a competitor that is going to absolutely destroy me in the market 5 years or 10 years from now, well, that's not my problem. I won't be CEO then. I'll let the next guy deal with that. So that's one possibility. And, you know, that's just a business decision. The other possibility is that you're Nike. And if you're Nike, you might say, you know what? Let them make better shoes than us. It doesn't matter because we have the Nike brand. And when somebody goes shopping, they can sit and see two different shoes sitting right next to each other. That one the shoe A may be better looking and better made, but shoe B says Nike. They're going to pay more money for the Nike because we've got a great brand. So I'm not afraid of, it's not a matter of I'm ignoring the future. I'm not afraid of the future. I will always get out ahead of them because I've got a fantastic brand. Tesla at one time could have said that had Elon not opened his mouth in our government and really destroyed his brand. But my point is, you can't then villainize China and say they're evil because they stole our shit. No, we gave it to them as a business decision in order to gain access to 1 billion consumers or 1 billion Chinese workers.
She has to be a Hasanabi headload. This sounds like one of your rants. Well, her daughter is not following me, so
China didn't steal.
I don't think she is.
They're evil because they stole our shit. No, we gave it to them as a business decision.
I have a wine aunt who says if she had the choice, she would join Hamas. To be clear, she is white Zimbabwean. That is insane. But also, that makes... Actually, you know what? That kind of makes sense. It's like that lady in Australia on Twitter. I saw that post from the one woman from Twitter that was like, I'm a 52-year-old Australian woman, and if I had the opportunity, I would join Hamas.
In order to gain access to 1 billion consumers or 1 billion Chinese workers.
This does not sound like a Hasan rant because Hasan uses examples and terms that most chuds can't even comprehend. If he dumbed down his messaging, he'd get more conversions. The way she just explained this process is bar for bar, exactly the same words that I've used, talking about this exact same issue, like down to the IP theft.
It doesn't need to, like, you don't need to pit them as the enemy against us. They don't have an evil economy. They have a different economy. It's a different structure. And some would argue it's more fair. And some would argue it's not. And some would argue the exact same thing about a capitalist society where you have billionaires and then you have people in America who literally cannot find food.
Just looking at the headline, you know this article is going to be fire. Harvard is an Islamist outpost. For decades, it nurtured resentful leftists and anti-Semitism, united them in a common cause. Oh my God. amazing. This is like, dude, if you have the severe lack of wherewithal to be able to put together a fucking article with a title like this, like, you shouldn't ever be able to write again. Oh, the OG tweet got yeeted into space. I'm a 73-year-old woman from Australia. After seeing what Israel has done and continues to do, if I was capable, I'd join Hamas. But I guess this is who wrote it.
Is not to make you look good, American Jews.
Oh, I remember this lady. Oh my God.
Our job is not to make you look good, American Jews. What do you have to worry about? Your job is to make us look good. And here's how you do it. Every one of us has to serve 3 years in the Army, 2 years in the Army, some of us 5 years, and then for the rest of our lives, you have got to serve 2 or 3.
Fuck. I know. I know. I know. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. It's gonna come back. Just wait. Just hold. Just hold. I know the frame rate is busted. Hold the line. Hold the line. This happened yesterday as well. It's coming back. Hold on. Happened yesterday as well. Wait a second. It'll pass. Oh, it passed already. It's back. We're back. We're back. Refresh. Yep. We're back. 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 Also, I do gotta say something. I gotta say something, chat. I'm freaking glowing, dude. I'm freaking glowing, fam. Look at this. That goddamn facial. Whoo, sheesh. Sheesh. Yeah, if you're delayed, refresh. 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 Because I think that there is yeah, it seems like chat is delayed. Chat is on a significant delay. Don't touch your face. I won't. I know. I'm trying not to. Trust. All right. Rewind, please. Yeah, I'm gonna rewind here. Listen to this demon.
Our job is not to make you look good, American Jews. What do you have to worry about? Your job is to make us look good. And here's how you do it.
I refreshed too, but the chat is still delayed. Happened yesterday too, like 30 seconds. Wait, really? Oh my God. Wait, what the fuck? This literally happened. Oh my God, chat is like delayed by 2 minutes. Chat, we're gonna try. Press 1. Chat, press 1. When you hear this, press 1. It's 3:59. Oh my God. Okay, first one came at 4. Okay, it's literally a minute delay for some. For some. Oh my God. For others. Oh my God. There are only a couple people are 1 minute delayed, and there's still. Oh, now it started. It's almost 2 minutes. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck is happening? Bro. Oh shit. How the hell? You have to restart your stream. I warned you about this yesterday. It's like 30 seconds delayed. Yeah, I'm not gonna restart the stream, dude. If anything, I'm just gonna fucking end the stream if that's the case.
Every one of us has to serve 3 years in the Army, 2 years in the Army, some of us 5 years, and then for the rest of our lives, you have got to serve 2 or 3 years in the army of words. You've got to learn to fight the political battle, which is even more important at this point than the military battle that we are. We'll fight the military battle. We're not asking you necessarily to come and be lone soldiers, although some of you can. You've got to learn how to fight back on the campuses, how to make the arguments. Now, they keep shifting. You know, the ground keeps shifting under us. They keep changing the language. Intersectionality wasn't even a word 10 years ago. Now suddenly it's intersectionality. You've got to stay on top of it. And you know how we train for the Army? We don't train for defensive warfare. If the war against Israel ever had to be fought on Israeli soil, do I have to tell you? It's an impossibility. So it's the same thing. Don't let the war of words ever be fought about Israel's nature. Let it be fought about why you can't accept Israel, why you have to single out this tiny people. Try to find Israel on the map. It's hardly there. You know, we used to play this game, where...
This is a famous Hasbarist, okay? I've played this video before. I've played this video on the stream before. This is an old Hasanabi classic. She is the OG, like, she is the OG author of propaganda, and she's basically describing it too. She's describing exactly the terms of propaganda here. The clip of that lady was one of the first clips you showed after teaching what the word Hasbara means, and that was definitely a holy shit moment for me. Yep. I wrote about Canadian Zionist Ruth Wise last year when she gave this talk on March 13, 2024. It was one of the most racist and vitriolic Jewish supremacist rants I've ever heard. Here's a clip from her rabid, diabolical diatribe.
Where's Waldo? Where is Waldo on the map? Are you going to really tell me that this is the country you want to blame? Push them, teach them how to defend by attacking. Teach them really what one says as in fencing. You've got to do that. You've got to make demands on them. They've got to serve for 3 years in the army of words.
Well, I cannot even start with this to compete with this passion and compassion. And of course.
Here is Samira Mohieddin.
If you are an Israeli anywhere,
And if you are a Jew anywhere, Mr. Netanyahu is the head of the Israeli government, and you stand up and salute, and you ask everyone else in the whole world, don't you dare minimize our prime minister. Don't you dare call him a chicken shit. Don't you dare.
Psycho. Anyway, these are people who don't care about anything. They just want to defend Israel. That's it. That's it. That's it. And they will say insane shit in the process of defense of Israel. Okay, I think we're good now. No, I effed it on purpose, and now we're back, right? Yeah. We're back now, right? I had to save it. I had to save the stream. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Okay, it's back. Okay, the ingest, on my ingest side, on my cloud server side, it was, there was an issue. And we seemingly have fixed said issue. Okay. All right, we're gonna watch TAFS, the Adam Friedland show, the #1 place for Hasbara. Just kidding. Okay, hold on. This chick is making hit that dual loyalty button like a Republican. No, I mean this is the type of shit that like ultra Zionists say all the time. It's like Jonathan Pollard being like, all Jews have dual loyalty. Of course all Jews have dual loyalty. They should have dual loyalty. That's what he says. It's insane. You have a cloud server? Look at this little nerd. Yeah, but it runs into issues as you have seen over and over again. All right. We're doing Adam Friedland show, the Adam Friedland show. It's here. Hasan Piker, Politics Online, Fashion, Mr. Beast.
Were you worried about what the 145% tariffs were doing to small businesses here in the U.S.? Is that why you're bringing it down?
No.
Your call has been forwarded.
Should I call him again?
Yes. But China's not doing any business. They were doing.
Adam Friedland keeps calling me. Yo, what's up? I'm live.
Salam alaikum. Hasan, how are you, Habibi?
I'm good. What's up? What's going on?
Okay, it's Friday. It's Friday, finally. It's happening.
Okay. What's happening?
Your episode is coming out.
Oh wow. Okay, it's finally happening.
It's here, Hasan.
I'm overjoyed. Thank you.
And I just want to thank you for your friendship
and the solidarity that you've shown me throughout this entire crazy period of my life.
Okay.
The
answer is yes. I will hide you.
This is why you can't say I'm not a funny guy, okay? Like that was a funny joke. Come on, I got some jokes.
Hey guys, ladies and gentlemen, the bitch is back. It's Adam Friedland. I've come back. Listen, it's been a month. We've been gone, and I don't know. To be honest, there have been a lot of changes in my life, and I'm feeling good again. You know. The good news is I got engaged to a woman. What else? I read the Quran, finally. I finally got around to rewatching Donnie Darko, which I found to be just as trippy as the first time that I saw it, when I was a baby. Today is the final installment of our Lost episode series. The guest is Hasan Piker. Many people have noted that he was perhaps a protege of mine. I think we finally passed the torch during this episode. I think the teacher has become the master. What is it?
The master has become the student.
The master has become the student. The hunter has become the hunted. Next month, the new season of the Adam Friedland Show will be launching. This is a massive roll of the dice on my part. Throwing my life savings behind the project right now. My partner has moved on. I just can't stand what's happening right now in this country. I can't sit back and watch democracy be assaulted over and over again. I know how to fix this. And you have to trust me, America. So next month, it begins. Get ready, folks. I guess I'll end this by saying what no one has the fucking guts to say. President Donald John Trump, you're fired.
Got him.
Fucking doing your fucking clown shit.
Yeah, no clown shit here.
No clown
What
shit.
do you want me to? Are we rehearsing the walk? Like, is there a specific type of walk?
Do you need to rehearse it? I thought you were a physically fit man. Ladies and gentlemen, a special introduction today. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines hero as a mythological or legendary figure, often of divine descent, endowed with great strength. An illustrious warrior, a person admired for achievements and noble qualities, one who shows great courage. But to me, my hero is our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Turkish political commentator Hasan Piker, everyone. That's nice muscles, dude.
Thank you.
Okay, you got a great bod though.
Thank you.
Great arms, great chest. How long have you been getting muscles for?
Yeah, I used to be really super fat, and then I moved to LA, and I was living with a bunch of personal trainers.
So sick.
Thank you for the 50
no, it's because I was broke.
Do you attribute any modicum of your success to just being a big, strong guy?
Being attractive?
Yeah, if you were like a Quasimodo, would people be listening to you about like?
No. I mean, people would probably still be listening, but like not to the same degree.
They wouldn't be looking though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like this is actually kind of serious. I'm gassing myself up a little bit, which is weird.
Get serious.
But I do think that like there's a lot of these like Andrew Tate types out there, right? Which is really funny because he's like, I mean, he dresses super European, like super gay, like unimaginably gay. He wears like those little slipper loafers and like super tight pants. There's this entire like new wing of, I guess, right-wing adjacent content creators that are all like former life insurance salesmen and shit. And they all present themselves as like super masculine alpha dogs. And I feel like the way I look kind of counters that a little bit because, like, you know, you look like the archetypical, stereotypical leftist guy.
What is that supposed to mean?
Just handsome.
You coming on my damn show fucking sunning my ass immediately? Do you dress gay like Andrew Tate?
No, I just dress gay because I'm gay.
No.
But I'm saying
you got stylists and stuff?
No.
How much Rick Owens have you bought?
This is the Doc Martens one, and these are the only.
Those are literally the collabo Rick Owens?
Yeah. They're sick though. They're super comfy and also relatively affordable. They're like $300.
Wait, so let's back up. You grew up in Turkey?
Yeah.
What's like the vibe there?
Chill.
You think?
I think. Yeah.
I was in an econ class in college, freshman year, like 8 a.m. class, and there was like a crew of internationals, and they all
relatively affordable, $300 out of touch. I hate this conversation because for a boot that you can wear forever, $300 is perfectly permissible as a price point. Stop fucking doing this bullshit. Stop doing this fucking bullshit in the chat where you're like, dude, I'm not actually signing off from my mommy's Connecticut McMansion. I'm actually literally living in a fucking pile of trash right now. How dare you say that? How dare you demonstrate bourgeois decadence? Okay? Shut the fuck up. You know exactly what I meant there. You can cry about it all day, every day. They're literally Rick Owens boots. Rick Owens boots are normally $2,000 a pop. This is a $300 boot. Aren't boots literally the example of that one fallacy thing?
Wearing Hermes like belt, Gucci shoes, like the, you know, the kind of like the international students in college, they have blast cigs outside the library. Yeah. But I was like, they were all talking some type of language. I'm like, what the fuck kind of language is that?
Yeah.
And it was my
language, my people's language.
What's it called? Turkish. Yeah. It was that language.
They were all.
It's very like.
Is it like that?
Yeah, it's very like milk throat.
I don't know if that's Turkish, bro.
No, what is it?
I feel like Turkish is more like
a snobby Arabic. Like we're a little bit European.
That definitely is the vibe. You're 100% right. Turks will get very mad if you ever call them Arab. Like they're not Arab anyway, but like still, there's like Arabic background.
Yeah, everyone thinks that's some type of Arab over here.
Yeah, Turkey also rebranded under Erdogan. It's called Turkiye now. They changed it. They're like everyone has to say the Turkish way of saying.
That's kind of that I like that actually.
Yeah. I don't think people are doing it though. No.
People don't. I mean, that's kind of disrespect if someone's just making up a different name for your country.
I don't care.
Let's back up, because my audience is like pretty mature intellectual style. So many of them
I've seen the subreddit.
Many of them might not know. I don't know what you're talking about. Many of them might not know, like, you know, streaming or games or whatever, Minecrafts or whatever. So could you like just explain for our audience like what it is? Like, how would you explain what it is that you do?
The way I explain it to, you know, like mainstream media people is like I'm basically like a Rush Limbaugh without crippling opiate addiction or brain cancer.
But you're
I do
just
that.
I'm in New York City doing podcasts, including the one I shouldn't do. Oh my God. I filmed this almost exactly a year ago, dude. A year and some change. And it finally came out.
You're just as hateful and yeah.
Against white people though.
So,
it's like a reverse Rush Limbaugh.
You hate white people?
No, I love white people. I'm white.
You do that because I have a Turkish friend that tries to play it like he's a
tries to play it.
Yeah. Tries to play like he's not from the Euro side of Istanbul. But like you have to just know everything. Like you have to have an opinion, right?
I mean, I do.
Yeah, but like you have to have an opinion on something, right?
Not really.
No, but you're
plenty of
doing
things
it.
I don't have an opinion on.
You're doing it in real time, right?
Yeah.
So like you're like streaming 8 hours a day. A news article drops, and then you just drop knowledge on it, right?
Yeah.
But like that's really fast.
Yeah.
But like, what if you're wrong?
Sometimes I do get stuff wrong. Like I'll have
like the whole Israel thing. Wait, can I try it? Can you just like let's say give me a breaking news?
Okay. And you want to give a take?
I'm gonna give an opinion.
Okay, breaking news.
Because I have an opinion on. I don't believe in anything anymore.
Okay.
So now I'm gonna try to do your thing.
Breaking news. The United Nations have come out with a new report that halves the number of child and women fatalities since October 7 in the latest siege that Israel conducted in Gaza.
I don't understand what any of those words mean. Can you make an easier one? Like what Kamala Harris like got shot in the head or something?
That's like easier? Okay.
That Vice
President
halves the October 7.
Okay.
What are you even going
I gave
there
you
for?
a real USA Today headline from yesterday.
Just tell me one, just make one up. You say it just happened, and I gotta be on Hasan baby stream.
Okay.
And I gotta like go like this and
Yeah,
like
you have to be,
I have to tell the kids. Okay, so give me one.
Okay. After a visit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, Joe Biden shit in his diapers.
After a visit with Chinese leader.
You asked for an easy one.
Give it to me. Let's run it again.
Okay. After a visit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, Joe Biden was reported to shit in his diapers. That's it. That's what I would have said. Actually, that's you just, bro. Are you coming for my shit?
Yeah, that's. I'm just shooting from the hip. I went on your stream, right, and I was shocked. You have 25,000 people.
I think they did a really good job of editing this, because while we were in the process of doing this, in the back of my mind, I was thinking, like, these interviews go in two different directions. If you are a super serious person, okay, that doesn't know who Adam is, and presenting yourself as like a super serious person, like a Chris Cuomo style situation, then it's hilarious because he's being unserious. Or if you're actually a comedian and very familiar with Adam, then you guys can riff off one another. I happen to be somewhere in between, where I'm not a comedian, obviously, but I know Adam, and you know, I can't like present myself as a super serious person. So I was a little worried that like I was in on the joke too much, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? But I think with the editing, they've done a decent job of like making this still kind of funny.
People that are just constantly watching. What you're doing has more of a similarity, and this isn't condescending, to Jake Paul than like Wolf Blitzer, right? Because you are to some extent a content creator online that interfaces with an audience, right?
When I started writing and like doing video essays and stuff on the Young Turks, like the space online for leftist political commentary was super marginal. Like it was non-existent. And there were some like old school radio talk show guys, like, you know, Sam Cedar. I would say Jank was a little bit on that like left adjacent content creator side on the internet, but everything was dominated by right-wing politics, and all these fucking neck-bearded nerds were just like really annoying. They weren't cool, they were not charismatic, they were not entertaining, and they were basically,
and it was video games too. A lot of
but I like video games too. I play video games as well, and I knew like I knew that there were enough people that had similar opinions to myself that would appreciate a perspective that they rarely get to hear from a dude who isn't like a super Tumblr guy. Because there was definitely at this time.
What's a Tumblr guy?
Like a dude who, like people that grew up on Tumblr. Like there were a lot of people
you used
on
to be able to beat off from Tumblr, but they got rid of it.
I never really went on Tumblr, so I can't.
They used to show stuff you could beat off to, and then
like
they got rid of it.
I think furry porn, is that what you're talking about?
Furry porn?
Furry porn, yeah. And that's what they had on Tumblr.
You have a real specific way that you come?
A real specific way? Sometimes
you need like
if I come so hard, I literally cramp on my abs.
That's not what I'm asking.
No, what are you asking?
You need like a scenario that's like that. This is the one thing that makes me feel like God or something. Because for me, it's just kissing girl, you know, I love you, kind of missionary, kind of over doggy at this point.
Deep staring into the eyes.
Do you think doggy is queer?
Do I think doggy is queer? No,
yeah, even if it's with a girl, it's a little bit like.
It's a little gay.
It's not. It's like a little bit.
I get what you're saying.
It's a little. I mean, and that's chill. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
It's a little queer.
We're pro-queer in this space.
No, I'm anti-doggy though at this point.
Yeah.
I like.
Okay, so you're anti-queer.
For my sex, yeah. Okay. I like kissing. I love you. And then busts. I'm sorry. And then how was that for you? And then like and then I like kiss and then say what are we even doing? Do you say that?
No.
You've never done that?
No, I've never done that.
You gotta go with a sweetie and kiss and be like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. You've never done that?
No.
Why? Because you're on fucking stream talking to these psychos.
That's what I'm doing. I'm too busy.
But here's a question, okay? Like, there are comedians I know that are on the road 52 weeks a year, right? And they're doing observational comedy, right? But at a certain point, like, if they're observing society but they're not participating in society, then like, how, like, it doesn't, like, in my mind, I'm like, that's just bizarre, right?
Yeah,
but
that's
like,
what happens with like Kevin Hart.
If you're in a chair, like if you're in a fucking, you got ergonomic, probably, do you have a racing seat kind of thing?
You were in my house. You saw my chair. You sat on one of my chairs. You don't remember?
No,
I have
bro.
a Logitech.
I don't remember.
I have a Herman Miller Logitech edition. They sent it to me.
I remember I went into your house and then you had a rag, you put it on my face, and then I woke up and then I had AOC written on my forehead.
Yeah.
No, I mean like.
That's what I do to people.
But I'm saying it's like, if you, because of the grind that you're on, it does preclude you from kind of, like, how you gonna be socialist if you ain't in society? If you're like a, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not like criticizing. I'm saying like, you know, like interfacing.
It sounds a lot like you're criticizing.
No, it sounds like you're being defensive, bro.
I'm being a little defensive.
I know, but it feels like.
I feel like I'm under attack.
I'm saying like, you know, and it's, I don't want to go touch grass. Touch grass means like you have to go off the computer, right?
Yeah, go outside.
Touch grass.
Nature.
But it's weird to touch it.
Yeah.
Walk on it.
Yeah.
What do you mean
take shoes off?
Touch grass. Touch grass is what someone says that doesn't go outside, right?
Ironically, you mentioned that, but like, yes, if someone's a touch grass, like no one who's already in the process of being outside is like touch grass.
You're observing through the internet, right? And kind of it precludes you a lot of the time, I would imagine, from like interfacing with
real humans,
your community, your society.
Yeah.
You know?
That's why I try to, like every moment that I'm not on stream, I try to, you know, do that sort of thing. I go outside.
You touch grass?
I touch grass, yeah.
What do you do, like, after you get off stream? 8 p.m., you take the dog out?
Yeah.
And then Sunset Strip?
I go to...
Oh, yeah! My mind has been enabled. Like, what do you do for fun? What do you spend the money on?
Not really anything. That's the whole point.
So what's the point of money? Like, what do you...
But that's why I'm saying it's like you can't go and like, quote unquote, purchase me to change my attitude or anything. Because like, a while ago, I actually said this on camera and like it got misconstrued and people were like yelling at me where I said something along the lines of like, I have enough money for the essentials, which I've elevated for sure. Like it's still
for
luxurious.
the brand essentials. Like for that one?
No, not the brand essentials. No, like I have enough money that I can take care of my family, right? I give back a lot to charities and stuff like that and do fundraisers. And beyond that, like I'm super comfortable. It's not like my lifestyle has. Yeah, but I'm saying like my lifestyle hasn't changed. Like I was broke and I was fucking 8 hours a day streaming, and now I'm rich and I'm 8 hours a day streaming. Like none of that changed. The only thing that changed is like I now have money to like fly to New York if I want to, and also have the same exact setup in New York that I can carry with me and then stream in New York. That's the only difference.
You're like, you could bring your computer to New York?
Yeah.
That's your flex?
That's my, okay.
Why don't you get a Porsche 911?
I bought a Porsche.
If I was you, I'd be bludgeoning peasants.
Yeah, I bought a Taycan. People got mad at me for that too.
You got a Taycan?
Yeah, it's the EV Porsche.
Oh, electric.
Yeah.
Nice, dude.
Nice.
Democrat, dude.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that.
Okay, so let's go to the people that are in the chat that are consuming it. Like you've been doing Twitch since what, 2018?
Yeah.
So has the chat
full time since 2020?
So the chat as an entity, right? Has the chat changed?
It just grew. Like when I first started, I had like 30 people watching.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, all of them were beating off, right? And then it grew to like 300 to 1,000, you know what I mean? And then 2020 is when I went full time.
But it also had to have changed because they're in middle school now, right?
Yeah.
What the hell is this? What the fuck? God, his penis is so large. It's crazy. I don't know why there's an American Psycho bit in between this. Oh, this is the ad. That was so tasteful. I let that ride.
A lot of people did grow.
That was so fucking tasteful. Oh my God. These guys are doing high art on a fucking gambling sponsorship.
Grow up alongside like my content for sure. Like there are a lot of people that have been watching since 2020, and in 2020 they were like, you know, 16, 17, 18, and now 4 years later they're in their 20s all the way to like late 20s.
Yeah.
So it is that part definitely does change as well, for sure. Like my audience ages with me.
I would imagine they're alone. I mean, a lot of these guys are too, you know? And sometimes I do think like,
I think some people just like throw it on as background noise. Some people just have it on as a way to keep themselves informed.
You ever meet Obama?
No, but I have linked up with the Pod Save America people before. I've been on their
I thought
pod.
you were gonna say you linked up with Obama.
I have not linked up with Obama.
Yeah.
That'd be cool though.
You got probably in your phone, you got some phone numbers in there.
You got some numbers in there?
Nah, no one.
Bro, what do you mean?
I don't know anyone.
This show has had so many fucking celebrities on it.
Can you call Jake Paul right now?
I can't. I don't have his number.
Can you call Logan Paul right now?
I don't have his number either.
Can you call Mr. Beast right now?
I do have his number.
Hit him up, bro.
I don't want to call him.
Come on,
That's
please.
weird. We're
it's
not.
my dream.
Mr. Beast never responded to me and has since then never responded to me. He still sends me chocolates, but he has never responded to me since I sent him a photo of Adam holding up a gun and said, "Hey, this guy wants you on his show."
We're not.
It's my dream.
We're
it's
not
my dream.
fucking. We're
Do
not
this
tight
for
like
me.
that.
Do this
we're not
for
tight
me.
like that.
Okay. What?
He's gonna be like, "The fuck are you doing?"
Just please. I'll be cool. I'm not gonna embarrass you. I swear to God. I swear to God.
No, I'm not doing
Please, dude.
I'm not
Please.
doing that.
I have so much respect for Mr. Beast and Mr. Beast content.
I'm not doing that.
He bought a house for $1 and then he bought a house for $500.
That was brilliant. That said a lot, actually. He was actually talking
Also,
about
what
the
he's done
housing
for
market.
chocolate with the Feastables brand?
Yeah. The new Feastables actually, I hate
The
to admit
peanut
it,
butter?
is-
The peanut butter, I'm telling you, okay?
Hey, are you being for real right now?
I swear to fucking God.
Okay, because I actually do like the peanut butter Feastables.
Someone put me on the Mr. Beast, like I get chocolates. Now they put me on the Mr. Beast wants to send you chocolate
Yeah.
list. And what he's done for chocolate and peanut butter, this is not a paid endorsement, is monumental. Can you please call him? Can you please call him?
No, I'm not
Please,
calling
bro.
him. I'm not
It's
calling
not. I'm not gonna troll. I'm not gonna embarrass you.
He's probably in like fucking Zimbabwe right now, building wells or some shit. And he's always doing some shit. He's gonna be like, what the fuck are you calling me?
I'm just not famous enough, dude. You're not gonna hit up Mr. Beast.
I'll do it after. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Adam.
All right, because you did that, we're gonna do a new segment.
Okay, let's do it.
I was only gonna bust this out if you disrespected. All right.
Oh no.
So Hasan, you're somewhat of a fashion icon.
Okay.
So I'm gonna show some of your best looks.
Oh, here we go.
And I wanna hear like, let's say, you know how like say this is the Admiral. Like give it each a name.
Okay, you got it.
So let's start off. Bro, look at your face. This is sexy. Okay, so we're going off like this is a classic like Pharrell hat kind of style.
Yeah.
What are you doing with the sunglasses here?
I'm just taking them off. Like,
This is like,
sexy,
look,
to give like a sexy face. I'm drinking your coffee.
Go ahead. So
I
here's
already know
here's
what
the
you're gonna
famous
pull out.
one. Here's the famous one.
Oh no!
Here's the famous one. Bro, you're goated. You are goated.
Okay. Here.
Okay, so here we go. This is the famous one. You know the jeans don't get enough love in this.
No, people shit on the jeans all the time.
What do you mean?
I'm
The
a
shirt
tall.
really
I'm
gets,
a tall boy.
The shirt is kind of like you're doing like a American Idiot Green Day kind of situation.
Yeah. So that was I gotta stop wearing my friend's merchandise. That was a dude who was doing graphics design at the Young Turks at the time.
Bro.
He's an anarchist, and he gave me the shirt to be like, hey, can you post this? And I was like, sure. And I thought it was sick.
He's an anarchist?
Yeah.
He's like the Joker? Why don't we get a crib in the fucking hills?
Let's do it. Entourage style. Would you be my E? Is that how that works? Like, what would you be in that
Vince.
group? Like, if I'm the analog
I'd be
from
Vince, dude. You're fucking Lloyd, bro.
I don't even know what Lloyd is. Which one was Lloyd?
Lloyd's the gay Chinese assistant.
Oh! Yeah, no, that was a great character. I'll take it.
Ari said a lot of things to Lloyd in that show.
Yeah, he really
All
did.
right, so this was
probably the most real part about that show.
This one, you got killed on this one.
Okay, let's see.
This one you got killed on.
Was Noah Colwyn there? Yes.
Oh yeah, that's another.
Yeah.
So
it looks almost like you're being like a little bit.
So that is another fucking like merch thing that they sent me, and I was wearing it, and that lady was like, "Can I have that? Like, can I have that sweater?"
I hope
and
you gave it to her.
I did. No, I didn't. I was like, no, I need to take more photos.
I'm calling the police.
Wait, there's more. Give me the.
No,
you're
it's too
skipping
many.
that one?
This is my favorite look of yours.
Which one? Okay.
Let's see it right here.
What the fuck is that?
That's you at the.
Who is that guy?
That's you, no?
No.
You agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Be into it, man. Restart.
Guys, this episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. What is Prize Picks? It's the best place.
I'm up.
Thank you. TAFS. And tell them Adam sent you. Thank you. All right, and now back to the show.
Yes, just.
So what do you think, Hasan, let's go back to politics. What do you think, who are you going for in Ukraine? What side are you on that?
I'm on I'm on nobody's side. I mean, I think Vladimir Putin's bad, and what he did was wrong.
You think Ukraine guys are like pissed at Gaza?
I would be.
They're like, damn, they're clout sharks.
They're in a weird predicament because like Zelensky is like super pro-Israel.
He's John Stewart.
Yeah.
He's the John Stewart of Ukraine.
That's true. He was. He used to be.
Yeah.
But he's like has to be super pro-Israel because like he's pro-NATO. He's pro like American State Department, right? And that's what the American State Department is signaling, that they're like super pro-Israel. Meanwhile, in the early stages, when Russia was invading Ukraine, Zelensky was like, hey, can we get the Iron Dome? Like, that would be nice. They're fucking shelling us like nonstop. And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, fuck no. He stopped it.
You know all this stuff?
Yeah, it's our tech as Americans. Like, it's our tech to give to Ukraine. And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, nope.
You know how I feel about Ukraine versus Russia?
How?
Sounds about white, dude. Not my problem. That is not my problem. So you ever done like celebrity fighting?
I think it's silly.
What, you could just hit like I don't know. Can you admit at this point that when Sam Hyde did that video that it was very funny?
No.
I'm friends with you. That was very funny.
I always I had no idea who the fuck this dude was at all. Like,
I'm gonna kill you! He was doing
at the time, I didn't know who this guy was, right? And I'm like, why is this fucking ugly freak like yelling about me all the time? Like I just didn't even know.
You should have hit me up and I would have crafted your response. You gotta do like your own character. do like an Iron Sheik or something.
The reason why I didn't
like,
do that.
fuck to you, some hide.
The reason.
Some hide the fuck to you. Yeah.
The reason why I didn't do that.
That's a dub, bro.
Is because I don't fuck with those guys.
I'm not saying you have to go to the celebrity boxing event with KSI and like what.
I mean, that's what he was doing.
Saying,
he was on. I think he was literally on the KSI boxing event.
So I'm not saying you have to do that, but I'm saying like if you're like. If you're responding in earnest, that's a L just for the internet.
But I didn't respond at
Either
all.
you don't say anything, or you do the Iron Sheik style character.
Yeah, that's why I did
where
that.
You're like, Bernie Sanders will fuck your ass, like, and my assistant AOC, the beautiful AOC. You know, you could have we could have written this out. It could have been great.
Well, the reason why I did not respond is literally because I was like, I don't want to fucking be associated with this dude at all.
Let's go back.
To Israel, Palestine.
No, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about like you have to comment on the world all the time, and it's kind of just like the news. I mean, it's
they cut out a part here. I was calling him a pedophile Nazi. For the record, I was like, what I said there was like I didn't know anything about this guy, and then I looked into it, and then I found out he's like a Nazi. And then I looked into it a little bit further, and I found out he was a pedophile. Pick a fucking struggle. I was like, I don't want to even be remotely associated with this dude. I'm just never gonna fucking talk about this guy ever.
It's kind of at a certain point. It's like, it kind of just it stinks.
Yeah,
the news stinks.
The way I see it,
people say he should have fought him, but like, I don't want to be around this guy. You know what I mean? Like.
It is if I'm gonna be serious. The way I see it is if I get like, I don't know.
Can you please just humiliate the pedo-Nazi via combat like a man, please? Like, this is what I mean. People go afraid much. Yeah, no, dude. I don't want to be around this person or any of his fucking freak-like fans, including yourself. If you put yourself out there on the map as a guy who is unironically a fan of the most washed pedophile neo-Nazi, you are, I don't want to be around you, you know, you're gross. Like, he is the type of dude that you don't want to be around even for like violent purposes, you know what I mean? Well, you are as well, most likely. Yeah, why the fuck would I interact with him for content?
I don't know, 100 people to join a union or Hamas, which is kind of like a union. If I get 100 people to join a union, if I get 100 people to join a union, if I get 100 people to like engage in local organizing, or to even like run for local office, or you know, we saw this with the student protests at all the campuses. Like, I went to the UCLA encampment, and everybody, like, so many people.
All right, why don't you just glorify 9/11 again? Sure. Okay. I will.
People came up and were like, dude,
brilliant argument, brilliant counter, man.
You know, I can't believe you're here. Like, you played a big role.
Remember, I always think about, I think it was Will Menaker who said this, where it's like conservatives can't make a joke because they get too angry in the process and just start saying whatever comes to their mind. And this is literally an example of this. Like, this guy wants to be funny, okay? He wants to, I guess, defend he wants to defend his status as a loyal soldier, okay? But because he got too angry in the process, like, he couldn't make like a funny joke, and instead just went, oh, why don't you glorify 9/11 again, douchebag? Oh, fuck you. Came after my Sam Hyde. Why don't you glorify 9/11? Okay, man. Yeah, all right.
Organizers that were basically putting the entire encampment together, they were saying, like, you got me started on this journey. Like, I joined SJP because of you. And to me, that's Students for Justice in Palestine.
Yeah.
So for me, that's like, that's
Sarah
why I
Jessica
do it.
Parker, I thought.
Yeah, Sarah Jessica Parker. That's what he was saying.
I joined Sarah Jessica. Yeah, okay, keep going, sorry.
But like,
you were saying something,
but that is the overall reason. Like, there's a lot of ups and downs.
If I could change, I hate you both, but Sam is objectively funnier. Yeah, of course you do, dude. Like, of course you think he is, because you like that he's a Nazi and a pedophile. We know that. You don't have to repeat it. Like, we know, man. Also, admitting that in 2025 is somehow even sadder than admitting that when he at least had like a fucking Adult Swim show that he lost because he couldn't stop himself from saying the N-word over and over again, or I don't know, giving money to a neo-Nazis like legal defense fund. It's just, this is the saddest moment to say that out loud, you know, like genuinely.
One life.
I mean, if I can get more people to pay attention to this sort of stuff and to make a big fuss about it, hopefully I think there will be a snowball effect, and it will get others motivated, and it'll give courage to others to also go out and speak out on these injustices. Can I pee? Am I allowed? Come on, in your mouth.
How long have we done?
I'm gonna keep going. I just need to pee real quick. I've been holding it and I've been fidgeting a lot.
All right, go. Keep the mic on though.
I will keep the mic on.
I want to hear.
Where's the bathroom?
Good question. Where is it?
Left and left. You can just, no, Hassan, it's pussy to take the key. Just shoulder into the door.
Okay, I'll shoulder it.
I mean it, dude.
I'll keep the key and shoulder it.
The door.
Where is it? All the way to the left?
Left and left.
End of the hall.
You being an anti-Semite? Did my dad's being an anti-Semite? I have to pee too, actually.
He said, "Do you think my dad is gonna get mad?" I kept it on. I kept it on. I didn't think they would. Okay, they extended this. I didn't piss for this long. Okay, this is fake. This is not real. This is not real. No! No! That's crazy. That's crazy.
Can you please call Mr. Beast?
No. I refuse.
Why?
Because I don't know what the fuck he's up to.
Okay, take your phone, take a pic, and just text it to him. If you're not gonna call him, just take a pic of me.
I'm gonna take a pic of you. I'm gonna text it to him.
Do you have him saved as Mr. First Name Beast last name?
Who do I have him saved as? Let's see. I have him as Jimmy Mr. Beast Donaldson.
He's gonna be the president. Can I see the pic? You sent it.
I'm about to send it to him.
No, that looks whack. Do a sicker one.
It's too late.
No, do a sicker one, dude. Send it.
This guy wants you
Please send Mr.
on
Beast this.
his show
Please send.
in New York.
Please send Mr.
He's gonna
Beast
delete mine. He's gonna block me.
Jimmy.
There, I'm gonna get your shoes in there too.
So Hassan, you want to ask me a question?
I do, but I don't. You're not gonna.
Just ask me.
No.
Why?
I'm not asking.
Why are you being all shy like that?
Well, it's not shy. It's just
You're
like I don't know if you'll cut it.
Okay, ask the question.
Okay. What's the deal with the Red Scare girls?
All right, Hassan Piker, everyone.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What a great way to end it. That was funny, man. That was good. Been waiting for this so long. I'm not gay anymore. Now this is an episode to briefly stop kissing my boyfriend and watch. Jewish-Turkish relations improved. Did he answer that? We want the cut details. No, he didn't. Also, why would I tell you even if he did? You know what I'm saying? Let's refresh. Let's see what the people are saying. This was my GTA 6. It's nice to have a Republican voice on the show for a change. The gayest episode yet. The I will hide you is crazy, Lamau. The gayest episode yet, finally. How you gonna be socialist if you ain't in society? Is this the gay left? Says he dislikes Israel, then proceeds to take my $20 and leaves for 3 months. You're a freak for keeping the mic on? I thought they would have cut it, dude. Why? How could I have foreseen them keeping it in? I also feel like we talked for a lot longer, so I guess that was the most workable parts. But like I said, it was it's hard to, what is this? Congratulations on your engagement, Adam. After all the bullshit you've been throughout the years, I'm happy to see you finally found a woman that loves you for who you are and is committed to you until the end. I wish nothing but happiness for both of you. I just hope Trump doesn't outlaw lesbian marriage before you can make it official. Hasan is my favorite Jewish streamer. That's what someone said. So like I was saying, it was hard. I think it was like hard to make it work because it's like I know I'm in on the bit, you know what I mean? But someone of my position shouldn't be in on the bit, shouldn't know Adam, and it would be way funnier if I was playing the straight man. Does that make sense? But it was great regardless. You did Pissgate 1.0. Why would they not do Pissgate 2.0? It's free. True. True. Usually the comments on that sports podcast you did with Dan, they're really so sweet for a change. Yeah. Dan is a great interviewer. When did you do that interview? A year ago. On May 13th, 2024 is when I did that. That is when I did the interview. All right, let's see. Let's get back to the news now. Donald Trump lying about having conversations with China. Anytime Epstein and the cult doesn't find your videos, the comments are always nice. Yeah.
We have breaking news. President Trump just spoke at the White House ahead of his trip to Italy for the Pope's funeral. Let's talk to Rachel Scott a little bit about what the president just said. Rachel?
Yeah, Diane, I asked the president about these ongoing trade negotiations, and here's the president now. You could see him walking out. He's going to take some questions from reporters, including me, on these ongoing trade negotiations with China. Let's take a listen.
You have spoken to President Xi. When did that happen? China says it hasn't happened.
I spoke to him numerous times. So we're leaving and going to Rome, where we'll be attending the funeral of Pope Francis. Some of you are going to go. Anybody going? And it's going to be very interesting. We're going to meet with a lot of the foreign leaders. They want to meet. Trade deals are going very well. I think Russia and Ukraine, I think they're coming along, we hope. Very fragile. And Iran, I think, is going very well. We'll see what happens. We're working on plenty of things that shouldn't be worked on because none of this stuff should have happened. This should have been taken place by Biden. It should have been fixed by Biden, but he couldn't do it, nor could he come close to doing. So anyway, we're going to Rome to pay our respects, and We'll be leaving that same day. We'll be coming back home tomorrow night. And I'll see some of you over there. Otherwise, I'll see you on television.
How was the Whitcock meeting this morning? You said you spoke with President Xi. Have you spoken to him since the tariffs? When did you last
I don't want to comment on that, but I've spoken to him many times. Yeah. From Japan. From Japan, I'm getting along very well with Japan. We're very close to a deal.
Why does he lie about this? It's just like, it doesn't make any sense. It's such a weird thing to lie about. To be like, oh dude, I'm talking to him all day, every day. Like, Xi's actually calling me. Even though I keep saying he needs to call. He needs to call me. Like, I guess the art of the deal is just fucking lying now. To be like, no, we've had a conversation. He said he's gonna remove the counter tariffs and he's very afraid of American prowess. You know what I mean? Bloomberg cooked them. Trump misjudged Beijing by calculating that it would cave into economic pressure, leaving the U.S. unprepared to handle the current tariff standoff, according to an advisor to China's foreign ministry. I find it extra strange that he lies about something that you can check. You know what I mean? Oh, did you guys see this? I didn't know that this existed as well, by the way. You know, people talking about swastikas. There's always a fucking tweet. There's always a tweet for anything out there. Shouts out to my ops. Yeah. I like how he says how he doesn't want to answer the question, then proceeds to answer with a lie. So, what I find weird is that, like, this is one of those things that you can't really fucking lie about, because the outcome, like, if you say you've been talking to Xi and you haven't been talking to him, and there is no amends being made in terms of restoring trade with China, then eventually people are going to find out. Like, it doesn't make any sense to just keep lying about it. Like, are you just not thinking? Are you thinking that, like, we'll figure it out? Like, I'll just keep this going for a little bit. In the short term, it'll give people some confidence, but in the long term, people will realize that I've been lying. Is that what it is? Very strange thing to lie about.
Will you be meeting with the president? I'll be meeting with the Italian. Yes. Your prime minister? No, the president. Oh.
It's like, same with Japan. Japan's like, yeah, we actually didn't come to any sort of reasonable conclusion in our tariffs negotiations, and we also outwardly have expressed our lack of interest in decoupling from China with trade. China is a very valuable trade partner to us, and the Trump administration is message here is like, yep, talk to Japan, very productive. People lie. People are lying. The Japanese, they love me. Shinzo Abe, he was my best friend. Everybody loved it. They are doing everything we told them. You know?
It's possible.
How would you the first lady remember Pope Francis, sir? How would you the first?
Very well. Good man. He loved the world, actually, and he was just a good man. I met him twice. I thought he was a fantastic kind of a guy.
Time magazine that President Xi called you. When did that happen, and what did you discuss?
I'll let you know at the appropriate time. Let's see if we can make a deal.
The Witkoff-Putin meeting, any updates on the Witkoff-Putin meeting, sir? The meeting right now? What do you hope to see transpire?
They're meeting with Putin right now as we speak. And we have a lot of things going on. And I think in the end, we're going to end up with a lot of good deals, including tariff deals and trade deals. We're going to make our country rich, but we're going to try and get out of war so that we can save 5,000 people a week. And that's what my aim is. I want to save 5,000 young men. They happen to be mostly Ukrainian, Russian. 5,000 young Ukrainian and Russian men, and that's a big honor if I can do it. I think we're pretty close. No deadline. I just want to do it as fast as possible. What?
12 states have sued over your tariff plan. What do you think of those who voted for you?
I think the tariff plan is doing very well. We're resetting the table. We're going to make our country very rich. Very, very rich.
His spirits seem quite low. Is this your first day covering Trump? Motherfuckers say he won the 2020 election. He even held a riot over it. He'll lie about anything, no matter how checkable. Yeah, but there's some things that you can try to like weasel your way out of. But I don't think this is one of them. Because it directly impacts people's pockets, dude. That's what this is. It's an issue. This is an issue where like you are talking about people making money. You're talking about trade. It's like the one thing that this seat is supposed to defend is people's bottom line. I guess he has to lie in this process because he fucked up big time and he's trying desperately to like make the market scream less, I guess. It's a compulsion. Honestly, it's a psychological issue he can't resist. Dude, he's sincerely addicted to lying, to portraying himself as in control of the situation. It's a 100% in the moment improvisation. I can see that.
It's already happening. Thank you very much.
And low key, because the American stock market is also on the same hallucinogenics that Donald Trump is on, that they're also believing him, where the market is not impacted in the way that it should, because like smart analysts should be able to see what I am capable of seeing here. What I described to you as like the dead zone in trade is upon us. It's going to happen in the next couple of weeks, where you are going to see shortages. Like I assume, unless they figure out a way to make up for the lack of goods, because I don't think that they can, especially if Donald Trump keeps putting off this back and forth. Right now it seems like we're in a calm period, but it's the calm before the storm. They do. One analyst said there will be a 37% drop to the S&P due to what you're saying. Yeah, but like people that the stocks are not reflecting that madness is what I mean. Control F April 9 on the timepieces seem coping about the bond market. It's not being priced in the stock market yet, but it doesn't make sense. I work in B2B and we aren't doing anything differently supply chain wise that I'm aware of. I think everyone thinks the tariffs are going away at any minute. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know what's gonna happen when they arrive at the ports and you just have to pay it. Which terrorist is this? If they follow through on the tariffs, trust will be gone in 6 months. Did Trump ever declare mashallah? No, he didn't.
Yeah, so there the president was taking a few questions from reporters, including me.
P&G is paying 25% at the Canadian border for our cartons right now and just eating the cost. I have no idea what the fuck they're thinking. Do they have dude, if companies are capable of eating away at the tariffs without increasing the prices too much, I'm gonna be so pissed, because that means that they could just as easily have done so by improving wages by that percentage and chose not to because of their profit margins. And I don't even think that they will do that for an extended period of time regardless. If anything, they would do that so they would reroute trade to Canada or Mexico, specifically to Canada, and then get a lower tariff entry fee. But I feel like a lot of these goods have a origin tariff associated with it, not necessarily where you're getting the good from. But if that means that there is profit margins up to like 25%, that you can eat away at 25% of the cost, that means you could have done that to max out on wages by that same percentage, which is so fucked up that they just simply didn't do that. Because that's the best case scenario. Best case scenario, let's say there's no like nation of origin or country of origin tariff rate, which I think there is. But let's say there's a way to, like, I don't know, change that. Let's say there's a way to lie about that or something, but I feel like that would be illegal. So you're rerouting trade to Canada to still eat a 25% cost rather than 145% cost. There's probably also another additional cost tacked onto it in Canada for, I don't know, repackaging or whatever, you know? You have a good video by Gamers Next talking about that, and no, you can't do what you are saying. I'm just thinking of ways in which, like, at worst, you know what you can do? You can send the goods to Canada and just wait it out with the hopes that the tariffs go away, and then immediately, and hope that, here's what you can do. You reroute it to Canada, and you wait at the Canadian border with the hopes that the tariff stuff goes away, and then as soon as the tariffs go away and, you know, cooler heads prevail or whatever, you bring in all of the goods over the border, and now you don't have to pay 125% tariff. Better to just keep it in China? No, it is not better to keep it in China. You're wrong. It takes 55 days for commercial shipping to come from China to Los Angeles ports or to New York ports. By the way, what is it, like 50? It's like 45 days to make it to, at minimum, it takes 45 days to make it to, I think, like LA ports. And then it takes even longer to distribute it to New York. This is part of the reason why JP Morgan analysts had predicted a recession in Q3, or like at the end of Q2 going into the third quarter. Lead time to Asia from East Coast for us is 119 days. You can technically import into consulates and embassies and then use the distribution law. Okay. You can ship parts directly into a bonded warehouse in the US, which is registered with CBP, and then you can report when you remove stuff and only pay tariffs when inventory is removed. I guess there's that too.
As he was leaving there on Marine One, departing for Rome. We also just now have received these images of the.
Another thing you can do is subscribe at the top of the hour to the Hasanabi broadcast for $6 for free, or for free with a Twitch Prime. The best thing you can buy unaffected by tariffs. That's true. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, or there used to be. There isn't one anymore, but you can still subscribe and support the show. It is not impacted by tariffs as of now. The subscription fee is still $6 or free if you have a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime, which you're probably not using to purchase cheap, affordable goods from China at this point. So you might as well use your Amazon Prime to connect to your Twitch Prime account by getting a free Twitch Prime subscription. You're basically wasting it if you're not fucking using it on me. Yeah, no, that's what I was, chatter that said, read me, all base tariffs are origin based, not country or shipment based. If you substantially transform a good, assemble electronics into a product, for example, you can get rid of the China origin and replace it with another country's. Issue is same manufacturing in America. You can't just appear entire factories out of nowhere overnight. No, that's what I was saying. Like, maybe they tweak it enough in Canada to like say that it's assembled in Canada or something. But even then, that's so expensive. You know what I mean? EPMB, thank you for the 5 gifted. Dracronic, thank you for the 5 gifted. Decoy 1666, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ironically enough, all the assembly and shipping, you have to still assemble in Canada for that process. Because if you were to actually import all the parts into the United States and assemble in the United States, you would still be impacted by the fucking tariffs, because the parts that are coming into the United States would be impacted by the fucking tariffs.
The president, as he is boarding Air Force One for this trip to Rome to attend the Pope's funeral. The president says that he will be meeting with other world leaders while he is there. We've asked the White House for any more information on who exactly the president plans to meet with. Obviously,
oh no, Asmongold is officially North America's most watched streamer so far in 2025. He currently has more hours watched than Kai Cenat and I Show Speed. This is the least surprising thing of all time, for the record. Yeah, of course he's the most watched streamer in North America. I mean, him and I, wow, I stream a lot more than he does, actually. I stream 100 hours more than he does. That's crazy. Holy fuck, Tim the Tap Man streams, he streamed 1,000 hours? Well, how is that even possible? Or is that... Wait, how did this happen? Marvel Rivals players. Oh, he does 24 hours Marvel Rivals. When you go to Ireland, can you try to interview Marion Price? Sure. Yeah, this happened because fucking grifting to the right is incredibly profitable, unfortunately. That's what it is. That's how it happened.
giving his condolences to those who are mourning the loss of Pope Francis, Diane.
And Rachel, the president's also talking about a big headline from overnight, which is him saying that China's President Xi called him to talk trade. So where do these trade negotiations with the U.S. and China stand right now?
And admittedly, Diane, there's a lot of confusion on this. The president did an interview with Time magazine that published early this morning, in which the president says that President Xi of China has called him, that they have had a conversation. The president suggested that to me when I asked him several days ago about whether he's had any conversations with China or with President Xi, and he sort of suggested that as well. But he went on the record saying that conversation has happened. And so that was my question to him. You know, you said that you've spoken to President Xi. When did that happen? China says it hasn't happened at all. He says that he's spoken to him numerous times. Then he didn't want to provide any other information on when exactly he has spoken to him. China has put out statements on the record denying that there are any talks, that there are any negotiations, and in fact, even taking it one step further, saying the United States should not confuse the public. So the bottom line here is that we know that these staggering 145% tariffs on Chinese imports is still in place right now. There is no sign that these two sides are reaching a deal, though the president seems very optimistic. And again, the president and the White House not providing any clarity on when exactly the president has talked to President Xi. It's unclear in that answer if he's referencing a past conversation, a conversation since these tariffs went into effect. And when he was asked to clarify, he did not take the opportunity to do so, Diane.
Rachel, what about all these other deals?
She called me, or else I'll send the death dealer J.D. Vance to your doorstep. Call me Xi.
The president says he's making. What do we know about those?
Xi, please
yes, and
call
this is
me.
striking too, because in this interview with Time magazine, the president says that he has made 200 deals so far, but
what? No, he hasn't. What is going, bro? There's got to be a point where people go, okay, dude, we can't, in good conscience, as a fucking outlet that is supposed to deliver the truth to the public, report on this without calling into question the numbers that are fucking being presented. Like, what do you mean? He's just gonna come out tomorrow and be like, I've done 1 million deals. Like, he said there is $7 trillion worth of investment that he's brought back into the country multiple times. He said undocumented migrants kill hundreds of thousands of Americans every year when he was running for office. What the fuck is your job, ABC Newsline, if not to go, hey, this is unverifiable, and given the previous track record of this administration and Donald Trump personally, it would be it would be ridiculous for us to report it as is the case. We call into question considering that there's no evidence being presented for it. It's fucking insane. He keeps saying that he's doing hundreds of deals. She is calling him. He's brought in trillions of dollars worth of industry back into the country. No one goes, what do you mean? There's like not 200 countries. Like, who are you cutting deals with? What do you mean you cut 200 deals so far? Like, what's happening?
When pressed and asked when he would be announcing who he's making these deals with, the president saying that will come sort of in due time.
Yeah, Trump did 200 deals because he created 5 new countries by balkanizing Ukraine and Greenland, I guess. He just made up new countries. Whole cloth.
And so, again, no clarity around when the president plans to make those announcements, who he has actually made deals with. You heard him when asked by a reporter about his conversations with Japan. He says that he's very confident that, a deal would be reached on that. So we know that the conversations are ongoing. Administration officials have been meeting with several countries, including South Korea.
This is what I mean. Look at this. While the haters hate, President Trump delivers $5.2 trillion in investments locked in. That's the Trump effect. Where are these investments? What are you fucking talking about? Like, I think at a certain point they realize, like, oh my God, these fucking dummies never actually, they never actually fact check this stuff. We can just get away with saying whatever we want. And even if they do, our audience doesn't listen to them. I think that's what it is. It's just lying is OP, please nerve, over and over again. They realized, oh, what are you gonna fucking do about it? I could just lie about everything and you can't say anything about it. So I'm just gonna keep lying over and over and over and over again. And that's what it is. Like, okay, man, yeah, we got $5.2 trillion that you brought into the country, dude. They're building factories everywhere right now. They're building factories all around. You don't understand. They're just invisible currently. So if we haven't built them yet, or they're being built.
Korea, we've heard from administration officials really touting the progress on that front. But the bottom line is no trade deals have been announced just yet, Diane.
All right, senior political correspondent Rachel Scott. Rachel, thank you.
Meanwhile, the Trump administration continues its push to reshape higher education, with President Trump signing an executive order making changes to the university accreditation bodies and another calling for a review of colleges' financial ties with foreign donors. It comes as the Harvard University president is speaking out for the first time since the school sued the federal government.
Did you have to take a deep breath before you agreed to file a lawsuit? That's a big step, especially given who you're suing.
It is a big step, and it was more than one deep breath.
That was a tough one.
It was tough.
Harvard President Alan Gerber on campus today reflecting on the university's showdown with the Trump administration over its demands that the school accept government-ordered changes. Harvard accusing the administration of illegally withholding $2.2.
Did they capitulate first? Yes, they did. And I'm not surprised actually that the media won't actually cover that part, but yeah, they did. Harvard quietly capitulated to the Trump administration's anti-Semitism combating agenda up front. Okay, they restructured some of the departments. They didn't want to do complete academic receivership, but they thought, oh yeah, we'll fucking deal with the anti-Semites amongst our ranks. And what is this? Oh my God, the Times interview. Will you call President Xi if he doesn't call you? No, you won't. Nope. Has he called you yet? Yep. When did he call you? He's called. And I don't think that's a sign of weakness on his behalf. But you think it's a sign of weakness if you called him? I don't. I just look. Oh. Our president's a fucking moron, dude. He is just stupid. I don't know what else to say about it. He's just dumb. He's not a very smart guy. It's crazy how dumb he is. ICE deported a 2-year-old girl, U.S. citizen, to Honduras. A federal judge raised the alarm Friday that the Trump admin appeared to have deported a 2-year-old U.S. citizen to Honduras with no meaningful process, even after her father was fighting to keep her in the country. The girl was deported Friday along with her Honduran-born mother and sister, even as Judge Dowdy was trying to discern whether ICE's disputed claim that the mother wanted to bring the children to Honduras was true. She was gone before he could find out. I mean, they said they were going to do that. They said that they were going to basically fucking start deporting like American babies alongside their undocumented parents, or non-citizen parents rather. We're so fucking evil, dude. We are so evil and so stupid. We are such an evil and stupid country. I'm always shocked at the fact that we have been able to dominate the entire planet for as long as we did, because like Trump's idiocy is in full display. Okay,
$2 billion in federal funding as a form of leverage. Among the list of the federal government demands, eliminate DEI programs, make broad changes to admissions and hiring practices. At the center of it all, allegations anti-Semitism on campus went unchecked.
Is this really about anti-Semitism?
I would say that at Harvard, we have a real problem with anti-Semitism. We take it very seriously, and we're trying to address it. There's no doubt about the severity of that problem. We don't really see the relationship to research funding at Harvard and other universities. They are two different issues.
Garber said he had no choice but to fight back against what he believes is government overreach.
What they are indicating is that they want to directly review who we hire on our faculty. That has implications for what kinds of views can be expressed on campus. They also want to be able to tell us who we need to fire. And they also want to intervene in our admissions processes. That is what we are objecting to.
You're taking on the most powerful man in the world.
We are defending what I believe is one of the most important linchpins of the American economy and way of life, our universities.
How much pain can Harvard absorb here?
We don't know how much we can actually absorb, but what we do know is that we cannot compromise on basic principles like defense of our First Amendment rights.
Is this bigger than Harvard?
Didn't you just say they capitulated? Yes. No one is actually addressing how they initially capitulated quietly. The only article written about this that I read was from the Harvard Crimson at first, and then also from Forward magazine. Yes, they did. They literally saw what Trump was doing to Columbia, and they quietly said, okay, we'll follow along with your agenda. They restructured their Middle Eastern Studies department. They did a couple different tweaks in terms of combating anti-Semitism on the campus. Part of the reason why, they are agreeing that Harvard has an anti-Semitism problem. They agreed that there was an anti-Semitism problem at Harvard. Okay, so they did. They compromised, they capitulated, they gave an inch. And of course, in the process of giving an inch, the administration went back and said, no, we want the fucking arm. And also, Harvard's donors still wanted to fucking suck the administration. Lo and behold, when you have one of the top elite institutions on the planet that has churned out some of the worst war criminals that this planet has ever fucking seen. Yeah, I mixed the metaphors. They gave an inch and then they wanted a mile, okay? Yes. Sorry. My point is, there's still going to be fucking major donors, just like at Columbia campus, that are like, no, you should guzzle the administration's cum, actually. It doesn't matter that Harvard is older than the United States. It does not matter. The point is, the people, Harvard and all of these colleges, all of these institutions of higher learning are basically woke and gay hedge funds, okay? It's not really a place for education. Their primary focus is being a bank. They have these ginormous endowments, and a big part of how they keep those endowments ginormous is by going to their donors or going to their alumni and demanding more money. And then those alumni will turn around and say, hey, the fuck do you mean you're not caving to the Trump administration? We like what the Trump administration is doing. Everyone is acquiescing to the Trump agenda here. Legal institutions have done so in an effort to continue working, because if you have any clients at the federal level, the administration straight up was like, if you don't literally give us pro bono work and refuse to prosecute or refuse to go after us, then you can't step foot inside of a federal agency. And instead of these law firms trying to target the constitutionality of this executive order, they just caved. A bunch of them caved. It was insane. And the same thing happened to Columbia. And Harvard saw what happened to Columbia and was like, we can't do academic receivership, so we're just gonna stop you now. We caved at first for the fake anti-Semitism allegations, but beyond that, you know, you're asking for too much. What does Harvard do with that 50 billion? What do you think? They just make more money with the money. That's why I said they're a gay bank. Here's a question. President Donald Trump told reporters Friday that he pushed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to allow food. Oh, this is a different one. Sorry. This is not what I was looking for. Where the fuck is it? I thought he also responded to the Harvard thing. Okay, never mind.
Harvard at this point.
Of course it's bigger than Harvard, because we look at what's at risk here. And what's at risk is the excellence of higher education in the United States, and in particular, the research mission of many of our universities, which play such a vital role in the U.S. economy and in the health and well-being of the American people.
One of Harvard's programs at risk due to the funding freeze is tuberculosis research.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. There's another thing that they did. Remember, NIH grants are going to dry out if your college has ever entertained boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel. You don't get NIH grants. Think about that. It's not even if you criticize America. If you criticize the state of Israel, this is not a lie. Like, this is not a joke. I'm not even fucking kidding. It sounds insane. Okay? They're revoking your NIH grants they're revoking your NIH grants if you have any faculty that has ever entertained the notion of demanding boycotts or sanctions on the state of Israel. It is fucking psychotic. And every single dumb fuck in these administrations, in the university administrations, that caves to this demand does not realize how insane this is. They don't realize, like, you have to fight this. If you don't fight this, it's fucking over. And I know people will not heed my warning about it because they'll say, oh, Hasan, classic, obsessed with Gaza, obsessed with Israel. Come on, bro, give it a break. This is not, I'm not even talking about this from the perspective of fucking Israel, dude. Israel is simply the entry point to this conversation, okay? You're so dumb if you think this is just about Israel. This is not just about Israel. You should care about it from the perspective of Israel too, but if you can't care about it from the perspective of Israel, understand that this has far larger consequences. If they do this on Israel, they'll do it for something else tomorrow. And now they have established the president.
If the funding were to be suddenly turned on, how quickly could you get back to your work?
It's a hard question because today we could start relatively quickly. 10 days from now, as the network unravels, the damage becomes irrevocable.
Is this a fight you can win?
I don't know the answer to this question, but the stakes are so high that we have no choice.
In a statement, the White House criticized Garber's comments and said, quote, President Trump is standing up for every student denied an education or safe campus because left-wing universities fail to protect their civil rights. Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
God damn. Anyway, ICE is restoring international student visa registrations after erroneously stopping it. Oh.
Multiple international students at risk of being deported have had their visa status restored. News 2's Kenley Hargett joins us in studio to explain more. Kenley.
Yes, Kendall. Earlier this month, we learned 6 MTSU students had their visas revoked and were at risk of being deported. That was on top of nearly a dozen students at UT Knoxville and the University of Memphis. But we learned today ICE has reversed its decision to revoke those visas. Judges across the country had already issued temporary restraining orders, restoring some students' records. But government lawyers said in court today, ICE was manually restoring student status for people whose records they terminated. MTSU did confirm 4 students have had their visas restored. The school has already started notifying them. No word yet on the other 2 students or the students at other Tennessee universities. Kendall?
This is my first time in here.
Well, you're only probably with the most controversial White House correspondents.
And I'm actually really good at yelling because I used to be a ring announcer.
We're all biased, right? We just wear our bias, which I think is a pejorative term to begin with, on our sleeves.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. I'm pro-Trump. The questions I ask, in my opinion, are going to help highlight the good things that he's doing.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, by the way.
For America.
These are White House correspondents like you've never seen before. They're part of the Trump administration's push to bring so-called new media into the White House.
We have an individual in our new media seat today.
Cara Castronova is White House correspondent for Lindell TV.
Go to mypillow.com.
Yes, that Lindell.
Boys will be boys, and
the new media outlets have full access to the White House briefing room where they ask questions.
Fucking clown show, man. God damn. I mean, look, I can't even say nothing about it. It's like mainstream has already abdicated its responsibility as doing serious journalism. This is just more access journalism, but now to even less trusted institutions at a time when the supposedly trustworthy institutions are fucking doing a horrible job anyway. I'm just waiting for the Nelk boys to show up,
like this.
Will you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before.
Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy? And is he eating less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office.
And the characterization that what you were doing, asking Zelensky that question, that you were trolling.
No, I'm not a troll. I never have been. That was a legitimate question I just wanted to ask. I didn't mean to, get everyone fired up like they did.
Right now, the briefing room, the seats are, big networks up front. You're hoping that will be rearranged, that outlets like yourself might have a more prominent seat.
Definitely. If it were up to me, I'd kick a lot of these outlets out. I view my role here more as sort of reporting on not so much the White House, but really the media.
Natalie Winters is White House correspondent for Steve Bannon's show War Room.
Our bias is not to be sycophants for President Trump. Our bias is for our audience, which is the working class of America, the people who want to put this country first.
If Trump messes up, will you guys call it out?
Yeah, and we have. I think time and time again, particularly on the vertical and issue of immigration, we are not for stapling green cards to diplomas.
We met the new media correspondents on the day Trump announced tariffs that could upend the world economic order. As other news outlets reported on the tanking stock market, on Bannon TV, they celebrated.
This is the first day where a sitting president put America's working class first, and it's a glorious day to be standing here at the White House and to be able to say that and bring that to you.
Have the quote-unquote traditional reporters that are here been hostile to you at all?
Well, I think they know better than to come after Natalie Winters and the War Room posse, but it's the looks, the eye rolls, the conversations that I overhear.
They're adjusting to life as part of the White House press corps.
These big tents here is where you have CNN, ABC,
Right.
the networks, and you guys are kind of
So we're
off to the
kind
side
of off
here.
to the side, which is what a lot of alternate media is doing right now.
From the protocols
There were times at the beginning when we're standing kind of here, not realizing we're in people's shots.
to the snack selection.
And this is off topic. The vending machine is full of junk food, and I'm a big Maha person. I almost ate a beef Slim Jim yesterday. I was desperate.
Do you consider yourself a journalist?
Yes.
Tell me.
Seems like you took a little pause to process that.
I mean,
but I think we all should have a seat at the table. I really do. And if you the very first week she did the new media, it was Axios, and Axios.
Does right-wing media production also just has like that Vaseline tint?
Axios, by no stretch of imagination, is a conservative news media.
But while not all new media here are MAGA media, a lot of them are more cheerleading President Trump than challenging him.
You are a Trump fan, right?
Yes, I'm definitely a supporter of President Trump.
So will you be able to hold them to account then? and call them out?
I will be able to hold 100% him to account. I'm sure things that will happen that I disagree with, and I have said plenty of times, on the record when I've disagreed with his
Is there
decisions.
anything so far in this administration you've disagreed with?
I'm not gonna. Let me put some thought into that for a second. I'm just overwhelmed, overwhelmed.
Bot. Literal fucking bot. My primary directive is to glaze Trump. You are asking a question that I can't respond to.
With how well I perceive things to be going.
But to the people, and
like
I'm sure you see
asking this question right now, easiest answer. You could be like, oh well, there's a period of instability that causes a lot of concern, but obviously President Trump has a glorious agenda ahead of us, and it's gonna happen. It's the economy needs this medicine to restore America to its glory. Some shit like that. Nope, not even a light tint of criticism allowed here. It's just like her directive here is to just churn out Trump slop. So she can't do that.
It's online every single day who say you don't deserve to be here because you're not a real journalist. What's your response to them?
Well, I'm pretty sure the group of people in there spent, 4 years covering for someone who was essentially dead, and that's being charitable in my description of him, a president by the name of Joe Biden. So to all those people who are apoplectic over having new media voices, you guys failed, and that's why we're here.
The chair of the White House Correspondents Association, a group that has represented White House reporters for more than a century, recently wrote, "For the public to get information it needs to understand and make decisions about the most powerful office in the world, it needs news produced by experienced professional journalists who ask tough questions and produce fair coverage."
To my family, friends, supporters.
Shannon Sharp, 50 million rape lawsuit heats up with X-rated text. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. What happened with Shannon Sharp? He was texting a lady or something. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Maybe it's fucked up for me to say this. Not Unc, first of all. I can't believe Unc is a gooner and / might have even done something worse than just gooning. Okay. Wait, what the fuck is happening? Okay. he loves OnlyFans. He had to step down from ESPN today. This all happened at your former gym and she was banned from the chain for berating the staff? Who? What? He's sexo a baddie? She was like 19 or something? Yeah, I saw a comment about this from one of my favorite TikTok comedians. I mean, he's a comedian, but he also has TikTok. He did rape, bro. Don't say anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not defending him. I don't know the fucking details at all. But across the board, he's like almost 60, talking to a girl that's 19. This dude on TikTok was like, bro, that's like on the breathalyzer of pedophilia, you're blowing a 0.7. You know what I mean? Like on the breathalyzer of pedophilia, you're blowing a 0.7. Okay, yeah, sure, it's not a 0.08. Like you're not over the legal limit, but like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like you're almost 60. Like what the fuck are you doing? Like that's wild. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. Sexual assault, bath salts, bank vault, Lakers in 5. What? He was in a consensual BDSM relationship with a young OnlyFans model. She's accusing him of going beyond, but she's represented by Tony Busby. Oh God. Tony fucking Busby. Tony Busby is the guy who, remember I said, as you guys know, I'm not famously a big Jay-Z fan. Okay, I think there's a lot to criticize Jay-Z over. He is a billionaire after all. Having said that, if you recall the Tony Busby case that came out that said that made a claim that like Jay-Z was doing rapes or something, and he had proof over it or whatever, but he takes on a lot of he goes up against a lot of high profile clients to make his name in the news, and some of those cases that he brings up are borderline extortion. That was the Jay-Z one was very clearly not a serious case. It smelled weird. It didn't pass my smell test at the time. People kind of got mad at me when I said it, but it came out that it was it came out that it wasn't exactly a credible case. Now, having said that, in this circumstance, it could be, you know, scumbag lawyers can actually fucking land on a real case every now and then. I mean, we could take a look at what the fucking deal is with Shannon Sharp.
I want to speak to you.
I always thought he was a very nice dude, though, which is this like definitely. I mean, this is definitely incredibly fucking disappointing, if not shocking.
And from the heart, this is a shakedown.
We have a new public response, a new disturbing piece of audio, and new graphic text messages. The legal battle between NFL Hall of Famer Shannon Sharp and his sexual assault accuser definitely has intensified. As we go through these new developments, who's telling the truth about what really happened? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. A new legal war has begun.
Oh, the thing I wasn't gonna say that, you know, I thought Unc might be gay. That's what I thought this whole time. So what was shocking, like I know I saw the tapes, or I heard the tapes. Oh my Shayla, I know, but I thought Unc was, you know, maybe down low. Or not my Shayla, sorry, Mama Shell. Mama Shell.
And this time it's between NFL Hall of Famer, podcaster, commentator Shannon Sharp and the woman who's accusing him of sexually assaulting and raping her as recently as January of this year. Now, we covered this earlier in the week, but now, not only has Shannon Sharp fired back in a major way, releasing a public message, a response, apparently revealing the identity of this Jane Doe, but he's also published never-before-seen apparent text messages between the two. Quite a response, to say the least. And then what happens? You think the story ends there? No. She fires back by releasing an apparent audio tape between her and Shannon Sharp. this has crossed to a whole different kind of level, and I want to get into what we're seeing right now. We're going to break it down, but first, let's take a step back. Let's learn a little bit more about the backstory, what's happening here. So, we have 56-year-old Shannon Sharpe, who has been sued by an unidentified woman. She's going by the pseudonym Jane Doe, and she is suing him for $50 million in Nevada court. She claims that after meeting...
No matter how this turns out or what the truth is, Uncle's a shut-up loser for being a 56-year-old dude messing with a woman 1/3 her age. That's just how I feel. No, that's... I know. That in and of itself, like, the best possible outcome out of this entire scenario for Shannon Sharpe is still really fucking bad. You know what I mean? Like, obviously there are boundaries, there are levels to how bad, but it's still, you know, not to mention the race play. No, I don't fucking care about that. Like, come on, whatever. Dude, he is like, bookmarking this for when Hasan is 60. I'll be fucking long dead by then, chatter. But that's crazy, man. You got a teen at the end of the age. If you're almost 60, that is a wild thing, dude. What the fuck? Like, you know what my rule is, okay? I'm not big. I'm a fucking faillennial, okay? And as a faillennial, I don't have the zoomer attitude on age gap relationships or whatever, where I think like a 19-year-old with an 18-year-old is a unjustifiable age gap or whatever the fuck zoomers freak out over, okay? But there's levels to it where, you know, if you're pushing 60 and you're going after anything below the age of, like, I'll be as nice as possible, 24, okay, you're kind of weird. Post 25, I don't give a shit, okay? And obviously that age can change, but god damn, dude, no, not half plus 7. No. And for people that are gonna yell at me and say, oh, 24 is still out of pocket, no, dude, the entire point is, once you're 25, you're a 25-year-old woman, you're a fucking whole ass adult, okay? I'm not gonna sit here and act like a woman who is over the age of 25 is an infant, okay? Calm down. You're a goddamn adult. It's ridiculous. Doesn't matter. At that point, like, what? You think a 25-year-old woman and an 87-year-old man are in a relationship, and the 25-year-old woman, barring all of the other underlying circumstances of like having some sort of power over that person, you think the 25-year-old is not consenting to this process? Like, you think the 25-year-old doesn't know what's up? Like, what are you talking about? This is why I said I'm not a fucking zoomer. I'm sorry, okay? If anything, the 25-year-old is... the 25-year-old knows what the fuck is up better than the 87-year-old, okay? You know, ladies, get your bag. Do your thing, all right? I'm with you. Don't listen to these other people. They're chirping in the wind. Like, it's so stupid. Just for clarity, is this your feeling the same if genders are flipped? First of all, nobody gives a shit about men in this conversation. Let's be real, okay? Yes, it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, it only doubles for when I'm talking about like a 25-year-old man and a 900-year-old woman, okay? You are literally history's greatest monster for this take. Yeah, I think it's so... I think it's like it's just like kind of odd that people have all of these rules, but like, yeah, I don't even think people give a shit if it's an 18-year-old man and a 70-year-old woman, for the record. Like, I don't think people would give a shit at all. Bad take. You're a young girl, probably went to uni after school, and your only life experience at other young adults and no responsibilities. 24 and 30 fine. 60 and 24, massive power imbalance. What do you mean? 60 and 24 means the power imbalance favors the woman. This is my point. What do you mean massive power imbalance? You're letting grandpa up onto the fucking bed at that point. Like, what do you mean? That's why I said barring other circumstances, like this is your boss or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? This is why people zoomers get so mad. This is how you can track whether or not someone is a zoomer or not, okay? They're asking for the 21-year-old man with a 48-year-old woman. To be honest, the age range where you do care. No, there is no fucking age range for the man if we're being totally real, okay? Unless the dude was like underage at a certain point when the grooming took place. But if we're talking about broadly in society, do people care? No, fuck no. People don't even care when women are being pedophiles, dude. It's fucked up. That I definitely have a hard stance on. When you got like one of these like teacher types and people are like, oh, it's sick. Like a female teacher and a male student. Like, no, I think it's gross. I think it's sick in the opposite direction, not like sick. And like I said, it's entirely dependent on circumstances. It's entirely dependent on like mental acuity. But the reality of the matter is like, there is a certain point where you're just infantilizing a woman in that situation. And I feel like 25 is a good stance. You know, 25 is like a good, as close to a hard line as you can get in that situation. All other moments that you talk about, like famous ones, like Aaron Taylor Johnson or whatever, are weird and gross and possibly illegal due to when the contact was established by the older female party, where Aaron Taylor Johnson was like, what, 14 or 15 or something? Like when this older director lady found him and started establishing a relationship with him. Like that's the reason why it's fucking weird. Are you denying the overpowering aura of a geriatric man? Zoomers crying because they don't think that 25 is an adult. Yeah. You gotta be treated like a full-blown, you know, adult at some point. And that's why I think like 25 is a decent line in the sand for people that are over a certain age is what I mean. Like 25 is when like ultimate age unlock. Okay. Like that's it. So that's why I don't even give a shit. And obviously different strokes for different folks. Everyone is different. I'm just trying to establish as hard line of a boundary as I possibly can. Zoomers can panic all day, every day about this issue if they want to. Having said that, this is beyond that. Like I said, this OnlyFans model was like 19 and this dude is 60. Like, come on, dude. Like, I saw the pics. Okay, I get it, but like, be a fucking, you know, be an adult. Okay, Jesus Christ. Like, the fuck are we doing? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Shannon Sharpe at the gym back in 2023 and beginning a consensual relationship with him, who, by the way, she claims is 30 years older than her. It escalated into him allegedly insisting they record their sexual activities.
Imagine thinking people are grooming 25-year-olds. No, I'm not entertaining this. That's ridiculous.
Times without her knowledge. Him sharing those videos with others. Him allegedly telling her that he would do things to her that, quote...
Do I think the age of consent should be 25? No, I don't. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about like weird circumstances that are not illegal but still kind of weird, okay? Because this is not illegal. This is not illegal. Well, Shannon Sharpe, well, the rape accusation makes it illegal, but I'm saying like in the best case scenario for Shannon Sharpe, it's still very fucking strange to do because she's 19 and he's almost 60, okay? If she was 25, I wouldn't, and in the best case scenario, I would not give a fuck, okay? Hasan groomed a 40-year-old man into thinking he's a Democrat. Okay, shut up.
Would make no other man want her, that he allegedly manipulated her, controlled her, threatened her, intimidated her, was able to gain access to her apartment complex without her permission. For example, this is from the lawsuit. It reads, the verbal abuse never stopped.
Like, people were yelling at Dave Portnoy, who's like 48, and he's dating like a 26-year-old. And I saw that and I'm like, come on, dude. Like, yeah, he's gross. And any woman dating him is a weird situation. But like, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, she's 26 years old. You think she is a baby? You think she doesn't know you think she doesn't know what's going on? Like, the weirdest part about it is that Dave Portnoy is dating someone that The weirdest part about it is that Dave Portnoy is not dating a 19-year-old. Like, that's crazy. Like, you're talking about a woman that's able to fucking rent a car, that's not even on her parents' insurance at this point, that's been paying taxes. Like, get the fuck out of here. He's a creep for other reasons, but like, people were just like, dude, I can't believe how creepy that is. It's like, you're 46, she's 26. I'm like, dude, at what point does a woman become a human being and not like a baby child? Okay.
He would berate and degrade plaintiff, just as he had from the beginning. One time specifically, he was yelling at her while there was a firearm visible in his room. Terrified for her safety, plaintiff tried sharing her location with friends from her iPhone just in case. But Sharp saw her doing this. The moment he realized what she was doing, he grabbed her by the neck and told her, if you ever do that again.
25 still be groomed, taken advantage of? Yeah, I know. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, that's why I said there are other factors, but if we're just looking at age, obviously age alone, 25 is ridiculous, like post 25. That's why I use my words very carefully when I said this.
And I will bleeping kill you. And then this finally all allegedly culminated with Jane Doe claiming that in October of 2024, Sharp violently sexually assaulted and raped her in Las Vegas, all while she was allegedly sobbing. And she claims he did this again recently in January of 2025, her allegedly begging him to stop as this was purportedly going on. So she has sued him for assault, sexual battery, sexual battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress. She's being represented by Texas attorney Tony Busby, who we know famously represented a Jane Doe in a now defunct sexual assault lawsuit against.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's Tony Busby still rings a little bit of, I mean, it's a little bit concerning. It's a little bit concerning because it's like, you know, this is kind of his thing. This is what he does. He's a fucking massive MAGA freak.
Jay-Z. He represents several accusers in actions against Sean Diddy Combs as well. But as I mentioned, Shannon Sharp has responded. This is what we want to get into. And let me tell you, did he respond? A lot of money at stake in this case, right? And talking money, actually, how about getting money back? Let me tell you about Upside. Upside is fantastic. It is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy daily essentials.
Bro, these ads have gotten straight dystopian, okay?
25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. So first, we have this statement from him on his Instagram where he says that he's going to be open, transparent, defend himself because this isn't right. And he says that this whole thing is being orchestrated by Tony Busby.
Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey, Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media.
And he goes on to say that the encounter in question took place during the day at the invitation of Jane Doe, says that this was all a deliberate setup by her. He also, by the way, revealed her first name, and apparently her name that she purportedly uses on OnlyFans. We're not going to reveal those names here. We're not going to do that. But he does go on to say, quote, my career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about, and I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. And we also got a statement from his attorney, Lonnie J. Davis, and that reads, Mr. Sharp categorically denies all allegations of coercion or misconduct, especially the gross lie of rape, and will not submit to what he sees as an egregious attempt at blackmail. He stands firmly by the truth and is prepared to fight these false claims vigorously in court. And Davis has also commented about that apparent tape that was seemingly referenced by Sharp, because he accuses Jane Doe of providing a, quote, secretly recorded and heavily edited video to them that purports to be a non-consensual encounter of some kind. But Davis claimed that Jane Doe, quote, has refused to provide a copy of the full unedited version of the recording to Mr. Sharp's legal team. And then there's this. Sharp and his legal team released all of these apparent text messages between him and this Jane Doe, reportedly 44 pages worth of communications. For example, as reported by TMZ, there's one apparent message from October 2023 where Jane Doe seemingly messages Sharp, "I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're bleeping me." Now, the New York Post reporting on other messages allegedly from Jane Doe, like, "Tie me up and do bad things to me. I know you missed this big juicy bleep, 25K for each cheek. Tie me up like this and bleep me," with Sharp replying, "If I knew how to, I would." She then allegedly wrote back, "It's okay, I have handcuffs. We can stick to those for now." Jane Doe also allegedly writing, "I want like some hardcore BDSM action though, and feeling kind of freaky lately." And then you have this apparent message from March 14th, 2024. "I want to be abused, daddy."
So I don't get it. Was this like a sex worker situation, like a BDSM sex worker situation, and he like got out of line? Is that what it is? Fair. Sharp's lawyer disclosed that they try to settle for $10 million, not looking good for him. Like, it seems initially, it started off as like a consensual BDSM, possible BDSM sexual relationship, and then he stepped out of line, which is really important in both sex work and also BDSM in general. "I feel like I know what happened. She asked him to role play some crazy shit, then set it up and filmed it, then edited the part of her asking." No, I don't think that's the case. "You need to acknowledge that older men have more social power than younger women, by the way." Oh my God. I know. In this circumstance, especially so. But that's not the conversation that I was bringing up. I'm talking about a situation on just age alone, saying that like a 25-year-old woman is getting, without any other additional factors at play, saying that let's say you have a 25-year-old multi-millionaire, okay, or a 26-year-old doctor who comes from a very wealthy family. She's a woman, okay? I'm woke. I know you immediately thought Dr. Man, Dr. Woman in this circumstance, because this is a woke broadcast, okay? And she's fucking a 68-year-old homeless guy. What happened to the power imbalance? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, 25-year-old women have agency, guys. I'm sorry. Crazy. Not that it matters in this situation. The reason why I brought that up was because I knew that this is, like I said, something the Zoomers get real fucking mad about, and my point was proven instantly. Having said that, this doesn't even matter in the conversation that we're having currently, because the conversation we're having currently is where Unc is. I mean, he's in deep trouble.
And then another message from last year where she apparently wrote him, "I've always wanted a black baby." Now, Lonnie Davis commented that, quote, "The evidence paints a clear picture. This was a consensual adult relationship that included role-playing, sexual language, and fantasy scenarios." So what happens then? Again, this is not the end of the story. Jane Doe ends up releasing an audio tape seemingly between her and Sharp. And I'm going to explain part of what is heard on this tape. We can't play it for legal reasons, but here is part of the exchange, and this part is key. Again, this is from the audio tape. Jane Doe says, "Don't manipulate me." Sharp replies, "If you say that word one more time, I'm going to choke the bleep out of you next time I see you." Jane Doe pauses, takes a minute, and says, "Well, I don't want to be choked." And Sharp replies, "Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter." Now, to be clear,
the song "Stop Running" cover for Creepy Unc. Point to me where I fucking ran cover for Unc. Dude, why do I ever cover news? Like, why? Why do I ever fucking do anything? I should just like play YouTube videos and unironically let the chair do the talking, because people just make up their own minds. I've been saying exactly this. You downplayed it by saying she's 25. Oh my God. Clean your fucking ear. You must have earwax inside of your ears, because that is the opposite of what I said. I said, in this circumstance, it doesn't matter, because clearly she was 19 when he, a whole ass 60-year-old adult, met her. That is gross and creepy, even in the best possible scenario where this is a circumstance where there was no rape that happened, even though, like, that would be the best possible scenario for Shannon Sharpe, and it would still be fucking gross. That's what I said. She was 19 when they first met. That is insane. Okay, that's my point. The reason why I brought up the 25 thing was to talk about how, like, people infantilize women sometimes, but that's not even the case here anyway, which is something that I kept saying over and over again.
This tape may only be a portion of the entire conversation and audio, but this appears to be a portion nonetheless. Jane Doe's attorney, again Tony Busby, described this audio as, quote, "The contents of this clip are certainly not sexual. They are not playful. They are instead disturbing, aggressive,
You were ignoring me because you know I'm right.
This audio paints a very clear picture of how Sharpe treated Jane Doe, leading her to escape from him by leaving Nevada and blocking all contact with him." And he added that they released this audio in response to Sharpe's lawyer, Lonnie Davis, trying to discredit Jane Doe by releasing all of these alleged texts, which, by the way, Busby says are basically irrelevant because they're all before the alleged assault. Okay, so now I want to bring on Mauricio Padilla, litigator, criminal defense attorney, to talk more about this. Mauricio, thanks so much for taking the time. Let's just start with the lawsuit and the allegations, suing for $50 million. A very graphic detail.
This was not a sex work situation. So they were in a, I don't understand, because he said $25K for each cheek, and I don't know if he was just memeing when he said that. Or, I mean, or I don't know if it was like a sexual fantasy thing. It could very well be that they had no, like, sugar baby situation whatsoever. She said that but it doesn't matter, because in I think like the most charitable assessment of this situation in front of us, not only is it still incredible weirdo behavior, but it's also it also is definitely a violation of consent, even if they had at some point a consensual BDSM relationship, right? Or they were doing race play or choking, things of that nature. It's clear that the boundaries of consent were violated in that process. And if you know anything about BDSM, and it's not really my cup of tea to begin with, but you know, from all of my advocacy for sex workers in general, and also advocacy around this sort of sex work specifically, consent is one of the most important factors here. And you have to be incredibly careful and incredibly thoughtful when you engage in any sort of BDSM relationship.
About these multiple alleged sexual assaults and rapes. Your take just on the initial lawsuit and allegations.
I mean, my take on the initial lawsuit and allegations and the publicity that's come right after it. I mean, there's rules of ethics to prohibit people from trying their case in the media, and I think from the
upside, get an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas using code SIDEBAR with a photo of Shannon Sharpe looking yacked out of his fucking mind as they're talking about rape allegations. What a crazy time to be alive, chat. Oh my God.
onset, both sides are engaging in releasing what could be evidence, and the rules of ethics from state to state vary, but they pretty much usually are concentrated on not releasing any information that could possibly affect a jury. And they're out there releasing pages and pages of text messages, they're out there releasing audio. It looks to me like both sides are engaged in trying to litigate this in the media before litigating it in a court of law.
But isn't that the Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively effect, right? Isn't that what we're seeing now? It's the idea of let's battle this out on the court of public opinion, particularly, by the way, when you're dealing with such a public figure like Shannon Sharpe. The idea of if I'm fighting this in a court of law, but I'm also fighting this in the court of public opinion, if I can put enough out there to try to reverse the narrative, maybe not only I'll still retain my fan base, my career, but also it puts pressure on Jane Doe maybe to stop the lawsuit, or maybe not, because she fired back too.
No, I'm not saying that you know, they shouldn't do it, because unfortunately we live in a time where if you don't do that on behalf of your client, are you doing them a disservice? I'm just mentioning the fact that none of this is really allowed pursuant to the rules of ethics, but I understand why they're doing it, because nowadays pretty much the court of public opinion is dictating what happens in court in and of itself. Right. So it's just part of litigating cases nowadays.
Are you concerned by the content, the value of those text message conversations? Does it complicate this case? Let me rephrase. Putting aside, assuming these really are the real conversations and the real messages of Jane Doe, you could say, I mean, she's talking about BDSM, tying up, dog collars, choking, and then she accuses him of sexual assault and being violent with her. Let me actually read you something from the lawsuit. Okay, so this is from the lawsuit. It says, a woman can say yes to consensual sexual relations with a man 99 times, but when she says no, even once, that no means no.
I mean, this is true. Like, this is literally true. So, yeah, defendant Shannon Sharpe, a man who is accustomed to getting what he wants, completely fails to understand his basic concept. After many months of manipulating and controlling plaintiff, a woman more than 30 years younger than he, and repeatedly threatening to brutally choke and violently slap her, Sharpe refused to accept the answer no and raped plaintiff despite her sobbing and repeated screams of no.
Defendant Shannon Sharpe, a man who is accustomed to getting what he wants, completely fails to understand this basic concept. After many months of
that's why I said, even in the most charitable estimation of what took place, regardless of the fact that it was that fucking asshole Busby guy, it seems like even if there was at any point a consensual BDSM relationship established, like, it seems like Shannon Sharpe violated those boundaries.
Controlling plaintiff, a woman more than 30 years younger than he, and repeatedly threatening to brutally choke and violently slap her. Sharpe refused to accept the answer no and raped plaintiff despite her sobbing and repeated screams of no. So you look at those messages, are they irrelevant?
If you establish a pattern of, you know, S&M, a pattern of voluntarily submitting yourself to someone, to accepting, you know, violence, to accepting as part of the norm of your sex life, then obviously that's something that can be used, because he's going to say, yeah, it was consensual. So when
you don't have enough info to say that, Gross. I mean, I'm taking into account what she's saying. That is a valid claim that she's making. I don't know if it's, yeah, I'm not immediately going and disbelieving the person that is making this claim. And even then, I'm being as charitable as possible. But it is correct. That is a correct statement.
Jury's trying to analyze whether or not these acts of violence were consensual or not. They can obviously look to the history of the relationship and whether or not she's going to admit it. So now you put her on the stand and you're like, so you allowed him to choke you. You allowed him to hit you previously. And that was something that you guys engaged in, voluntary sexual behavior, and you found it pleasurable. And you did it for the X amount of months. But then on this particular day, you told him no. You know, so it's something that it's fruitful to bring up a trial. I think they would be doing them a disservice if they didn't explore that more. And yeah, ultimately, what Mr. Busby's saying is true. A woman can say yes 99 times and say no that 100th time, but the historical behavior of accepting violence as the norm in your bedroom and in your sex life is something that a jury can look at to determine whether or not she did in fact say no, because he's going to say that she said yes. He's not going to admit that she said no, that he raped her.
No, I hear you. And I knew that he was going to get on the defensive. I mean, if you believe his side, right, that he's completely innocent, you get hit with this lawsuit, right? You want to defend yourself immediately. He goes out, he puts out this message on Instagram. Do you think he was advised by his lawyer to do so? Let's start there. And B, purportedly outing her, naming her name. Just the first name, and also what her apparent handle is or name on OnlyFans. Is that appropriate? That right? I mean, again, he's defending himself, but she filed this anonymously.
Right. Well, whether or not his attorney advised him to do it, if he took those steps without discussing it with his attorney should be very upset at him doing something of that nature. I don't think that an attorney can counsel their client to disclose the identity of a victim in a sex case. So I don't think that his attorney would ever admit to taking those steps, simply because there's laws to protect victims in sex crimes. But I understand why it's beneficial to his defense. I'm putting it out there. I'm saying who you are. I'm saying that you're an OnlyFans person. I'm saying that we were engaged in this voluntary sexual behavior where you possibly accepted money to do sexual things on camera or do sexual things for me. So it definitely benefits his defense in letting people know, listen, this is not the person that Busby's saying that it is. This is the person that I'm telling you who she is. So I think it's beneficial.
And to reverse it, I said this when I covered it earlier in the week, this lawsuit being filed by Tony Busby, he's got crosshairs on him right now. He filed a lawsuit against Jay-Z by a Jane Doe who claims that she was sexually assaulted by Jay-Z when she was 13 years old back in 2000. That lawsuit against him was dropped. The NBC did a report questioning the credibility of some of her claims. His attorneys came forward and said, no, we have proof that the people you say were there weren't there. And that lawsuit was dropped. He's now being sued. That Jane Doe is being sued. You would think, okay, if this happened, I'm going to maybe take a little step back here, but to go so public and forward with allegations against a high-profile figure like Shannon Sharpe, he must not only believe the account of Jane Doe, he must believe he's got the goods to back it up.
Definitely. And listen, when you're an attorney, you have wiggle room in the sense that if you have a client that's telling you what their version, you have to act reasonably, and you can't just believe someone that you may have knowledge that she suffers from psychiatric conditions, but you have a lot of leeway. Like, you have a client that's telling you, you're allowed to believe your client and you're allowed to litigate on their behalf. And obviously there's rules in place for a lawyer not to Pied Piper a complete myth and sue people without a basis. But when you do have a client that's telling you what occurred, I think he has a lot of leeway in the way that he acts, simply because he has a client that's telling him, and he's allowed to believe that client. Now, there's limits, and apparently, regarding the Jay-Z, fronted with evidence that he couldn't refute regarding the lack of liability, then he dropped the lawsuit. If he's defending his own lawsuit, that's separate from this one. So I don't see why a guy like Busby would change his MO, so to speak, and retreat, because at the end of the day, he's making money. He's trying to make money, and he's got insurance to defend him of lawsuits. So I don't see why he would change.
Now I want to move on to the audio tape. This audio tape that was apparently released by Jane Doe's side. Now, again, this might only be a portion of the conversation, but it is a portion of this conversation, and it's important. You'll have Tony Busby saying, this is nothing fun about this. There's nothing sexual about this. This is disturbing. This is him threatening to choke her and saying she's not going to have a choice. Whereas I imagine you're going to hear Shannon Sharpe say, there's more to context to the conversation. Look at what our relationship was like. But this was another move in this chess game, releasing this audio tape. What's your take on it?
Well, listen, an audio tape like that is damning, just because if you're a man and you're talking like that to a woman, even if your defense is, you have to look at the totality of the circumstances. You have to look at the relationship that we had where she was voluntarily submissive to me, and then I was, in a position where we would obtain sexual pleasure from me being a dominant figure. That has to be his defense. But a lot of people would reject that right off the bat. Like, that's something that a lot of people are not going to stomach, are not going to understand. and he definitely has his work cut out in trying to explain to the viewing public why that type of language to a woman is appropriate. It has to be, his defense has to be that you're only looking at a small piece, but if you look at the entire relationship, that's how we would do it, and that's because she was submissive to me. People are going to reject that.
Now, I will tell you this. As this came out, I said to myself, how did they release those messages so quickly? They must have had it ready, right? You can't just have those messages. And I said to myself, did they know this was coming? Well, what do I come to find out? According to NBC, Lonnie Davis, again representing Shannon Sharpe, has confirmed that Sharpe apparently made a financial offer to this Jane Doe to try to settle this case before she filed it. In fact, while it seems he first said that it was tens of millions of dollars, then clarified and said it was at least $10 million. So the idea that if that's true...
Yeah, I mean, that is, I think... That right there, I think, is probably one of the that is probably one of the worst looks in this process, because like, even if I were to put myself in the mindset of a scumbag defense team, okay, I'm Shannon Sharpe's lawyer in that process, like, that is, you know, what is his response? Oh my God. That is all but an admission of guilt. You know what I mean? Ignoring the reports of the $100 million deal Shannon's network was closing on. I mean, even then, dude, what do you mean? You're not gonna do you're not gonna try to pack that up ASAP with 10 million. I understand not wanting to go through the process of like a frivolous lawsuit or whatever, but like $10 million is pretty crazy, you know? Are you giving 10 million? Let's say you have a $100 million deal down the line, okay? Are you giving someone randomly accusing you 10 million? Like, you're just gonna blow away 10 million on optics alone? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's, you know, there's a reason why settlement discussions are not admissible as evidence, so a jury will never hear it. Well, good thing we're not a part of the jury. I'm just, you know, I'm just thinking about it from my own, like, what I think is going on here. Tend to protect the 100, yes. 10 to protect the 100, but 10 to protect the 100 over, you know, in his, if everything in here is completely fucking fabricated, yeah, you don't drop 10 bills on it. That's crazy. Like that, come on, can we just be honest? Can we be honest with ourselves here? And with everyone around, like 10 million to 10 million to stop this from going through is a crazy amount. Might as well come out and be like, yeah, I did that shit, my bad. What if that story now removes the 100 mil completely? To be fair, the team is trying to get the 100 million runs from Disney, and he knows even if he's not guilty of anything, they had a sexual relationship, so she has some sort of evidence. No, I understand that. But again, off rip.
They tried to get to settle it, and then she files, and now they have their messages ready. What does that tell you?
Listen, I think that's part of what Busby has been doing historically. Like, they approach you and they tell you, listen, we have this. Let me know if you want to resolve this previously. I think if anybody looks at like the P. Diddy didn't do it, right? And then they filed against him and he settled the case in a day. We see the value of resolving cases. So I think it's
also the other side of this is if it's fake, if it's completely fucking fake and you don't have this dude dead to rights, you take the 10 mil. Who doesn't take the 10 mil? Like, can you imagine? Are you kidding me? It's the greatest payoff of all time. Like, what are you talking about? Let's say this is extortion, okay? Pure extortion. You know you got him dead to rights because you had a BDSM relationship. Let's say it's completely above board. BDSM relationship, consensual, but there's footage out there. If Disney catches wind of that, okay, then he's cooked, right? Disney catches wind of that, he's done. You farm him. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just trying to help you understand why that is a crazy fucking situation. You got, if this is a false claim, if it's a false claim across the board, okay, if it's a false claim across the board, you're dropping your chance of bringing in $10 million for potentially a long, drawn-out legal battle that is going to put you in the crosshairs of the public, and you might not make any money off of that at all. No shot anyone's fucking taking that deal. This is a stupid take, bro. This is all about leverage. She got him by the balls. He either gives 50 million or he fucked 10 million. How many subscribers do you think she gains? Now she probably is more famous than Sophie Rain. What? No, dude. No shot. No shot. You take the 10 million. If you're making this up, you take the 10 million every time. You guys are crazy. Okay? If you are accusing someone, if you're accusing someone and you're lying about it and that person offers you $10 million, you're taking that. It's fucking amazing. Like, what do you mean? Clout chasing by, in this economy and in this fucking social media marketplace where women who have valid claims, and she very well most likely has a valid claim here as well, but I'm saying, like, in this economy, let's say you're gonna extort someone, a beloved figure. There's a racial element accompanying the story, but still a beloved figure, a beloved male figure nonetheless. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm surprised, even if it was real, and she, like, most likely is, but in that situation, most people would still take the 10 million. This is why you will never be a good crypto grifter. You need to squeeze them for all they got. People are greedy. They want more than 10 million. Guys, oh my God. You're insane, okay? You're insane. Even if it's not, I'm not even entertaining the other side of the argument where it's like, oh, a settlement doesn't mean guilt, right? I'm not even saying that. But if you're actually extorting somebody and they off rip offer you 10 mil, you're taking that deal instead of getting $0 down the line potentially and then being ridiculed and threatened and possibly doxxed, harassed, swatted. Like, you're out of your fucking mind.
It's on par with how Busby has been litigating his prior cases to give them an opportunity. When you look at it, yeah, settlement negotiations are usually privileged. If someone hears that he offered $10 million, what is a normal person going to think? He's guilty of something. Because people don't just, even if you're rich, don't go out there throwing around 10 million or millions of dollars to resolve cases when they're innocent. People are gonna associate that offer of settlement, which they probably shouldn't, but they will. They're gonna associate that offer of settlement with guilt.
At the time of this recording, I haven't seen Shannon Sharpe file a countersuit of any kind, but talk to me if this works. Could he countersue for defamation, or is there a litigation privilege, right? You're allowed to make claims against somebody. You're shielded away from every time anybody sues anybody, the other side will say it's not true. You can't just turn around and say it's defamation, right? I mean, could he sue for defamation?
Right. Well, you're right. There is a litigation privilege regarding defamation actions. So I always tell people this when people ask me, can they sue? People can sue all the time. Whether or not it's going to survive a motion to dismiss, honestly, I've seen it in my career over 22 years. People sue for things that are ultimately going to get dismissed, and it doesn't affect their willingness to do it, their desire to do it. But you're right, there is a litigation privilege because I guess the mindset, the universal mindset is that you don't want to be gagging people in a court of law. You want people to have the freedom to express themselves openly without the threat of litigation while they're in litigation, and that's the entire. So to answer your question, it seems like you're right. A litigation privilege does apply, but nowadays people get sued for all kind of things.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a countersuit because, again, his perspective is this is blackmail. These are false allegations. And by the way, what's the timing of it? And by the way, when we talk about Shannon Sharpe, he's a powerhouse in the podcast space. Hosts Club Shay Shay, Nightcap, tons of followers. According to Front Office Sports, he's expected right now to sign a new contract worth more than $100 million. Do you think that comes into play?
I feel like that's gone.
The problem with people that have those types of contracts is it doesn't have to mean that you're guilty or not guilty. Just the news in and of itself is going to affect your ability to get followers, to do your job, and to execute contracts. Now,
yeah, if it's fake, no way Sharpe is coughing up 10 million not to deal with it, but declining 10 million is the most damning. The scumbag lawyer is probably losing his shit when his client declined the money, regardless of what the truth is. But let's be real, the truth is he's guilty as fuck. That's how I feel about it too. I'm not gonna lie, bro, $100 million deal on the line for him. He throws 10 million out there and she's like, nah, fuck that. That's crazy. Bro, you take the 10 million in that situation, whether you are lying or not, you definitely take the 10 million if you're fucking extorting, but you most likely take the 10 mil even if you're not extorting. This is the nuclear option here. Are you kidding me? If you're lying, you take the 10 mil every day of the week, 100% of the time. Okay? If you're not lying, you probably still take the 10 million because who the fuck wants to deal with all of the goddamn headache that comes along with it? Like, that's crazy. You don't have to have your shit aired out and you still get 10 million. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's crazy. Unc has his dating settings on the app for 18 to 20. Yeah. Now we know Hasan would settle for 10 mil. Yeah, first of all, I'm a dude, okay? And secondly, if I was in her situation and I really wanted to fucking make sure that I outed a scumbag, okay? I have a lot more income at my disposal. I have a lot more power at my disposal. I have a fucking platform that I can use. So my situation is, I think, a little bit different than hers. You know what I mean? But in her shoes, as a woman especially, you take it every time. So that makes me inclined to believe that she has a valid case and is not farming.
If he loses
yeah, dude, in this political climate, exactly. I think chatters are on fucking crack cocaine if they think that, like, you can have a, like, look at Megan Thee Stallion, okay? Look at Megan Thee Stallion. She didn't even bring up Tory Lanez. She actually tried to defend Tory Lanez. That was a criminal suit. And she was victimized again and again and again in that process for simply being shot in the foot by fucking Tory Lanez. Like, that's an insane situation. She didn't want to be no part of this, and yet she still got cooked in the process. Like, women are automatically guilty in the post Me Too era. I feel like we totally had a pendulum swing where people just across the board, doesn't matter, you could be dead to rights, a fucking victim, dead to rights a victim, try to defend the person who victimized you, and 90% of dudes that encounter your stories are gonna be like, nah, she's wrong. Yeah, are you a woman? You're automatically guilty. Automatically.
$100 million contract because of this. Whether there's a litigation privilege or not, you can expect a lawsuit. Even if the standard for a motion to dismiss is, you know, lower than the standard for a motion for summary judgment, you could file a lawsuit. You could survive motion to dismiss. And routinely, judges don't like to decide cases on summary judgment, and they often say that almost anything is an issue of fact for the jury because they know they're not going to get appealed when they make that type of ruling, and they like to kick it to a jury even if it is the type of case that shouldn't survive motion for summary judgment. So what I'm saying is that even if you have a clear defense, even if they don't have a good case, a lawsuit is still something that can be fruitful to either side.
Do you think this is going to end up settling, or is it now just too far down? How do you settle it without one side looking bad?
The problem is when you're dealing with someone like him, that his livelihood depends.
For the chatter saying, I'm only skeptical when there's a ton of money to be made, but I don't know shit about this. I'm telling you, she had the opportunity to fucking make the money and not even have this be public. She refused, which is what definitely leads me to believe that there is more to the story.
Depends on the way that people view him, on whether or not people reject him or not, whether or not people are going to tune in or not. Once we're at this point where me and you are discussing it publicly, you know, and it's out in the media, then how do you really repair his reputation? We look at like Johnny Depp, how Johnny Depp had to spend millions of dollars to sue Amber Heard, and at the end of the day, the entire lawsuit was just for him to get back whatever, you know, reputation he had, so it wouldn't affect his ability to make money in the future. So in my opinion, I think that the genie's out of the bottle, and resolving it at this point isn't going to do anything for his reputation and his career. But you never know.
Yeah, I'm sure. And look, there could be a lot more to this as this case ultimately progresses. Mauricio Padilla, thanks so much for taking the time. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
Oh, man. All right. Well, this is a wild situation. I'm gonna quickly go over the kneecap story. Since our statements at Coachella exposing the ongoing genocide against the Palestinian people, we have faced a coordinated smear campaign for over a year. We have used our shows to call out the British and Irish government's complicity in war crimes. The recent attacks against us, largely emanating from the U.S., are based on deliberate distortions and falsehoods. We are taking action against several of these malicious efforts. Let us be absolutely clear. The reason kneecap is being targeted is simple. We are telling the truth, and our audience is growing. Those attacking us want to silence criticism of mass slaughter. They weaponize false accusations of anti-Semitism to distract, confuse, and provide cover for genocide. We do not give a fuck what religion anyone practices. We know there are massive numbers of Jewish people outraged by this genocide, just as we are. What we care about is that governments of countries we perform in are enabling some of the most horrific crimes of our lifetimes, and we will not stay silent. No media spin will change this. Our only concern is the Palestinian people and the 20,000 murdered children and counting. The young people at our gigs see through the lies. They stand on the side of humanity and justice, and that gives us great hope. Kneecap.
The real issue here is that somewhere between 50.
This is Kneecap's manager speaking on RTE radio. He's fucking awesome. I love him.
100,000 people have been murdered. 20,000 of them are children. And, if somebody is offended by what were factual images and,
Did I meet him? Yeah, I did. I hung out with him the whole time. He is so sick. He has an incredible story. He was at the UN for a decade plus.
Somebody's hurt by the truth. That's something for them to be hurt by. But it's really important to speak truths, and thankfully the lads are not afraid to do that. Euromed have said yesterday, Israeli forces have deliberately targeted 37 aid distribution centres and 28 food banks as part of a systematic and deliberate policy to starve civilians. Now, how we're not leading with that as the topic of discussion rather than the opinions of individuals who felt hurt by factual information is just something that I can't understand.
Okay, and you will know, Daniel, that Israel will deny that they're
Yeah, this is Dan. He's the manager.
deliberately starving individuals.
We consistently bring this back to the opinion of the Israeli government. Time and time again, the statements of the Israeli government have been proven to be lies. Most recently, the execution of 15 medical workers and the burying of them and their ambulances in a shallow grave. It was all lies, and once the information and the video came out, they changed the story. The murder of Shireen, the journalist, the Washington Post, a comprehensive investigation showed she was deliberately targeted by the IDF. At what point here do we stop amplifying messages that are consistently proven to be incomplete and inaccurate? When do we do that? The real issue here is that
Oh man. Yeah, they British police are investigating statements that British police are investigating statements that they made.
Looks like Coachella has a...
Oh yeah, I already covered this. I already showed this on stream. British police are investigating a terror charge because a bunch of Jewish advocacy groups fucking got together and demanded that Kneecap be investigated for links to terrorism. After they put up the "Fuck Israel, Free Palestine" banner at Coachella, they kept chirping over and over again. They kept chirping over and over again about how anti-Semitic they were, and then they found like old footage from previous concert where they were like, I don't know, they're saying that they were saying up Hamas, up Hezbollah, and they were like, this is terrorism, it's illegal. So now the British government is investigating them. This is literally the IRA shit all over again. Yeah, it's funny because like they have a Brits out. There's a song called Brits Out. Get your Brits out. It's so fucking gross, dude. It is insane. At a certain point, no, it's not from the Coachella. It's not from the Coachella set. It is so fucking nutty that statement in and of itself is like, yep, you're getting investigated. You can have a song called Brits Out, get your Brits out, and the British government, you can sue the British government to and successfully sue them for denying you a grant. But God forbid, dude. It's so fucking annoying. Anyway, that's all I got for today, lads. Tomorrow is a fun day. Obviously I'm going to do the news, but Maya Higa is going to be on the broadcast, and we're going to finally play basketball. I'm going to have some other special guests as well, 24K Golden most likely, and also the Crash Dummies Pod Boys also as well. Big day for guests. You kind of suck now. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Okay, chatter. I guess I kind of suck now. In any case, love you all, and bye-bye. See you tomorrow, chat.